Hello, duelists, and welcome to the third Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Anniversary Invitational. We are live from sunny Malaga, and it's great to be here bringing you some excellent content over the next 2 days. Not only do we have the third Anniversary Invitational, but we also have the Challenger Cup Final. So you have 2 great days of content here. Make sure you guys check both of those out. Today, though, it's time for an invitational because we've invited 8 wonderful EU content creators here to Malaga to take part in a cheeky little tournament. So let me explain to you exactly how the format of this invitational tournament works. So we have 8 players that we've drawn into 2 groups of 4. They're going to duel each other in their groups in a round robin. And the top 2 duelists of each of those groups advances into a best-of-3 semifinals with some special little rules that we've got in, but we'll talk more about that later. For now, we've got more to focus on. Also, we're also streaming on both the French, Italian, and German sites as well. So we've got Zulu for the French, we have Diego for Italian, and Schattenspieler for the German, making sure you guys are getting content in your language wherever you are. Very exciting and an excellent thing for us to be doing here. We're very, very excited. My name is Ed Templar. I'm going to be your host for this weekend, and I'm ready to kick things off. So why don't we introduce some of our duelists? I'm going to start with Group B, just to shake some things up. Normally would go with A, but let's start with B. So first, this is a quick preview of your groups. So that means first, I'm going to interview our previous champion. Please welcome Revs Cards. Hello, Revs. Now, you are 2 for 2 with invitationals. This is your 3rd time appearing. You've got a confident swagger about you this time. Do you feel confident that you could take it a 3rd time?
I mean, I'll click some yellow buttons and we'll see what happens.
That's all we can really ask for with this game, and best of luck with that clicking. I'm sure it'll go well. I'll usher you off there. Best of luck, Revs Cards, our previous champion, who's still calm and composed and ready to see what he can bring to this invitational. Next up, we have one of our previous world champions, Emre. A nice applause there from some of our other participants here. Emre, welcome, welcome. Now, you're no stranger to these events. You're no stranger to Master Duel. You've already been to the world level stage. Do you feel confident having it shrunk back down? Can you win here?
I think my chances are great here. Obviously, other content creators are also really good, but I think my chances are also pretty good.
Is there anyone you're afraid of facing?
All of them.
Okay, that's not a good start, but I admire the humility. I'll let you go off as well, Emre. Thank you very much. So let's welcome next, we have Joker. Now, Joker, we know that you were actually one of the coaches in Duel of Titans. So, if you could give yourself some advice as a coach right now in this moment, what would you tell yourself?
Just to be confident and don't get nervous and I can work with myself.
You confident?
I am.
Nervous?
I am, absolutely.
Then you've done a bad job at following your own advice. But look, best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries, mate. I'm going to let you go that way, and we'll move on to our next person. So we've got Barcode. Now, sir, you and I have shared many stages when it comes to the YCS. I've seen you dueling on there. This is my first time seeing you digitally dueling. How do you feel?
I feel really well because the content is absolutely amazing. I hope that we will have a great competition, and I'm very confident in the fact that I'm going to bring it home.
Whoa, okay. That is a guy who is ready to win. Best of luck to you, Barcode. I'll let you go off. And that is our last duelist of Group B, but certainly not our last duelist. So let's move on to Group A. First up, we have Julia Bayonetta. Welcome, Julia. Now, we've shared a stage before with Duel Links, but you're here representing France. Do you have any words you'd like to say to the wonderful French community watching at home?
Okay, I have a little message for French Yu-Gi-Oh! Community. I'm very happy to be here and playing my favorite deck and having fun.
That's all we can ask for. Thank you very much, Julia. I'll let you go off this way. Best of luck to you. Next up in Group A, representing the country we're in, Guardian Selta. Now, again, we've shared this stage before. I've seen you at many of these. You've come here. We're here again for the 2nd time in Malaga. This is obviously your home space in Spain. Are you feeling confident that you can represent the home country and bring it home?
I hope to represent Spain. Viva España y vamos allá.
I mean, that's the best thing we could ask for here in Spain. Best of luck to you, Guardian Selta. I'll usher you off this way as well. So now the next 2 I'm going to introduce you to are actually going to be our first feature match. The next 2 duelists will be making their way behind me into these chairs, ready to kick this duel off. So first, let's welcome Colossa to the stage. Now, Colossa, again, we've seen you at these before. You feeling happy and confident? You've been very enjoyably going around and chatting to everyone. Are you trying to lull them into a false sense of security that you're friendly?
I hope I am not. No, I am just nervous myself, actually.
Really?
I'm trying to give a different vibe, but
Sure you're going to do great, Colossa. I'll let you go and take your seat as well so that you can get ready for this. Best of luck to you. But next up, your final duelist, but obviously someone who's made it to the finals in other things. Segue. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Joshua Schmidt. Now, Josh, like we said, you are no stranger to these. We've seen you in the world stage, similar to Emre. You guys shared the stage together. But when it comes to these, you've usually been casting, and now you're here taking part. Do you think you can take some of these content creators down?
It's going to be tough, but I'm excited. It's been very fun casting these for the last two invitationals, but I'm very excited to try myself and my luck in this one.
You've almost had a sort of advantage by watching from a distance for 2 years, seeing how some of these duelists play. Do you think that's going to help you out?
I've been taking some notes. Yeah, I think it's. I think the cards are dealt new every time. So I think I don't think it's going to help much at that time.
That is very true, but best of luck to you, Josh. I'm going to let you go and take your seat. And that is all of our duelists taking part in the third Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Anniversary Invitational. And we are very, very excited to kick this off. And we're going to launch straight in. So I better throw you over to some casters who are going to take you through our feature matches. First up, we have the amazing Lampy and Leo. Boys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed, and welcome here from the casting booth as well. Leo and Lampy in charge of the first match of the day. And we're starting it off with, of course, Joshua Schmidt, the world champion, but also, I mean, world champion, second place finisher. He has been at Worlds a lot at this point. Yep. And he's going to be, for the first time, though, at the Invitational for the 30th anniversary. So do you expect him to also just take another title today, Leo?
I mean, it would be very bold to say that he's not a top favorite for this tournament. He's a top favorite for every tournament that he's ever played. I don't know, Josh is just truly one of the duelists of all time, if not one of the best duelists of all time. And we have some pretty strong content creators that are pretty well versed in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel as well. So I think it's not going to be easy for him, though.
For example, Colossa, of course, immediately also having a history with those invitationals, because she has been there before. She has made top cut of invitationals, especially the first one. So she definitely is ready to repeat the success from the first invitational, now in the third one again. And she definitely has high hopes. And I talked to her before. She was, as she said there on stage, a little nervous, but still very, very, very decisive. And she really was already thinking way ahead on which deck to pick, because to talk about the rules a little more, there's actually, for every player in the tournament, there's 2 decks that they have submitted. And similar to the World Championship, which we were mentioning, you also had to share your card pool for those 2 decks. And then also, as similar to the World Championship still, you had 3 shared cards that you could allow yourself to share. So, for example, if you want to play 4 copies of Maxi in total, you could decide to take Maxi as a shared card. I think that's actually a pretty smart decision, if you ask me, to be honest.
I think Maxi is one of the cards that you could always put in there as the shared card. Yeah, you can also go with something like an Ash Blossom to counter a possible Maxi, because let's face it, Maxi might be one of the greatest cards we have in the game, or something like a Cult by the Griff. But you can also decide to just play multiple Karibos.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, the Master Duel landscape is very exciting at the moment, with the Duelist Cup just happening last weekend, so it's basically just weekend after weekend right now with high-class Yu-Gi-Oh! Action, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel action. We not only today have the invitational between the content creators, but also then tomorrow the Challenger Cup final as well, so therefore we are provided with so much exciting gameplay, and therefore I think, as we are excited, and everyone at home of course also wants to see some great gameplay, we should jump over to the table. Let's see for this first round here of our 3-year anniversary invitational between Colossa and Joshua.
I just like these pictures of them. They just look so mighty. They are truly looking like Titans, for example, that are going to engage in a very nice game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I can't wait to see what decks the players are playing, because they are running multiple different decks. And I think that we can now just go into Game 1, Colossa versus Josh.
Indeed, we are. Who's going to win the first coin toss of the tournament? Who's going to start off their tournament with a successful start? And Colossa has won the coin toss, but also has decided to go second, which might already be a little bit of a giveaway on what she would be playing.
Oh, Fire King card here. Ulcanix is being normal summoned, and now we're waiting for a possible response of Colossa. I don't think that's going to be the case. This might resolve, and we're destroying a Kirin.
The camera not only zoomed in there on Colossa, but also she seems pretty locked in right now on the situation. But for the moment, not really doing anything. And it's interesting, like going second, I think it's not a very big giveaway saying that she probably is going to be on Tenpai. And the Tenpai Dragon strategy, it has developed a little bit in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. As in the beginning, people usually try to go for a lot of hand interactions, try to go for Effect Veilers, Ash Blossoms, and all those kind of things, infinite impermanences. But instead, very recently, perfectly fitting to our jackets here as well, the Sky Striker cards actually have been included in most of the Tenpai Dragon decks, and I think Colossa might also be on those Sky Striker cards.
I mean, when she selected going second, I immediately thought of Numeron Sky Striker as the going second.
Thanks for mentioning it,
right?
yeah.
But of course, Tenpai might be the strongest going second strategy that we've ever had in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! And now you're seeing Josh just playing with the Fire King cards here. Garunix is activated, Ulcanix is activated. The question is, at some point, will he bridge into the Snake Eye strategy, which also has been incredibly popular over the last year in Master Duel?
That is true, but usually it is the other way around, isn't it? Usually you're trying to go from your Snake Eye cards into your Fire King
the
cards.
Original Sinful Spoils.
Exactly, but so the other way around, I'm trying to figure out how you would even do that, right? I mean, I guess just a normal... Wait, we did normal summon the Fire King High Courtier Ulcanix, therefore... I don't really think we're going to see anything out of the Snake Eye cards. Still, though, as we can clearly see here, we have already produced quite a few monsters, and this could be Zombie Vampire, maybe?
Yeah, this is how we bridge, quote-unquote, maybe, because you have a chance of getting to your Snake Eye cards here. You just need to get them into the graveyard, and then, there is a Poplar hit. What did we see on the side of Colossa? Because the Tenpai deck can also...
We can have a look here. Let's see. For Josh first, we are seeing, as you said, the Poplar, which is immediately coming to the field.
Strong.
Also, we see there is Azamina cards in there with Deception of the Sinful Sports. But also in the graveyard of Colossa, we see a main deck Dimensional Barrier.
That's wild.
And the Pydra and an Afterburner.
I like that. I like the main deck Dimensional Barrier because in the Sky Striker package, you usually run triple Tactics Thrust. And in this format, if your opponent elects to let you go first, then you're probably going to be faced with some sort of hand interaction and you can thrust into your barrier if you are certain that your opponent is going to be on the Tenpai strategy as well. Not happening this game, though. I think Colossa is quite happy that the Dimensional Barrier was not the top deck for the next turn. And she also got at least one spell into the graveyard so that the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage is a little bit better. And we didn't lose our Widow Anchor from the deck as well, because I think those might be the only targets, maybe with the Hornet Drones.
Yeah, Hornet Drones definitely as well, because Hornet Drones go into Kagari and then summon out another monster into the Hita. Oftentimes can be your way to get to your Tenpai cards, of course, as well, when just attacking into a monster, searching out the Genroku, and then trying to go into things. But for the moment, it's all Josh. It's all Joshua Schmidt with his first invitational appearance here on the 3-year anniversary invitational. And he's, of course, immediately hungry for a title.
Yep. He is going in here. He's not stopping from anything. He's going to summon out Promethean Princess, the Bestower of Flames, and this monster is very well known for summoning monsters back from the graveyard. We're going to get the Arvata out, so are now more protected from hand interactions than we were before. Now we can go for a Link 4 or a Link 2, a Sunlight Wolf, because a Link 4 might not be in Josh's deck because you can only summon fire monsters when the Promethean Princess is on the field. And now we activate Original Sinful Spoils, or also known OSS, Snake Eyes.
I'm pretty sure we play Whale in the extra deck, so we could have gone for that. But I mean, what are fire cards here to add back? Kirin is, of course, like a prime target to get back from the graveyard here, as that is providing you additional interruption with your opponent, and it's like that unpredictable card as well from the hand. Now, it is somewhat predictable as it is in the hand now, and it is known, but still you don't know, as it is a quick effect in the opponent's main phase when Josh is going to do that. So whatever Colossa is trying to do, still Josh has that last resort in hand of just being able to then destroy the last fire monster remaining on the field and getting all the Fire King effects in the graveyard again through that.
I mean, just because the card is known doesn't mean that it's not going to be incredibly useful for Josh.
When there is the Diabels of a Black Witch as well. So honestly,
big question here.
We gotta say Colossa probably, Colossa quite happy that she didn't have any effect veilers or infinite impermanences or anything like that, because Josh's hand, it was all engine. He just had all the cards to play through any kind of interruption, and therefore it's probably good if Colossa rather has cards like Lightning Storm and stuff like that. Okay, we got the Hallowed Azamina in hand already.
Azamina is already there. It was quite nice to see that this is information for other players of the tournament, that there is multiple deceptions in the deck of Josh, because the first one was milled by the Zombie Vampire.
I mean, it's such an incredibly strong card, of course.
Point. You can bridge into everything, basically, with it.
We searched, wanted the Seeker of Sinful Spoils, and now the interaction that is so common. Oh, wait, we did not even go into Flamberge yet. I mean, look at how many things we have already created, and it's now only time to go into Snake Eyes, Flamberge, Dragon, and that usually means in the process of Link summoning, we're going to get more and more monsters onto the field. Is that already the moment we want to go for Appaloosa? Possibly,
I think at first we want to use Flamberge to put IP back into the Spawn Trap Zone.
Very true, very true. Okay, and I mean, before that, we can even bring out the Ilya Sylvia.
Yep, another interaction here. So I think if you want to put the IP Masquerade into your Spell and Trap Zone, you can't really go to link off the Flamberge now, because then it would just go lost there. So maybe you can go for a Celine line.
Ilya Sylvia here. You gotta, you have to keep the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon on the field, but you didn't even use the graveyard effect of it yet, right? So
nope, that's true.
It's going to be interesting.
I mean, how much do 2 level 1 bodies do for you in this situation anymore? You have plenty of resources, almost all the resources that your deck can give you, and if you're playing this Celine line, I think you can go into it with a Black Witch and Sunlight Wolf, but we choose to not go for an Appaloosa here, which is atypical for the Snake Eye deck, but it's still, this is a field that is very hard to break.
It is indeed, and that is what Josh is going to end on. He could, without thinking about it a second time, just shuffle back Deception of the Sinful Spoils with Wanted as we send another one to the graveyard through Zombie Vampire, getting a free card in the process, and now in the end phase also getting back Deception. But how many of those cards on the field will stay there with Colossa, with the decision of going second, of course, having a strong deck, very, very likely in her arsenal here.
Yep. She has 6 cards in hand. If one of those, or maybe 2 of those, are 10 Pi cards, and that is like maybe a Pydra plus a Sangan Kaiman or a Sangan Summoning, those cards could come in useful with 4 cards that break the field. That would be very, very strong. Fun thing with the Sunlight Wolf on the end field, if you have something like an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in your graveyard milled through Zombie Vampire, you can add that back on the opposing turn as well. Not the case this time around. We add the Fire King High Avatar Garunix to our hand.
Yeah, worst case, but it's a card you can destroy from your hand with the Kirin, so I think that's pretty smart, having that extra chance in there. But now Colossa, thinking about it, you can tell, trying to figure out what the first card would be to activate here. And the thing is, one of the... Okay, that is my favorite card of all time, and it's definitely a card to start off a game with.
Yeah, but the thing is, Josh only milled 1 spell card with the activation of Zombie Vampire. This could have been so much better for Colossa if she just milled multiple spell cards there. We have 2 in the graveyard now, so Skystriker Mecha Hornet Drones is not going to summon out a token with 1500 attack and defense, which is very, very rarely super relevant.
That's true. Okay, we bring out the token. So honestly, that is a little bit concerning in the way that we can kind of rule out Lightning Storm already, which would have been a real good answer to that. Another thing I have to mention, one of the most prolific cards against big fields in the Tempai Dragon strategy is Forbidden Droplet.
Yeah.
And Ilya Sylvia, just by nature, if they don't send a monster, and there's not that many monster cards in the Tempai deck, sometimes it's a problem because it can distribute itself off the field. Oh, look at that. Josh is just going into an Appaloosa here on the opponent's turn by the looks of it. There it is.
Oh, and that is an Appaloosa with 4 monsters here. We can summon out the Diabels to the Black Witch again by sending something to the graveyard. And of course, Flamberge is going to activate.
Wow.
So endless resources are being gained by Josh.
Another very important point with the Flamberge Dragon. We do get level 1 monsters with Linkoribos sitting in the graveyard. So making opponent's monsters 0 attack against a Tempai Dragon strategy. And also, as a way to protect your Appaloosa above the Goddess on the field, that is truly great. But one thing I will have to mention, now of course we have activated monster effects in the main phase, meaning Josh is playing into triple tactic talents territory.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought that Josh was just going to summon out an SP Little Knight to banish the token, but the token is still there on the field. So that is still something that Colossa might be able to use at some point. Also something very notable here for Josh is that the deck that he's running can play one of the newest cards in Master Duel, which is Dominus Impulse.
True.
Also a card that is very, very strong versus the Tenpai strategy, because you can just activate Dominus Impulse from hand and negate his Sangan Kaiman in the battle phase.
Oh, that's very true. Just released yesterday. And of course, the duelists had the chance to include those new cards into their invitational decks. Sky Striker Ace Kagari is going to be used here to add that. Yeah. It's trying to, but Appaloosa Above the Goddess says, whatever you're trying to add back there, it is going to stay in the graveyard.
Maybe a droplet, because we have Kagari on the field now. With a token, you couldn't send for the Forbidden Droplet, because you can't send a token to the grave, technically. But now you could activate Droplet, send Kagari, and maybe a spell card from your hand to the graveyard. That negates.
That feels like an... I mean, also, of course, Widow Anchor could be a card chained here, but nope.
Yeah.
It is going to just resolve. Appaloosa stops Sky Striker Ace Kagari from adding that card back to the hand. But what else, Colossa? Is there a Tenpai card coming next? We need something to stop Ilya Sylvia and Appaloosa, because just with Tenpai cards, it's going to be a real tough time getting through those, honestly.
Look at this field that Josh set up. This is
hold
Darkhold. This is a good start. Maybe if Ilya Silva tributes, you can activate Called by the Grave. That could be absolutely phenomenal. But the Appaloosa was summoned by IP Masquerena, so you can't destroy it via card effects.
There is Forbidden Droplet next now, okay. So we'll not be able to negate the Ilya Sylvia, but we can at least negate the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess here.
Yep, and of course the Arvata is also on the field. So that is also something you might want to negate.
Those were two cards, so probably exactly those two you were mentioning.
You can negate the Oak as well. It's just a question how much that does. But
yeah,
I mean, look at Josh. There's 5 cards in hand, 3 set cards. One of those is Deception that we know of. 4 monsters on the field. There is still the Kirin interaction. Ulcanix is also in hand. Or not Ulcanix, but Garunix.
Yes.
And Garunix in the graveyard. Okay, Colossa proceeds to normal summon Genroku.
Tenpai Dragon Genroku. Good thing about that one is it's kind of good into like Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanences, because it can just always chain itself to that. But still then, without a field spell, whatever you summon out next then can again be hit by those. But we can at least play around the Effect Veiler by going to the battle phase first. So let's see, is it going to be the battle phase that Colossa has to go into here?
But the Kirin is only in main phase, right?
Kirin indeed is only in main phase.
That means if Colossa wants to proceed to battle phase, Josh is going to be forced to activate the Fire King High Avatar Kirin. This card has a crazy effect when it gets destroyed itself, and that is to destroy a card on the field without targeting it. So this is a perfect counter to Genroku. You might say, okay, you just summoned this from hand, but now you can activate the Garunix from the graveyard and then destroy a Kirin from the deck to get rid of the Genroku. And if Genroku is chained to it, you just destroy the card that comes out of Genroku's special summoning effect.
Let's see whether that's going to be applied. We bring back the Kirin here, but it is negated.
We also have Sanctuary on the field. And you know what that means?
I was just wondering, Kirin is semi-limited, so we can't even destroy Kirin here from the deck. But you said it, maybe with the Sanctuary
we can destroy it from the field,
summoning. There you go. And as you just explained, chaining Tenpai Dragon Genroku here doesn't accomplish anything, as when the moment the monster is summoned out from the deck, it immediately gets destroyed by the Kirin, so it can't even activate. No Pydra could activate, no Fadra could activate, no nothing. We're still chaining it, but I think we will have to realize that the monster coming out of this is not going to give us great value at all.
Yep, you could try to summon out a Pydra. Maybe the Kirin is going to destroy the Kagari and then you get to search something, but I doubt it. This is looking grim for Colossa in the first round, playing against the previous Master Duel World Champion. Josh is putting up an impressive field, 4 cards in hand, 4 in the Spell and Trap Zone, a field spell, 5 monsters in the main monster zone, and a Link 4 in the extra monster zone. I don't think this... Oh, we activate second time. Is this the time for Dominus Impulse? Is this the time to shine for the newly released trap card?
Semifinal in the battle phase. Good last card to have in the hand. Surely one that can turn things around.
Yeah.
But can it turn things around enough against that kind of a field still? Because Appaloosa still sitting there. Linkuribo in the graveyard waiting to protect it as well. So what kind of Tenpai card are you even going to bring out here?
I mean, Appaloosa is negated, right?
Oh, Julius, so right.
Yeah.
Very much.
That is not going to help Josh anymore.
But is the Avatar is no longer negated though, right?
No, the Avatar was just recycled, which is very, very strong here. And we're adding Chandra. And now Chandra is being special summoned to the field by the effect of Sangan Kaiman. When it's activated in the battle phase, you can activate both effects, which are search for a drink. Oh, and we also have the
We
Prometheus
did not
Princess,
even mention it, right? We talked about all the different layers of interruption that Josh has created, and we almost forgot about the Promethean Princess, which was already extending his own combo so much, but now also on the opponent's turn is providing him that extra bit of interruption to deal with that last Tenpai dragon monster that was summoned there.
And I mean, it's very smart by him not to reveal any more cards from his deck there. Not showing anyone else information in this tournament, just saying, hey, you guys already knew that I have the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames in the graveyard, so I might as well just use that one. Activates the effect to summon out a monster, and this is looking like a lot of damage. Yep, Snake Eyes Flambirch Dragon.
That definitely helps on top of things. Oh, we can just put that Sky Striker Ace Kagari into the spell and trap zone, and there it doesn't help much defending anymore. Look at all those attack points, and the battle phase is where those are being put to work the best. Attacking with the Black Witch. Who's next up? The Promethean Princess?
Oh, are we going to attack with the Flambirch as well? For game, not even using the Fire King card. See, look at all those chickens not attacking because we already have enough damage for game here. Josh wins this. Colossa choose to let him go first. And if you let a world champion start the game with a very, very strong combo deck, might come back to bite you.
Absolutely. That's always the risk of the Tenpai Dragon deck. When you make the sacrifice to let your opponent start, if they do have those powerful decks going first, they will be providing you with a big combo, and you are relying on yourself to draw those important cards to deal with those fields. And honestly, Forbidden Droplet is usually a really, really good card, but you gotta say, usually you need something else to support it. For example, you need a Maxi or a Fuvalos to already have more cards or hinder your opponent from putting up their best field. But with that big of a field, the Droplet could not really even put in the work she would have needed.
Yep, I'm thinking maybe you start off with Droplet, but then Ilya Silva negates it, or you start off with Dark Hole and then send it off for the Droplet, so you have one more card that you can play with. But the Hand of Colossa didn't even do anything there, right? You had multiple Genroku's cards that you wanted to basically throw into the graveyard anyways because they were just not helpful in this specific situation. So trying to bait out some effects is always nice. You can have a good Droplet, but I mean,
I think I agree with you though, right? I think first action, just activate the Dark Hole, then chain the Droplet to it so that the IP Masquerena also can't protect the Appaloosa anymore, right? Or the Appaloosa never happens basically in that case, which is pretty interesting. But of course, we're going to hear the insight from the winner of our featured match there. We're going to give it over to Ad with our winner, Josh.
Thank you very much, Lamp. Now, before we carry on with this interview, Josh and I were both just noticing that in that shot of the two casters, you can see their heads reflected in the trophies like Master Duel fortune tellers going through everything, and I quite like that. But anyway, speaking of, we've got our winner, Joshua Schmidt. Congratulations. The first round, like we said in the intro interview that we did, mostly casting, but now actually playing. So how does it feel to be sat there in this wonderful studio and already taking the first win?
Still a little bit nervous about it.
Really?
Surprisingly, yeah. No, whenever you put on the headset and you try to lock in, I feel like it always adds a little bit of that competitive itch. So no, I quite enjoyed it, but yeah.
Because I wanted to ask about that because you have taken part and indeed won the World Championships of this before. And so do you never find that those nerves go away when you're doing this? Because this is a much smaller affair.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that it's the same level of nerves.
Yeah, right,
Definitely not, but I feel like it never really goes away. It's just that I feel like you get better at dealing with it a little bit, even though it still sometimes affects me. So like, I don't know.
Now, you're up against Sky Strikers just then with Colossa. What goes through your mind when once you figure out what the deck is, like, so for instance with Sky Striker, what's your thought process? I've got to stop this card, or I've got to get this card out. What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, the tricky part is that it was Sky Striker mixed with something very dangerous, which was Tenpai cards. So it's like, normally, Striker is not the type of deck that like puts on the most amount of pressure.
Sure.
It's like a very control-heavy spell deck where you can just let them do their thing for a while. When there's Tenpai cards behind it, you always got to be a little bit scary, especially that Forbidden Droplet is pretty difficult to deal with, which she did have, but
didn't have any follow-up though.
She would have had it, but the nice thing is that the Fire King cards are very layered, so it's like you use the Forbidden Droplet or the Dark Hole to deal with what's currently there, but Fire Kings just has so much that's coming out of the graveyard, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to showcase it this weekend, as opposed to like the regular Snake Eye deck. Because
you did actually just from the off create such an intimidating field, and you just seem to always have what you needed, which I guess is one of the advantages of Fiendsmith Fire Kings. Like those kind of things really work quite well together.
My deck doesn't have Fiendsmith. I went for the new Dominus card instead.
Oh, okay, right.
But that is something that Fiendsmith also adds to Snake Eye decks. It's the ability to get to your field with whatever combination of cards you have. It was just that at the beginning of this game, because she actually won the coin toss but sent me first, I kind of knew what was going on.
Right.
So I knew I had to and because she didn't do anything on my turn at all, so I was kind of suspecting that it was just going to be a whole lot of powerful spell cards. So I tried to set up my board in a way where it just had as many layers as possible, which Fire King is very good at.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on your win. Now you still have to go through everyone else in this, and maybe we'll see you in that final bit later on. But congratulations on winning the first game of today. Guys, we have our round 2 feature match coming up in a second. Elgardian Selta versus Julia Bayonetta. But first, let's have a quick look at an interview we did with Elgardian Selta.
Welcome back, and now we have Ibris here joining me in the commentary booth. Ibris, how's the mood today?
Yeah, excellent. Really, really happy to be here. Really happy to see everybody having a great time so far. Of course, Josh coming out ahead in that match of the HoloLive coaches from the Duel of the Titans. But still, Colossa put up a good fight with the Tenpai Dragon, which we are expecting to see quite a lot more from over the course of the weekend.
Absolutely. Very popular deck at the moment, but it's always good to see that Josh just keeps on finding new ideas, immediately including those Dominus cards just recently released, right? He likes to experiment with things.
You say new ideas, but that was his deck at the World Championship just past, of course. Snake Eye Fire King being the deck of choice for a lot of our participants there. But speaking of participants, we have 2 new ones to this one. You saw Elgardian Selta in that pre-game interview, and you're going to see Julia Bayonetta matching off against him.
True, and that of course is also going to be the completion of group number A, meaning those are following opponents also of Colossa and Josh, of course, so therefore they could already see their opponents there in the first featured match, but now also Josh and Colossa getting the same chance to watch them. And I'm going to be, I'm excited whether actually Elgardian Selta, because he has such a love for that Yumi strategy. I'm excited. I'm hoping that he's going to bring that today as well, because he keeps on talking about it non-stop, so he kind of has to show up with it here today as well.
He does really love his Yumi control, of course, playing it at that first Invitational way back when in 2022, back in Paris. We'll be really excited to see whether that gets brought to the table today against Julia Bayonetta, who has made it apparent that she has a great love for Orcust.
True, indeed. And therefore we have some potential for some very, very fun decks here to be around. But Why talk about potential when we can see the actual gameplay? The players are ready, so let's send it back over to the stage for our second round of the day.
Julia Bayonetta taking on Elgardian Selta.
And there we have them. I love those shots of them. And we do dive right into the gameplay. Round number 2. Who's going to get first? Elgardian Selta has selected to go second. Is this really going to be the trend of the weekend? Because honestly, I don't really see a go second Orcus strategy, but on the other hand, Julia Bayonetta showing off her love of the Orcus cards here.
So Orcus Harp Horror is interesting to me because that was a card that was oftentimes kind of the go-to Forbidden Limited list hit for the deck because it's such an integral part of the strategy. But seeing that now able to just be utilized to open the game for Bayonetta here does suggest that we could very well see this Orcus deck off to as good a start as it possibly could get.
For sure, Scrap Recycler is one of the most powerful starts you can have for the deck because you can just send one machine monster from the deck to the graveyard. And now, of course, the link to summon of Galatea, the Orcus Automatron, and that is going to immediately set us another card. And now the choice always is between the powerful trap card of Orcus Crescendo or the powerful field spell Orchestrated Babel. And I mean, that card hasn't been seen too much lately, therefore I'm going to break it down really quickly again. You, with this card on the field, make all of your Orcus effects become quick effects.
Nice.
Therefore, you can activate Nightmare, you can activate Harpor, you can activate Skeleton on your opponent's turn in the graveyard. And we're following it up with the summon of Dingirsu here as well on Bayonetta's side.
Yeah, Dingirsu, the Orcus of the Evening Star, pretty much the go-to boss of this monster. But can Elgardian do something about it? We said he loves Umi control. It's so good at disrupting your opponent once you've been able to establish something. But is he indeed using that this time? I guess we'll see. Here's the underwater field to match it.
He does, but I mean, he decides to go second. Oh, that Maxi, I'm sure we just drew there as our 6th card. Otherwise, it would have been activated on the opening turn. Now still able, of course, to get us at least that one draw out of it here. There it is. Summons out Skeleton there, Bayonetta. And Elgardian provided with still 6 cards in hand. Heading into the main phase. And as he chose second here, I would expect him to also be a Tenpai Dragon gamer for this.
Yeah, we did mention that that is not the last that we'd expect to see from that strategy. Yes, it did not find a victory in the Colossa versus Josh match. Sorry, Colossa, for bringing that up immediately. But perhaps we see it now come out for Elgardian. The Infinite Impermanence immediately onto Dingirsu, the Orcus of the Evening Star. Harpy's Feather Duster, again, we're just seeing Tenpai card after Tenpai card. Granted, they don't say Tenpai Dragon in the name, but you'd expect it to be. And that one does say Tenpai Dragon in the name.
It is the Pydra, able to fetch out one of those powerful spell cards, but no, Crescendo is being chained in the graveyard. Is there something valuable that we can search from our deck here is the question, though. It is an effect that we can also use on our opponent's turn, but it's only going to search a card here, and therefore it might just be follow-up for the next turn. And dealing with follow-up, usually the Tenpai Dragons don't have to worry about that, as you just take the turn you have here, and you may as well make it the last turn of the duel.
Exactly that. Tenpai Dragon, they try to finish everything on that turn 2, their very first turn in this game. And Sangen Summoning is often an important component towards that. Now, it's going to activate, it's going to presumably resolve as well, but is there disruption from Julia Bayonetta? We do have a couple of unknown cards in the hand still.
Tenpai Dragon Genroku was searched, and immediately when it is searched or added to the hand, it also activates its effect, and it is on the field, changing his level to level 4. And there was already the Tenpai Dragon Chandra waiting. All the fire dragons he could wish for here for Elgardian Selta. And we are in the phase that is the determining phase for every duel, usually with the battle phase, but especially for the Tenpai Dragons.
You said it was determining in pretty much every duel, and that holds true especially for Tenpai Dragon. And speaking of them determining something, once they get to a point where they're comfortably synchro summoning, it is pretty much it. We have a full set of the main deck Tenpai Dragons that you'd expect to see in a standard list so far now on the field, and it doesn't look to stop there. Here is the Dora Dora honorary Tenpai Dragon in and of itself, just reinforcing Elgardian Selta here. Julia Bayonetta, is there anything you can do to stop this?
Yeah, really, like, it's even tough to find cards that would be able to stop this here. I think possibly a well-timed DD Crow sometimes can at least hinder the Tenpai Dragon deck a little bit in the battle phase, but there's so many of them right now. Even if you get to take one out of them, it's tough to imagine for Bayonetta to withstand this this power that the dragons here are going to enforce.
And we said, based on game 1, that Tenpai Dragon not off to the greatest start for the tournament. This is definitely the redemption. This is the way to go for the deck. Sangenpai Biden Dragon going to start things off here. Well, not really start things off so much as just continue what you have to imagine will be a very convincing victory for Elgardian Selta and the Tenpai Dragon deck.
But with all those monsters on the field, sometimes players fail to actually summon out the right monsters here because, yes, you do have powerful synchro monsters in your extra deck, but sometimes you just click on the wrong ones. It's never over until it's really over. Does he find the right one here? I'm guessing it would be the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon, and exactly that one he summons here. Attacks.
And regardless of whether the Orcus effects are quick effects or not, they cannot be activated in the battle phase anymore with Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon now on the field. On the field and connecting directly with 3,000 attack points. Where do we go from here?
Yep, I think we're going to end it with the 2 Sangenpai Dragons here. Transcendent not attacked yet, I feel like. The Biden Dragon coming back, attacking. Yeah, that's all we need, really. We have so many monsters still remaining. Fadra can Synchro Summon. Are we going to see the iconic Trident Dragon to end this here? That's a Synchro 10 at least.
Yep, should very well be the Trident Dragon, able to attack for 18,000 points of damage. Doesn't quite need it this time around, though. 2,700 sitting between Julia Bayonetta, losing this duel to Elgardian Selta. Tenpai Dragon claiming its first victory so far in this tournament. Elgardian Selta looking to close this one out.
Indeed. 6,000 attack points, no response whatsoever. Couldn't even be activated due to the Transcendent on the field. And that is a swift, quick, and decisive victory on the side of Elgardian Selta. And look at him smiling there. He enjoys it. He knows it. That's the start he was wishing for.
I mean, it's technically the home crowd as well.
Yep.
Yeah, we're in
Very
Spain.
much so.
Elgardian Selta, your Spanish representative.
Indeed, he is, and he's off to a good start. He's smiling and quickly back over to us. It's so ironic, right? Because he switched over from the water to the fire side now with going from the Yumi deck to the Tenpai Dragon deck, but it's working out for him, so maybe it was the right direction in the end.
I do also want to say credit to Bayonetta where it's due for playing the comfort deck, for playing the favorite deck. Orcust, of course, not quite the monster that it was in the past, but still very formidable start to the game. Elgardian Selta did very well to deal with the established field, and ultimately was able to come out on top with the Tenpai Dragon, getting one step closer to claiming one of these wonderful trophies.
I mean, honestly, they're only playing 3 games in the group stages, therefore having 1 win already in the bag is such an incredibly good start.
It's also very important to get those wins while you can, especially when you consider that Josh is also in the group.
Oh, yes.
One of the most formidable duelists in
the
pretty
game.
much the world.
Yes, absolutely.
And yeah, really, really exciting to see just who can come out ahead and actually make it out of what is a pretty competitive group.
It is very much so, and therefore Elgardian Selta and Josh being the winners out of this group. And we, of course, want to hear it from Elgardian Selta himself, and therefore we're going to give it over to the interview with Ed and Elgardian Selta.
Thank you very much, Lampy. Yes, I am here with Elgardian Selta, the winner of that feature match. Now, as the commentators just said, from water to fire, you've gone from your usual Umi deck, and now you're also throwing Tenpai in. So, first of all, we know you as the Umi player. Why didn't you use Umi in this game?
I think because in the first rounds we have to play best of 1, and in the semifinals and finals, this best of 3, when you have to play on win, with both decks. So I say I prefer playing Tenpai in the first rounds and reserving my Umi deck for more advanced or maybe for Joshua or something, you know.
Now, obviously, we just saw an expertly piloted display of Tenpai. What is it that you like about the Tenpai deck?
Tenpai deck is a monster, it's an easy deck. Big monsters can attack very hard and winning in just minutes. And my hand was very, very good. I have Tundra, I have the spell, and I have the Dora Dora and the the white. It was incredible hand.
So great opening start,
Yeah.
and obviously you just steamrolled your way through that whole thing. You managed to put a stop to the Orca strategy as well.
Yeah.
I think you impermed as well right at the start.
The wake point, it was the Tingirsu,
Yeah.
because if I have the Duster, Tingirsu can protect, so it's just easy, impact to Tingirsu, and just Feather Storm and kill.
Well, congratulations on your win. One more time I should ask, because you are here as the Spanish representative while we're here in Spain, does it feel good to be already heading towards that final?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Good. That's all we can ask for. Congratulations on your win,
you
and
so
best of luck with your next games. Now, we have our next one, Revs Cards versus Emre, coming up in just a moment. But we're going to have a quick interview with Revs Cards.
I'm Revs Cards, a content creator from Scotland. I've been creating content since 2019 and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitively since 2018, although it was a big part of my childhood. My best memory of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is, of course, winning the last 2 invitationals. We're here for the three-peat, baby. It's gonna be the 3rd. For the Invitational, I would like to say me, but probably Josh or Emre. And for the Challenger Cup final, I think either Mist or Quantal. The first deck I'm playing is Blue Eyes White Dragon. Classic, I love the new cards, and Dragon Master Magia is really cool, so I'm going to try and summon that. The second deck I'm taking is Sky Striker Tenpai. I've never played it before, but it should be easy.
The first matches of Group A have concluded, and that was very, very impressive to see there from Josh and then Ilgari and Selta.
Yep, and we did see Tenpai Dragon lose a game, then win a game. Will we see it win some more games later on in this tournament? Who knows, but I'm certain that is not the last that we've seen of it. And actually, speaking of it not being the last that we've seen of someone, Leonard has joined me again. Hi, Leo.
Exactly. We are rotating through here. Lampy is taking a little break, watching the next round. How have you liked it so far, Ibris?
Very much. Really, really exciting to see these duelists match up. And of course, there are the initial results. Josh, followed by El Guardian Selta, with 1-0 on the record here. Julia Bayonetta and Colossa, unfortunately, were not able to win. But there's still many more games to play in this tournament, in this group, and they do have a little bit of a break now just to kind of gather their thoughts on how they want to approach the next one, as we do have Group B's games to show you.
Yep, and the first matchup that we're going to see is Revs Cards versus Emre, the current Invitational winner, facing off against a previous Master Duel World Champion. So I think that's a very good one to kick off the next group.
Yes, indeed. And both of these players, big fans of the branded strategy, though Emre, I think, did like to pair it a bit more with the Illusion and Chimera, whereas Revs, when he won that first Invitational, was playing it with Tri-Brigade. Granted, we're kind of worlds apart to where we were back then, but still very formidable duelists in and of their own right. And really couldn't ask for more in terms of proven contenders here today.
And I think in the last invitation it was a tag team where Emre played together with Lampy, and they played Snake Eye and also the Exo-Sister strategy.
True, these are two of the most prolific Exo-Sister duelists within Europe. Revs, of course, at that last Invitational did win again, making it 2 on the board for him.
Wow.
Will it be a third? I guess we'll find out, but his tournament has to start with a duel against one of the most respected, anticipated contenders in this tournament.
Yep, we love Emre, and Emre loves Yu-Gi-Oh! That is, I think, the sentence that he has said the most.
Did he ask you to say that?
No, he absolutely hasn't, but I love Yu-Gi-Oh! As well.
I think we all love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, definitely. So does Revs Cards. So Revs Cards versus Emre. The players are ready, so we're going right into the game.
Revs Cards taking on Emre.
Very curious to see what decks the players have brought. So far, we've seen an absolute dominance of the Fire attribute with 3 out of the 4 first decks being Fire attribute, Tenpai twice, and Fire King Snake Eye once.
Ooh. Sage with Eyes of Blue. Actually, these are 2 of the biggest fans of the branded that we said before, but also of Blue Eyes. We spoke with them earlier. A lot of directions this deck can go in. Of course, you do kind of have to respect Nibiru, the Primal Being, given the fact that this deck does special summon a lot in a single turn. Then again, what kind of deck doesn't these days?
That is true. Labyrinth, maybe, but
maybe.
that's one of the very few decks, Maiden of White, being activated here. True Light is a card that made Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit popular again, because True Light, incredibly versatile, can special summon out Blue Eyes or search for spell and trap cards, set them directly to the field so it can't be edged.
That is true, but True Light, when it is removed from the field, does pretty much destroy your entire field, unless you're able to get the Spirit Dragon from the Blue Eyes and actually negate the graveyard effect of your own card in the graveyard. Really a lot of nuance to this strategy. It is really interesting to see where this will go. Of course, Blue Eyes White Dragon now on the field in 2025.
I love this. This just brings me back to 2016, actually, where the World Championship was won by Shunsuke Hiyama. But yeah, Blue Eyes with the Maiden of White now. And this is exactly what you were saying. The Spirit is going to be set up perhaps before True Light is even activated. So if a Ghost Ogre occurs, you can just negate it.
Yes, indeed. But speaking of Ghost Ogre, we have yet to see any disruption, any information on what Emre has in hand, has in deck. What is Emre playing to the point where Revs can just freely do all of this? Granted, the initial commitment to the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon does suggest that perhaps Revs is respectful of that Nibiru, the primal being that we mentioned earlier. We could very well see a premature end to this turn.
That is true. I mean, we're playing around Ghost Ogre. Oh,
Bingo Machine, go!
This card...
It does indeed go.
Yeah, that is true, and it goes off as well. Or is Emre trying to negate this? I don't think that he's toggling right now. So we're looking for 3 cards with Blue Eyes in their names, and one of them is going to be decided randomly, and it's going to be added to the hand of Revs cards. So this is a very heavy Blue Eye strategy. We've seen strategies that are very minimalistic on the Blue Eye side, with only the Blue Eyes White Dragon as the Blue Eyes monsters. But this also has the Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon.
We love a commitment to a theme here.
Wishes for Eyes of Blue. I think one of the most powerful spell cards that came out. It feels a bit like the melody of the Awakening Dragon from back in the day, discarding 1 and then searching for 2 dragons. This time around you add a level 1 Light Tuner and a spell or trap card with Blue Eyes.
Effect Veiler, underrated Light Tuner here. Of course, a lot of people do forget that it is also a tuner. Just because innately it is a disruption from the hand, and it will be again this time round, you have to imagine. However, just being able to access that through the utility of the Blue Eye strategy, really, really valuable here. Revs cards, though, we said respect the Nibiru, the primal being, just special summon as little as possible, minimize your plays within a single turn, and just let Emre react.
Funnily enough, the entire field that Revs cards put up on the monster side was 5 summons, so Nibiru could have happened there after the 5th summon. Now Lightning Storm is a huge start here. Yes, your Spirit won't get destroyed, or your Spirit Dragon in fact, but I mean, if all these spell and trap cards get destroyed, like the Majesty that has been searched before, this is going to be very, very tough. Is this another one of the Tenpai games? So we special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard, put up a little bit of a defense. Maiden of White will also be summoned back from the graveyard then.
Very important that if the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon is forced to commit its effect in negating this True Light, it could very well just use up a lot of Revs disruption, and that may very well have to be the case here.
Yep, you can still tribute the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon later on to summon out the Neo Ultimate Blue Eyes White Dragon. I think that might also be the fusion monster. It's the new Synchro monster.
Please don't quiz me on Blue Eyes White Dragon. Infinite Knight maybe, but...
Alright, so there is still an interruption. We are negating the True Light, and I think that we then cannot special summon our Maiden of White then, because we have chosen to not activate the trigger on this one, so we can negate the True Light. So also very different. Oh!
Sky Striker Mecha, Widow Anchor. So, of course, the Sky Striker decks that we've seen so far have just been Sky Striker Tenpai Dragon. Now, with the commitment of Lightning Storm, we did...
Called by? Do we see a called by here? No! Okay, that was a very interesting Widow Anchor, because Blue Eye Spirit Dragon can just dodge the Widow Anchor.
True enough, Blue Eye's Ultimate Spirit Dragon are now coming out.
My bad. Very much my bad. We could have just kept the Anchor to negate the Ultimate Spirit Dragon here.
Into the Void, going to commit for more draws here. Of course, very kind of double-edged sword here, where if you're not able to fully utilize this hand within the turn, you will lose it. Emre, though, he seems pretty confident that he can close this one out in this turn, which suggests, again, 10 Pi Dragon. Maybe rearing its head against another kind of dragon this time around.
Which ones are the superior dragons? The ones with blue eyes or the 10 Pi dragons? I don't want to say anything here that 10 Pi might be stronger than blue eyes, but the field of Revs cards isn't looking too great. However, Emre is taking a lot of time with this one, so if he only has one way to play his turn...
We do have the Effect Veiler waiting in the hand to run Disruption if this combo is contingent on a normal summon or anything from the monster zone.
That is true. Also, Emre taking time here is making me a little bit nervous because we know that Into the Void is going to discard all the cards. So I have a feeling that there's like a timer going down there.
Afterburners, yep. So another Sky Striker card committed here. We will reach that sweet spot of the 3 in Graveyard very soon to enable the additional effect of a lot of these Sky Striker spells. Does seem to be committed here, so...
The funny thing is that you can either negate this with the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, or you activate the effect when it's destroyed to summon back the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, and then you're able to negate another Graveyard effect. However, I don't think it's crazy.
There is the negation that you did mention here. Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, of course, preventing that.
Afterburners.
Is this 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker is the question, or is it something else entirely? Okay, yeah, that is... looking more and more like 10 Pi Dragon Sky Striker without actually a 10 Pi Dragon named monster being on the field. About as 10 Pi Dragon as you could possibly get.
But now Emre needs either 2 cards to play with the 10 Pi strategy or Genroku. Genroku plays around Effect Veiler, because if you try to Effect Veiler it,
you can tribute it off and then,
exactly. And you can also activate it in the battle phase, and there you can't Veiler anything anymore. So normal summon Genroku.
There we go.
Emre just knows how to pilot his 10 Pi dragons, and this is looking good. Now, Effect Veiler in hand is not doing anything against this. However, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring could be crucial.
Yes, indeed. We do have a couple of unknown cards in the hand of Revs cards, but here is the immediate Effect Veiler. You have to imagine immediate 10 Pi Dragon Genroku effect in response to tag out. Is there an Ash? There is nothing so far. Emre now going to special summon another 10 Pi Dragon from the deck. It's Pydra. Does that get to have its effect? Does that get to resolve? Is there a response? There's no response from Revs cards.
Wow, I thought there would maybe be another Effect Veiler, because then the third one would have been absolutely phenomenal to force out the Pydra, negate that one then. But we have Sangen Kaiman in hand. This is looking good for Revs cards. Just needs to go into the battle phase. Now we are in battle phase currently, and this is where 10 Pi Dragon likes to be. Sangen Kaiman is now being activated. It resolves immediately. No Ash Blossom Chandra added to hand, and guess what? We can special summon it.
Yes, we can, and yes, we will. 10 Pi Dragon Chandra now coming out to join the party. Where do we go from here, though? What more additional monsters can Emre summon? Pretty much a whole extra deck worth, unless Revs decides to suddenly be able to use a disruption that he'd been saving in his hand this whole time.
There is a cool battle phase effect for Revs cards with a Maiden of White. When it's targeted for an attack, you can special summon out either a Light Tuner or a Blue Eyes White Dragon. And even though the Blue Eyes White Dragon is immensely powerful, I don't know how much
it's an invincible engine of destruction.
Exactly, but is it going to destroy the 10 Pi Dragons?
For the moment, it has more attack points, if that helps.
That is true, and Fadra is not on the field yet. Veiler is being special summoned into defense position, so that's cool. Chandra is now, of course, also going to activate the effect before the attack resolves.
So the lack of Sangen summoning is obviously not ideal for the 10 Pi Dragon. That is pretty much the only good thing currently for Revs cards.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see just where Emre goes with this. Of course, if this attack does connect, it does mean that suddenly everything is switched on for Emre, and suddenly we do start to delve into the extra deck for that Sangen Pi Transcendent Dragion eventually, for that Trident Dragion. There's so many possibilities this 10 Pi Dragon deck can go.
Yep. We're clearing off the Effect Veiler, and I think before we attack with Fadra, well, we might as well start to attack with Fadra. We have Genroku in the graveyard as well to summon it out. Currently, we take no damage from attacks here. We're synchro summoning immediately the Biden Dragion, and this one is going to try and summon out the Fadra afterward. This is kind of losing to DD Crow.
Potentially, yes. Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, of course, as well, able to run some disruption on the graveyard effects in a similar manner, but unfortunately is no longer on the field because it got swiftly dispatched. Emre looking to close this one out convincingly, rivaling his Snipe Hunter's teammate in the 1-0 record, but the duel is not over yet. Blue Eyes White Dragon stands between Emre and a clear victory here. Revs cards, do you have anything in those cards? 2 in hand. Anything you can do cannot happen anymore because Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon denies all effects in the battle phase.
And Fadra, funnily enough, also protects it from being destroyed by Battle. Chandra, Fadra attacking for the first damage in this game. Then we have the Biden Dragon special summoning itself out of the graveyard, going for another 2.6k of damage. And of course, what can we activate next? This isn't enough damage. Wait, we have Fadra effect.
Yes, indeed we do. And we also have Trident Dragon. We mentioned earlier, can potentially put out 18,000 points of damage in a single turn. This time around, only needs 2,300. Gonna still, go for an extra couple of thousand, but in the end, ultimately, was enough to seal the deal for Emre here as he takes a 1-0 victory over Revs cards.
Yep, it's just Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon is just so good because this card, once it hits the field in the battle phase, you basically know, okay, there's only one player playing anymore, and it's going to be so strong. Every time it hits the field, you basically kind of win the game.
Yeah, it was a question of resources, I think, based on what was established on the field there. We saw in the previous Tempai Dragon victory for Selta that the Orcus disruption was not enough to deal with the Tempai Dragon onslaught. Again, this time around, though, despite having access to a little bit more in terms of the disruption, in terms of the negation, in terms of the flexibility with the Blue Eye strategy, just the access to a negation, the return from the graveyard for a couple of cards as well, wasn't enough to stop the Tempai Dragon here, wasn't enough to stop Emre from equaling Josh's record, and wasn't enough to stop Revs cards from losing this duel and moving to a 0-1 record in the group.
I mean, Emre's hand was absolutely nasty there.
It was pretty good.
With the Feather Duster or Lightning Storm and then the Raigeki, everything he needed. Playing around the Effect Dweller with the Genroku in hand, it was absolutely perfect. But first, let's hear it from him what he has to say about this game.
Thank you very much, Leo. So I am here with Emre, who's just won that feature match. And also, from what we were just hearing mere seconds before coming on screen, you actually didn't have any engine in hand, but you drew the Genroku after Rev's first turn. Is that true?
Yeah, so my hand was all breaker cards. I had 2 Sky Striker cards. I had Raigeki, I had Lightning Storm, and I had 1 Into the Void. And I drew a Droplet for turn. And I was like, okay, this might be a problem since I can't win the game this turn, and my deck really relies on winning the game in 1 turn. And I used Into the Void, I drew the Genroku. I knew he had a Whaler, and my Genroku can dodge the effect Whaler, because it's a quick effect. So I felt pretty safe, because I knew the other 2 cards in his hand. So yeah.
Wow, a very confident approach when it comes to Tempai, because you were up against, obviously, the new Blue Eyes that we're seeing a bit in the format. People like the classic Blue Eyes. Do you enjoy going up against that deck?
I really like playing against it, yeah. I can already spoil it. I also like playing it, so maybe you can guess what my second deck is going to be.
Interesting. But why did you end up also picking Tempai? I'm guessing also because it's a very, very strong, competent deck that is also very prevalent in the format, both in the actual game and in the Invitational. It's a very popular deck.
So I believe that Tempai is really good for this tournament because it's a best of 3. And I want to win the tournament. I just don't want to make it into the top cut. I want to win. So if I get into the top cut, which is something that I'm expecting, honestly, I always have the choice if I lose the game that I can pick second, pick my Tempai deck, and my Tempai deck is really, really strong going second. So I always have either a deck that's really good going first or a deck that's really good going second.
Well, that's very confident. And considering you're a previous world champion, I'd say that's kind of very much due. But congratulations on doing that. Best of luck in your next games. Guys, we have our next one coming up soon, Joker versus Barcode. So let's have a quick interview with Joker.
Hey, I'm Joker. I'm from Germany and I'm 30 years old and I'm a Master Duel content creator. So my favorites or my best Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel memory, I guess it's the day when the game got actually released because I was so hyped and since day one, I'm playing it and I love this game. I think Joshua Schmidt should be the favorite to win the Invitational, I guess, but I will do my best. And the Challenger Cup final, I'll go with Herman. So yeah. I will be playing Cash Tira and I will also be playing Mathmag because those are my two favorite decks in this format, and I love it because in Master Duel you can play the decks with the, well, Circular is not banned and Cash Tira Arisart is there, so it's really fun to play.
Emre is expecting, honestly, to go to the top cut, and Revs cards might agree, but I think that Joker and Barcode might have something to say against it.
Absolutely. These two joining here, and Joker, I think what he's told us there about his deck, I like a lot, because we are probably going to see from him now a different choice. After all those Fire Dragons here in the first 3 matches, I'm pretty confident on him putting up a good show here at the first Invitational for himself. With a good deck for Germany here, I'm excited for him. I think he has a good chance of also advancing. Who knows?
Yeah, Joker has been performing very well at regionals as well. Regionals, very good player. Barcode as well, joining us at the last YCS for some rounds and some interviews. So I don't even know who to root for in this one. Perhaps I might stay neutral for this one.
Sounds about right if you ask me. But yeah, so both of them having like some. I just said Mathmag is one of the decks that Joker is bringing, which I hope he might be bringing here, because I also like the deck a lot, and I think it could be a pretty cool meta call for the event we have, because honestly, just imagine summoning out something like a Singularity, the Firewall Dragon, against a 10-pie Dragon strategy with so many of them around. But we're going to find out now, apparently. We are going to go into this match, of course, the second match of group number B. Who will follow the routes of Emre winning in here? It is at least Barcode winning the coin toss. But what can he make out of it? He activates Deception of the Sinfold Spoils, tributing a Fuvalos, which is of course no longer needed going first.
Yep, and now we're going to see if he already has access to something like a Snake Eye engine. Might not have it, goes into the Murcielago first. This one is going to be able to get yourself a wanted Sinful Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. No, just wanted Seeker, Sinful. Take it away.
But still, I mean, we kind of need another monster here, really, because you want to link off the Murcielago before you activate the graveyard effect of Hollow Dazamina again. Therefore, we gotta see. We gave up on the Multicharm before, that's which worst case we could have normal summoned here, but Barcode thinking about it here. One of our monsters in hand, is it going to be a valuable Norman summon, or is it rather going to be something we have to give up on from our hand, like an effect Veiler or something?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's a way to get things into the graveyard as well. Diabels of a Black Witch just sending it there.
Yep, has the Black Witch already. Doesn't need the Wanted for it. The Wanted, of course, is incredibly useful. Okay, we're activating an Infinite Impermanence here, knowing that another card from hand is just going to get us another Diabellstar the Black Witch. It's a I think it's a very, very reasonable and strong Infinite Impermanence by Joker. Hallowed is being activated now. Murcielago is going back into the extra deck. And now we're going to see one of the most broken interactions, in my opinion, activating Hallowed Azamina and Chaining Wanted.
That is indeed true. And I mean, we're not Chaining Wanted.
Okay.
Hold on.
Maybe we only play one Black Witch.
I mean, or we drew another one of them, right?
Yeah.
There is Vilya Sylviar, and that is, of course, great news, but the normal summon of Fabled Lurry is still a tough thing to deal with, because that card alone equals a Fiendsmith Requiem without having to link into Moon of the Closed Heaven. So that was one of the most powerful normal summons remaining in the hand there that he could have wished for.
Yep, and if Barcode is playing the Beatrice package, this is also full Snake Ice combo now. Going to Requiem, Engraver and Diabellstar the Black Witch are going to go into a Fiendsmith sequence, and then you have the option to fusion summon out Fiendsmith Lacrima, summon back Engraver, go into Beatrice, send Snake Eye Ash, then go into Promethean Princess, if Barcode has decided to play the Beatrice package.
Let's see. I heard the content creators debating on whether they maybe just say, hey, with that card being going onto the Forbidden Limited list not too far from now, we may as well decide not to play it this weekend. But then some of them said, that card is still legal, so I may as well play it this weekend. And I think Barcode was one of them. That card is really, really good, so I may as well put my deck to full power. And Barcode, he wants to win this. I think he was one of the most confident ones in the interviews before the tournament started. He was like, yeah, I'm going to win this. Watch out. And there is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful rank 6 monster in the game. She truly is eternal. The Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal.
Won't be eternal for forever.
That's true.
Until tomorrow, basically. So, or a few days later, not tomorrow. But Snake Ash is being summoned here. Promethean Princess is to follow here, if I'm not completely mistaken. Yep. We have Ilya Silva to protect it. So basically, you need another Impermanence and an Effect Veiler to stop the Promethean Princess here. Barcode is on only 1 card in hand. So if Joker has 2 interruptions here, might as well use them. Honestly, if you interrupt, if you negate the Promethean Princess twice here in Ilya Silva goes, you still have the effects of Fiendsmith Engraver. Nope, Snake Ash is being summoned, and we all know what that means. Poplar is gonna follow, and from then on, it's going to be super tough for Joker to get this game back into his favor.
That is true. You really need to stop this. I really liked, as you also said, the Infinite Impermanence on the Diabellus of a Black Witch, because that essentially cuts off the access to the Snake Eye cards if they don't still have it through those Fiendsmith cards. And I mean, usually you need 2 monsters, and that alone is not full Fiendsmith combo. But if one monster is Viluri, it does in the end work, because it can just immediately make itself into a Fiendsmith Requiem, and then all goes from there.
And there's another thing. The question is now, how well versed is Barcode with the Snake Eyes combos? Because sometimes they get tricky. It's incredibly easy to mess up the combos here. So far, it's looking very, very good. And also, the deck has received some support in the Snake Eyes Doom Dragon that is making it... It's hiring the ceiling of the deck as well. You can very easily put out a number 38 Hope Harbinger, Titan Galaxy. Well.
Usually it's more of the Photon Lord, yeah. I think that one is rather the common choice. Or Zombie Vampire, also a card that gets enabled through the Doom Dragon as well. And yes, you say I mean, it's not really hiring the ceiling. It's more of a consistency tool, right? Because you just have more monsters you can summon, therefore you more consistently can go into your Fiendsmith combo. You can more consistently put up huge shields with more linked material monsters. I mean, to be fair, though, it also kind of, it is both things actually combined, both the ceiling and the consistency. That card just overall just helped out the deck so much, and therefore, rightfully so. For example, made it partly the reason how Mist at the very last weekend could win the Duelist Cup with it mainly.
I mean, the Doom Dragon also makes Temple so much better, because if you only start with the Fiendsmith engine with a Tract or a Lurie, you can later on use Engraver on the field and then put the Requiem into the Spawn Trap Zone, activate Temple, and then summon out a Doom Dragon after putting the Snake Eye Ash into the Spawn Trap Zone. Another way to get into your Snake Eyes combo.
Yeah, another way to get into your Fiendsmith combo, which we have not seen at all yet, and which honestly to me is quite surprising, because at the Duelist Cup last weekend, those cards were everywhere. Where are the Millennium cards, Leo? I haven't seen a single Millennium card here so far. Those have been absolute staples in a lot of the Snake Eye decks very recently. Also in the White Forest decks. And I mean, that deck we have not seen yet today. But those feel so powerful and good. I would honestly try to include that into every single one of my decks. But that looks like a really, really, really strong Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. 3,200 attack points on it.
Yep, keep in mind, Flamebird Dragon hasn't been activated yet. We summon back the Snake Eye Ash. We have Poplar here. Actually, we might as well just go IP with this one and then leave the IP on the field. Usually you go the other way around with the Flamberge Dragon and putting the IP back into your Spawn Trap Zone. But you have Snake Eye Oak in your Spawn Trap Zone for the Snake Eyes Temple. So
that works.
You might do it that way as well.
I mean, that is a little vulnerable to, for example, cards like Hubby's Feather Dust and stuff like that. And then your access to fire monsters on the field, together with the Promethean Princess in the graveyard, could be cut off. But that is going to be what Barcode has delivered and decided on. Turnover, Joker's time.
Does Joker have the Winged Dragon of Ra Sphere mode?
Oh, that would be a
that would be insane.
Great start against this field for sure. What deck is it? What have you decided to bring here for the first round? Every duelist starts with 2 decks in their arsenal, and Joker has equally so included Fiendsmith cards into his deck of choice here.
I mean, at this point, you just have to throw Appaloosa immediately, right? If you summon one with 4 materials, then you want to activate it at basically everything your opponent can put out. You're still protected from cards like Triple Tactics Talons because you have the Ilya Silva. Tracked is being activated. That's okay. We're playing 2 tracked here. That's valuable information for everyone.
Still, it's also valuable to have that tracked here, as that does mean that. Okay, Barcode does not want any of that. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the track. We're stopping this very, very strongly here. And I mean, I like the decision of Barcode, honestly, because that denies a second light Fiend monster in the graveyard for Jokar. But there is Valeri already in hand as well. Every single one of those cards of the Fiendsmith engine in the main deck have found their way into the hand of Jokar. Honestly, you might say not that great, but here in that particular scenario, when all of them get negated, you still have the missing piece already in hand. It's kind of funny and good to see.
That is true, but now SP Little Knight is just so incredibly good. You were just talking about getting a second light feed into the grave, and Barcode is having none of that. Chaining IP Masquerade to Snake Eye Oak is also kind of cool. Now you still have Ilya Silva. You have 2,400 attack points on your Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. You're summoning the SP Little Knight here to banish Fabled Flurry. You still have the second effect available for yourself as well. 2 cards in the hand for Joker. What can those cards be?
I think, one of them will have to deal with the effect of the Ilya Silvia, so it better be 2 triple tactic talents or something like that. That could be something to turn things around. Okay, we go chaining 1 Little Knight, chaining 2 Poplar.
Alright, Poplar even chain blocking the SP Little Knight here. Doesn't really matter too much. We're adding Sinful Spoil, Snake Eyes, banishing the Fabled Lurry. Now the question is, how much more can Joker do? This was his normal summon. Signet Mining is being activated. There's a surprise factor here, discarding his own Ash Blossom. And Ilya Silva, of course, says, hey, you have no cards in the field, no cards in hand. It's my time to go.
But that is something very interesting, and I actually talked about this deck with him before the tournament. This is actual Mav Mech Fiendsmith, which is a deck I wasn't even aware of existing, to be honest, because it's not something that immediately seems obvious to me, as the Math Mech cards very often lock you into Cybers monsters from the extra deck.
And you have been a Math Mech expert recently.
True, but he told me he played this as the Duelist Cup last weekend. He had a 10-game win streak in the second stage, so it surely can't be that bad. And therefore he, with confidence, brought it into the tournament. But the confidence of his field right now is speaking a different language, to be honest. 0 cards against all those cards from Barcode. Is that already enough damage on the field? It may as well be, right?
I think it's very close. Yes, it's 8,300 damage, in fact. 4,000, very easy math with Appaloosa and the SP Little Knight. And then, you go to 4,300 with Poplar and Diabellstar, the Black Witch. But that was not even with cards from hand. You could have gotten the damage so easily. It's incredible. Snake Eyes 1, Math Mech 0.
The confidence in the end paid off. Barcode going into this tournament with a mission, with the clear thought of winning it all, and he starts it off in style for that by impressively showing off here his Snake Eye Azamina deck. And that's also quite the interesting decision, because a lot of the Snake Eye decks in the Duelist Cup did not play the Azamina cards really anymore, but Barcode says, here today, those might be my way to victory, honestly.
You know what? Josh also said that he's going to play those, so he has them in the Fire King strategy as well. It's just very, very strong. He is not playing the Fire King strategy there, but the Fiendsmith cards instead. So it's always Azamina. And then you can decide between Fire King and the Fiendsmith engine. I think that's what our contestants are saying here. And I mean, Barcode, both of these decks, Snake Eye is just so good when it goes first. Snake Eye is incredible. The combo field is so strong. You can play through multiple hand trips if you have the right starters. And basically everything is a good starter in that deck.
Yep, and the Fire attribute. 4 matches so far has taken all of them, right? The Tenpai Dragon strategy and also the Fire King and the Snake Eye strategies have been successful. Will they be able to overcome in the remaining matches? Because, of course, there is still more remaining now, and the people may switch their decks around. Joker, I don't know whether he was too happy in the end bringing his Math Mech Fiendsmith strategy here against this particular matchup, because he could have also gone with his other deck, of course. And I think now, of course, the mind games kind of start, right? When you lost the first round, you really, really, really want to make sure that you're not losing the second round after, and therefore you really want to make the perfect decision. And you really, I think Joker immediately is going to sit down and already try thinking of what to play for the next round, honestly.
Yep, and this is, of course, a lot of pressure if you have lost your first round. Sure. If you won the first round, it's only basically 1 more to go, and then you're almost guaranteed the top cut. So that must feel nice. Let's ask Barcode if it feels nice.
Thank you very much, Leo. I am here with Barcode, who, as you've said there, has just won that feature match, your first round. Now, in our interview at the beginning, You were very confident. You came in, you went, yeah, I'm going to take it home. And then when we went off camera, you went, I don't know why I came in so confident.
Hey, you shouldn't say that.
But you already came back. And look at that display there. So Fiendsmith Snake Eye. Talk to us about that.
Absolutely, yeah. I decided to play literally the best deck. I think this is the best deck in the room right now, and you would be foolish not to play that. It's really good going first. It's really good going second because you've got some free spots, some hand traps. So I decided that I had to play that. But I have some surprise for the second deck.
Interesting. Now, the other deck that a lot of people are playing, we've already seen it in most of the other games, is the Tenpai deck.
Yeah.
So how do you feel your deck, with the confidence you've just stated there, deals with the Tenpai deck?
I think it's pretty fine because I put some spices in the deck so that I can deal with the Tenpai players who are all around.
They are all around. They're prolific here because almost everyone seems to be playing some variant of Tenpai. Most of it, I mean, the one we've seen the most is the Sky Striker Tenpai mix. So you think you've got some spice in there to deal with those?
I've got some spice. I don't know if it's going to be enough because, of course, Tenpai is literally the second best deck in my opinion.
Okay.
It's really, really strong because they throw at you all those cards, like the magic cards that literally obliterate your field. But I tried to just go toe-to-toe with them with my spices. But we might see that later on.
We might indeed. Well, congratulations on that win. We'll see how you fare with your next games. Best of luck to you. But guys, don't go anywhere because coming up next, we have Joshua Schmidt versus El Guardian Selta. So let's have a talk with Josh.
I'm Josh. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For a very long time. I'm a content creator now ever since Master Duel came out. That'll definitely be winning the 2023 Master Duel World Championship alongside my teammates Quantla and Emre. For the Invitational, I'm not gonna name myself, so I'll name Emre, my good friend and teammate. And for the Challenger Cup final, I think it's gonna be missed probably. For myself, I think I can do well. I'm hoping to get top 2 at least. I'll probably be trying to showcase the new Dominus cards, so I'll be playing Blue Eyes and Fire Kings.
Winner of the two, they were both winning so far, right?
Yes, indeed. These are our two undefeated duelists within that Group A. Why don't we take a look at the standings now that we've concluded that first round of the round robin?
Let's have a quick look at the standings indeed between Joshua and El Guardian Selta. They have been winning for the first round, but will they continue winning? Only one of them can, of course, do so because it's kind of hard for them right now to both get a victory in there. But one of them, and of course, with El Guardian Selta now, is he going? Not so much. There we see them both at the top of the tableau so far. And one of them will still be remaining on there after this.
Yes, indeed. Now, Guardian Selta, of course, looking to claim vengeance for Colossa here. The Tenpai Dragon yet to find a victory against Josh's deck in this tournament, but perhaps this is where it all changes depending on if El Guardian Selta is going first, going second. Maybe he changes it up. Maybe he brings his other deck. I guess we'll see, depending on how this game goes. Josh, though, you have to imagine, with how convincing his first victory was against the very same deck that El Guardian Selta is piloting, it does enter this one as the favorite.
Sure. I mean, to be fair, Joshua Schmidt kind of always enters the tournament and every game as a favorite as he has such a big title to his name, obviously the biggest title we have in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. But still, a Guardian Selta, he has a nice little confidence boost out of his first round victory. He may be switching it over to his very own favorite deck with the Yumi deck. We do head into this game, Joshua versus El Guardian Selta. But who of them is going to still be undefeated after this one? We're about to find out. Let's get into the gameplay there.
And this first or second will be very, very impactful here. It will be telling us to who is playing what. And it does look to be the case that we do have Josh going first on the Fire King Snake Eye. This is something that he is no stranger to. This is something that we've seen from him time and time again. We said last year, World Championship, he was the team captain again. He was the one playing this deck. But right now, certainly no stranger to playing into a Max C, that's for sure. Sacred Fire King Garunix now going to respond to that. However, the Fire King deck, it does have ways through this. It does have ways to respond.
That is very, very good for Elgardian Selta, though, because that was what Colossa really was lacking in her first round match against Josh. She had like those powerful cards like Forbidden Droplet and so on, but she really lacked the ability to like limit the field, limit the potential of Josh there. But because now Josh, he'll have to decide. I don't think he's going to put up as big of a field as he did in the first game.
Exactly, you want to stop them from committing to that established field that will just run disruption after disruption, negation after negation.
Indeed.
And Max C goes a long way to facilitating that. And it does look to be the case that will be the case here, because you have just 2 set spell and traps. No draws granted off the Max C, though. Josh, it could feel worse. It could also feel a lot better, though. But still not the worst start for the Fire King Snake Eye deck.
Okay, the legendary Fire King Ponix returning to the hand. But if Elgardian Selta starts things off here with a possible Lightning Storm or Happiest Feather Duster, it might be going to his direction very, very, very quickly. Or is it maybe going to be the activation of a legendary Ocean with Elgardian Selta? You truly never know.
Friendly reminder that both these duelists are 1-0 in the group, and as Leonard did kindly mention, going 2-1 is going to presumably be enough to get out here based on the format, and therefore they do have the luxury of maybe being a little bit more overcommittal in their plays, maybe looking to try and score an upset victory here for Elgardian Selta, or just look to close this one out for Josh. But right now, the Tempai Dragon not getting interrupted so far. Granted, that was a difficult one to respond to. This one, however, much easier. Tempai Dragon Pydra going to be answered by an Infinite Impermanence.
Is there a Forbidden Droplet? Yes, there is. We're going to clear that Pydra off the field. Here, the part about negating the opponent's monster is not the important one, but the part about getting your own card off the field to dodge that Infinite Impermanence there is the more important one. So we're halving the Garunix, but more importantly, we're also resolving our Tempai Dragon Pydra, and which card is it going to get for us? I'm guessing... we're searching for Sangen Kaiman, yeah.
Didn't have to guess in the end, because Sangen Kaiman immediately added to the hand. Do we have an access to Sangen summoning? And in turn, do we have a response to it from Josh?
Battle phase,
as you said. So we could very well see just the Sangen Kaiman immediately activated. Double on the effects here. You get the level 4 or lower Fire Dragon monster from the deck to the hand. You get to summon this Tempai Dragon Chandra that has been added. And you potentially get to overwhelm this Fire King Snake Eye deck in the battle phase with the Tempai Dragon.
Let's see, though. There is Fire King Skyburn, and that is a vulnerable field right now. Usually, Tempai Dragons in the battle phase are very well at dodging effects because they can just chain their Synchro Summoning stuff, but when there's only one Tempai Dragon monster on the field, it's tough to Synchro Summon with it, and therefore Joshua had a good way to play around that Maxi, as he already had that Skyburn there hard drawn in his hands.
And Josh, in that initial post-game interview, did mention just how well the Fire King deck extends through a lot of disruption. It has play after play after play, but this play has been swiftly answered by another Infinite Impermanence, this time from Elgardian Selta. This time, there's no dodge from Joshua, but is there anything else this Tempai Dragon deck can do before it ends the turn? No. Turn 3, you never want to see this as Tempai Dragon.
That's true. It's kind of funny, though, negating the Ponix there, because honestly, I think the potential out of that Ponix was quite little, as we already had the Fire King Island, and we also had the Skyburn used there in the battle phase. Therefore, I think the only card we really would have been searching there was the Sanctuary, and Sanctuary, you don't really need that card anymore when you already have Fire King Island on the field. Therefore, I don't know whether I really needed the Infinite Impermanence on it. And Josh did not really even seem phased by it, as we just keep on activating the island, destroying the Ponix, using the Runics in the graveyard. And that is the beauty of this Fire King strategy. It's so incredibly consistent. It keeps on returning with the big monsters to the field.
And Fire King Avatar Avata in the hand as well does suggest that Josh will have access to at least one additional negation if Elgardian Selta is allowed another turn. It's a big ask depending on where this Fire King deck does go. We haven't seen the Snake Eye card yet. We could very well see it very, very shortly, and it could very well spell the end of this duel in favor of Josh. Right now,
It is destroyed.
Yep.
That means we are about to destroy that set card from Elgardian Selta there as well. What was it? What is it? It was another Forbidden Droplet. Of course, a card you can only use once per turn, so you don't want to draw multiples of it. And very noteworthy, we're playing double Fire King Skyburn. So that's something all the other players maybe in the tournament will have to take note of.
Deception of the Sinful Spoils. Now, it's not a Snake Eye card by name, but it may as well be based on where we're going here. Just additional engine pieces to accompany the Fire King deck, accompany the Snake Eyes, accompany everything Josh could possibly want here. Mercy Alago going to be activated in the extra deck, going to be summoned to the field. Really looking scary here, really looking like Josh can close this one out. Elgardian Selta, one card in hand. Is that one card enough to run Disruption on this? The Tempai Dragon, we said, doesn't want to go to turn 3. It's currently turn 3 main phase 1, but can it even survive turn 3 battle phase here once Josh does reach it?
I mean, we do have the Avatar on the field, so even in the Nibiru, which at this point is getting closer to being able to activate because we're summoning and summoning and summoning monsters here, would not be able to resolve as we can just swiftly negate it with the Avatar. There
Wanted
comes the
Secret
Black
Simple
Witch.
Spoils. Yep, as you said, Diabellstar the Black Witch going to be added to the hand. We will eventually summon that, you have to imagine. But speaking of summoning, here is Azamina Ilia Sylvia for yet another negation and yet another 1900 points of damage just added onto the equation for Josh here. Banishing the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Shuffling back, drawing one, extend, extend, extend. We said just how resilient the Fire King Snake Eye strategy is, how much it can just develop one card into so many different ways to seal the deal on a duel, and it looks like that will exactly be what Josh is doing here. But
Look at it!
the
Even
primal
was
being.
Nibiru. Josh now, Joe, just using the effect of Azamina Ilia Sylvia. Doesn't even need to use the Avatar as the Ilia Sylvia does it just as nice. And we have so many attack points already on the field here. Is that like those 3 monsters alone are close to closing this game out. And now there's the original Sinful Spoils as well. Just battle phase. That should be just over 8,000 points of damage. Attacking with the Garunix 4-game. Joshua Schmidt stays winning.
Tempai Dragon Slayer, Joshua Schmidt.
Number 2, yeah. People just keep on picking that Tempai Dragon deck against him, and he's like, I'm all fine with that. Going first with this Fire King strategy will certainly give me a good time, and it gave him a pretty good time there, even though for the Max C, he was actually ready to face that turn with the Skyburn in the battle phase. You gotta admit, though, it was a bit of a rough hand there as well for Elgardian Selta.
Yeah, the double droplet that you did mention, you never want to see multiples of that. The Fire King deck as well, just by nature, very, very resilient. And once Josh was able to weather that initial storm, he made it through the explosive opening turn for the Tempai Dragon deck, and he was able to close that one out.
I think he would have needed a storm, honestly. But imagine Lightning Storm as a first action there from Elgardian Selta.
Instead of the extra droplet, perhaps.
Yes, not only clearing the Skyburn, but also then the field spell then, which also destroys the monster on the field. It would have led to so many things at once. This time around, though, didn't have access to it. Joshua Schmidt, again, won this one, and therefore now with a 2-0 score, as you said, probably most likely already somewhat locked in for the top cut later on, but it's time to ask him himself. We're going over to the winner's interview with Ad and Josh himself.
Thank you very much, Lampy. I am here once again with Joshua Schmidt. Another win under the belt here at the, this kind of impressive tournament with quite a lot of good players, a lot of Tempai stuff, but so far you're managing pretty well. Talk to us about what happened at the start, because you kind of had to stop under the Max C.
Yeah, which is one of the reasons why I think the Fire King deck is particularly well equipped for these sort of matchups where you know you're going to be able to go first. It doesn't have to do that much under Maxi, which in this case, I was able to give him 0 cards off of it, which was pretty nice, and still end on enough to stop him. It's always a little bit shaky, because if their hand is like really, really strong, they can still win, which is just Tenpai sometimes, but it worked out there.
It did work out very well, and you did end up sort of just steamrolling and taking that. Are there any decks that going up against you're going to be a bit more nervous about, or are you generally pretty confident with the Fire Kings?
I do like it quite a bit, even with especially with the new Dominus Impulse card. I feel like it helps going second a lot, but still, I think the major strength of the deck is when it gets to go first. It's fine going second, but like other Snake Eye decks that win the coin toss would be more of a problem, I think, for sure.
Well, we'll see how you fare going forward. Now, I imagine I'm probably going to be talking to you quite a lot here, and I'm going to exhaust a lot of the questions that I'm going to be able to ask you. So one thing I will ask, obviously in our interview, we saw you talk about the most monumental moment for you was winning that World Championship. Other than the World Series level, what have been some of the sort of major memories or things that have happened to you through Master Duel?
It's tough for me to think of anything but like the friends I've made, my team for both World Championships, 23, 24. I think just in general, just me turning this into like a streaming career as well is like a big thing for me, because that did start with Master Duel, because that's just a great way to visualize, you know, the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. So I think those two things definitely stand out to me.
Well, fantastic. Let's see if you can take that streaming career and win this content creator tournament. We'll see what happens as we move on in this invitational. But up next, our next one that we have is Colossa versus Julia Bayonetta. So let's have a quick chat with Colossa.
Hello guys, Colossa here. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh content creator from Italy and I will be talking about Yu-Gi-Oh Invitational. The best Master Duel memory was actually that this previous week, I played the Titans Challenger Cup and I got top 8 with one of my favorite deck of all time, which is Snake Eyes. So yeah, it was very beautiful to do that. From my personal point of view, I think that Josh will be the one taking the place because he's prepared, strong, you know, he's one of the most influent players right now, so yeah, I think it's him. For the Challenger Cup final, I think that Quantal will be taking the first place because he's also very well prepared. He also played with Josh, so I think they're pretty much the same level, so yeah, I think he can win. So this weekend invitational, I will be playing Tenpai and Snake Eyes. Those two are one of the most powerful decks, I think, right now. Tenpai, I'm not that much of a lover, but he's very strong, so I will be taking it.
Welcome back. Colossa versus Bayonetta. Both lost the first rounds, and they're looking to retaliate.
Yes, indeed. And Julia Bayonetta, of course, bringing that Orcus strategy. Kind of fitting, given that Colossa favors the Thunder Dragons so much historically. And, of course, just a call back to TCG formats past there with how popular those decks used to be. Still popular to this day, though, as we did see Julia Bayonetta, as we mentioned, bring it to the table against Elgardian Selta earlier.
Yes.
Whereas Colossa was unfortunately unable to make the Tenpai Dragon strategy work successfully against Josh.
Yeah, you have to argue that Josh's field that he puts up with the Fire King Snake Eye deck, with the other Azamina cards as well, it just doesn't lose going first. If you don't stop it with a Maxi or a Fuwalos, it's really, really hard to break the field because the interruptions are so layered. You have Kirin in hand sometimes, you have the Garunix in the graveyard later on, you have Destruction Protection from IP Masquerena, you have Temple, not really Temple on that deck, but you have ways to get IP on the field. It's very, very strong and super hard to break if you don't have one of these drawing hand trap cards.
Yes, indeed, and I guess we will see just what exactly is brought to the table here. Do we have Colossa bringing out a different deck, or will it indeed again be another Tenpai Dragon matchup for Julia Bayonetta to have to try to defeat here? Will Julia choose to go first? Will Colossa choose to go first? Who will go first? Bayonetta will go first, and it does look like we could very well see the same effect again. Mulchami Perulia this time around, though, going to look to draw some cards for Colossa here. Orchestrated Babel. This is Crossout Designator on top of that.
The Crossout Designator might be a little bit late for the Mulchami Perulia because you banished Scrap Recycler here.
Scrap Recycler.
That's perhaps not helping you too much there to banish your own card, so it can't be activated anymore. But yeah. Anyways, we're passing the turn. The Crossout Designator was unfortunately the end of Bayonetta's turn. Now Colossa, when she's playing Perulia, that's sometimes even a tell that you're running the Tenpai strategy.
Yeah, definitely, because it does have the luxury of adding all these kind of superfluous hand disruptions, whereas other decks are competing against the others for... extra for main deck space, whereas the Tenpai Dragon engine is so compact that it does leave you the luxury of just adding a lot more in terms of disruption. But speaking of disruption, Ash Blossom swiftly answered by a triple tactics talent.
Yep, we peep into the hand of Bayonetta. It's Raigeki and called by the...
I mean, that's a Tenpai Dragon hand if I ever did see one.
Yeah, that's true. If you're running Raigeki, you might want to... Oh, Colossa is very, very confident here, saying, hey, you can keep Raigeki. I might end this very soon. There is normal summon Pydra, and that one, I mean, the rest is almost history,
Tenpai
right?
Dragon with no disruption will very likely close this one out. Sangen Summoning being added to the hand. Do we just see Tenpai Dragon go off here? Sangen Summoning going to resolve, you have to imagine. Is there a response? Could there be a response?
No.
Right now, it doesn't look like it. Yeah.
I mean, we looked at the hand. We know that there's Raigeki, so Colossa has all the time in the world to just add the Genroku to the hand, special summon it out, go into the battle phase, and yeah.
Synchro away.
Yep, you have Chandra, you have Fadra. They are very good friends, both in the deck, but one can follow the other very quickly.
I do quite like Sangen Summoning just being there as an option to destroy with the Trident Dragion. It's just really cool to see something with 6,000 attack be able to swing 3 times.
Yeah.
Granted, doesn't maybe feel great to be on the receiving end of it.
Hey, you gotta respect the game, right?
Yeah.
You gotta respect the Trident Dragion with 6,000 attack and then like 18,000 damage. It's hilarious that a deck that wants to win the game in one turn actually is able to pay cards like Pot of Prosperity or Upstart Goblin, giving your opponent more life points because you're going to deal so much more damage anyways.
At the point where Trident Dragion is coming out, though, a lot of these duels are already pretty much done. The Tenpai Dragon deck just so explosive, so able to convincingly like put the game within, 0 life point territory. It is, quite impressive. Even if, again, as we said, doesn't really necessarily feel the greatest to be on the receiving end of. Sangenpai Biden Dragon about to deal 2,600 damage directly to the life points of Julia Bayonetta. Colossa continues to extend here with the Tenpai Dragon deck.
Yep. Pydra is being summoned here, and you have so much more to summon with the deck. We're actually going to activate Fadra here as well. We have plenty of damage here. I think it's safe to say that Colossa is going for the final damage here, not even attacking with the Biden Dragon.
Pydra, Fadra, Chundra, Tenpai Dragon showing up here for Colossa here as she does even up her record 1-1 in this group.
Name a more iconic trio, Ibris. Name a more iconic trio than Chandra, Fadra, and
Blue Eyes White Dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Blue Eyes White Dragon.
All right, that one definitely
that
works.
Was pretty easy given what we saw earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, the Tenpai Dragons won that matchup, right, against Blue Eyes?
True.
Yeah, so Tenpai and, of course, the Snake Eye strategy have proven to be dominant in this very tournament. I mean, if you've taken a look at the DC Cup most recently, those are basically the decks to beat, right?
Pretty much Tenpai Dragon, of course, with the power of the Snake Eye Fire King, and of course nowadays Snake Eye Fiendsmith. It does mean that we are expecting perhaps a little bit more nuance in terms of deck selection later on in the tournament, just as people start specifically strategizing to counter these specifically. But granted, seeing Orcust again was not something that any of us were expecting, and it's actually pretty cool to see just the variance in the decks and the comfort picks for these creators. Really glad to see that Colossa was able to even that up, as it does mean that this matchup for her against Selta later on is very telling as to who will escape this group alongside, you have to imagine, Joshua Schmidt.
Yep, that's definitely a decider, but you were just speaking about her. The interview is ready. Let's go over to Ed and Colossa. Thank you very much, Leo. I am here with Colossa, who's just won that match. But now that's 1 win, 1 loss. So now you're bubbling.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel?
I'm a bit nervous. I was nervous even at first, and now it's even worse, because I have to be careful with each move, because it will be like game deciding, of course.
It could be the last,
it could be the last move I do.
Well, in that, obviously, Julia only started with Babel, had nothing else to do.
Yeah,
straight over to you. You must be going, I have to play this really carefully, because if one thing goes wrong, that's it for Tenpai sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's why I wanted to do with the talent, watching the hand. I already had enough to kill, so I just wanted to make sure she didn't have anything in hand.
Why did you choose the Call by the Grave and not the Raigeki? What was going through your mind there?
I don't know. I just picked one, one random because you know, with Tempai, all the cards I had in hand, there couldn't be another turn. So it was just a random choosing, yeah.
Fair enough. It was a 50-50. You might as well flip a coin. Well, fair enough. Congratulations on that win. So the deck that you were playing, obviously, Tempai. What is it that you like about Tempai as a deck? Because quite a lot of the content creators here today definitely like it. It's very popular here in the Invitational. Why do you like it, though?
I would say that because of the format, which is best of one, bringing in Tempai is like most surely a win, if you know maybe how to play through the interruptions of the opponents of cards. Because maybe it is more of a random deck, which is really powerful and closing really, really fast. So I just think it is a nice pick if you want to go on a Swiss rounds with just best of one format. That's why I think you should pick it.
Okay, well, fair enough. I was going to ask about your other deck. We have seen it in the interview, but I think we should keep it secret just in case someone didn't see it. We'll hold on to that. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck for your next bubble round. No pressure.
No pressure.
But I hope it goes all right. Guys, stay tuned because coming up next, we've got Joker versus Emre. So why don't we have a quick Emre interview?
Hello, I'm Emre Kızılateş. Most of you probably know me from winning the World Championship in 2023. I also was a runner-up, or part of the runner-up team in 2024. Just the best memory in Yu-Gi-Oh! In general was winning the World Championship in 2023 in Japan together with my friends, Team Snipe Hunter. That was by far the best memory that I could have ever imagined. The Challenger Cup final will be, in my opinion, between Herman Hansen and Quantel. I think, though, I have to root with Quantel. And for the Invitational, I think that my chances are looking pretty good, so I'm hoping that I'm going to win. So I brought two decks with me. One of them is Centurion, which is one of my favorite decks of all time. The other one is Blue Eyes, especially because now we got Dominus Impulse in the game since today. I feel like Blue Eyes is actually a pretty strong deck and it's also a pretty fun deck. So I thought I'll bring just two decks that I really enjoy and try to have fun with them.
Welcome back, everyone. Emre versus Joker is the next match, and this is something two German players, I can't wait to see it.
Absolutely not. And the story writes a little bit differently here than in the other group, because in the other group we had the two winners and the two losers of the first round facing each other then afterwards. But here it's a little bit different of a scenario in group number B, as of course Emre did win in round number 1, and Joker on the other end did of course lose that first match against Barcode. So we do have Emre on the one hand having the chance, as we see the tableau here as well, to basically secure his spot, follow Joshua, his teammate of Team Snipe Hunters, already basically into top 4. And on the other hand, we have Joker on a pretty much very, very tough task here, defeating that duelist that is so prominent and strong and trying to stay in the tournament, basically.
So we have different levels of pressure here for these duelists, but also a very interesting spot, because now we're getting into the mind games. We have seen that Emre just picked the Tenpai Dragon strategy, and in the game that Joker lost versus Barcode, both players went for a going first strategy in Snake Eyes and, of course, Fiendsmith Mathmech. So now we're starting the mind games. Will Emre go for the Tenpai Dragons again, perhaps win the coin toss, and then just say, hey, you can go first and then get full Mathmech comboed?
It is a very interesting question to ask, but I mean, I think we're going to find out the very best if we just look at the players and if we look at the gameplay, right? So why don't we hop into the match? We see the smiling faces for now, Joker versus Emre, but who of them is going to be smiling after this round as we hop into the match, and we started off right here.
I'm going to be honest, Emre was the only one smiling in the picture to begin with. Joker was taking this very, very seriously, and Emre has chosen to go second. So now we're going to be experiencing, and I know that Joshua Schmidt watching this is going to enjoy the Mathmech Circular, sending Sigma.
And I mean, honestly, I think the decision by Emre is quite interesting that he went with the Tenpai Dragon strategy, because if you let this Mathmech deck go off, it does create a field that is very, very, very tough to deal with for the Tenpai Dragon strategy. Is Joker going to be the one defeating the Tenpai Dragon deck here from Emre?
So note that I think Circular has never searched anything when Sigma was summoned, so we know that there is perhaps a spell and a trap card in the hand of Joker.
Possibly, though. I mean, yeah, you definitely you gotta play the Super Factorial, because I'm wondering, normally you don't play the Fiendsmith cards, and it's kind of a bit of a creation from Joker himself to include the Fiendsmith cards into the Mathmech deck. Therefore, I could see him maybe cutting out on the Mathmech equation, but you gotta play that also powerful trap card, right? There's no way around that.
That is definitely true, but the Equation is also such a good card. However, on its own, it doesn't really do anything. It helps you going second, at least, though, if you're able to get your circular effect off. You don't necessarily want to draw it. Sometimes it's a bit sacky if you draw the one off and then it's the last card that you need. But now we see Splashmate summon Alan Bershin back to the field. And we're definitely locked into Cybers, so no Fiendsmith shenanigans here.
Indeed. And that should be Link Decoder there as a Link 1 ready to be returning to the field. And Emre, keeping it simple, just chilling back, sitting back, waiting for his turn to try to play into the field. But when that field is consisting of that also powerful Terahertz, the Firewall Dragon, then it will be tough to deal with. But we go into Decode Talker Heat Soul here. That is an interesting one. And we didn't even act. It wasn't the Link Decoder.
No, no.
Oh my, what is this field?
The Fibers boys hate trap cards. This is Linguribo is sitting there playing around an evenly match, but I don't think that the Tenpai strategy wants to run this card. I mean,
interesting.
Back in the days, evenly match was very, very strong in going second strategies, but Tenpai is not the kind of deck that can allow to skip the battle phase.
I mean, honestly, this is rather minimalistic, and maybe going minimalistic if you're up against a deck that just goes after fields big time is the right approach, like keeping a lot of cards in your hand to interact with your opponent. First card activate is Ultimate Slayer. I think that's alright though, as you have already kind of done what you wanted to do with your Link monsters there anyways, and I don't think the trap card negation effect of Linguribo would be too important.
Nope, definitely not. That is very interesting. I mean,
beautiful animation here.
Yep. The monsters on the field, not very useful. You want to get rid of the Super Factorial. Perhaps that is a way to force it out.
I think we're sending Garura here, though, I think.
Antis. We have to send Garura, yeah.
I mean, that's another card. This deck's love drawing. There is Garura indeed.
I mean, this card didn't really do too much. It was an upstart goblin, basically.
At the end of the day, really, it was, yeah, for sure.
Get you a draw by sending Garura Wings of Resonant Life there.
One card that actually historically has never been really good against the Tenpai Dragons was Droll Lockbird, but honestly against this variant of the deck now with all the striker cards, Into the Void, and even drawing effects like that, Upstart Goblin, it all of a sudden seems pretty prime against that deck, but we don't see it here from Joker's side.
Nope. It would have been very helpful. I think many players have decided to play that card. Starting Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drones is not the best thing you want to do because, again, you can rule out the Lightning Storm already from Joker's side. I mean, he doesn't have a monster that you could crash into with Theta, so I guess you don't need to Super Factorial here at all.
I don't think that is a spot you need to do that at either. So we go into Kagari, and are we returning the Hornet Drones, or are we returning possibly... Wait, it's only the Hornet Drones in there, so returning Ultimate Slayer won't work as it is not a Sky Striker card. So Hornet Drones it shall be. And one advice that I've gotten from experienced players when facing this Tenpai Dragon Striker deck is they usually say, don't even care about the striker cards. Just keep your interruptions for the Tenpai cards because those are the ones that are going to bring you trouble trying to end the game. But the striker cards are only set up for it, basically.
Now, I think it's very, very important that it was hard draw Hornet Drones and not engage because if you get 3 spell cards into the graveyard and you have a Linguribo on the field, Afterburners is such a threat here.
That's true.
But now we just have 2 monsters here, which is super fine. I guess the most threatening removal here would be SP Little Knight, but if your opponent activates SP Little Knight in their Tenpai deck, you're fine.
I mean, possibly Nightmare Phoenix maybe could be something to go into, but...
that, yes.
Oh, it is a Link too, so... I mean, we could still just also go for the Hita. It is the Hita, the Fire Charmer, and I mean, you gotta realize if they go for the trap cards...
Oh no, Heat Soul is back in the extra deck.
It is very much... Oh, Triple Tactic Frost! There was a monster effect activated in the draw phase with the Decode Talker Heat Soul, and we have Ash Blossom and Joy Spring!
We activated Ash Blossom! Hita is on the field!
Oh, that is so true! But also, on the other hand, you're kind of... I was just preaching. You don't really want to go after anything but the Tenpai cards, but we have just used our Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Triple Tactic Frost, meaning a possible Sengenpai. Oh, Sengen Kaiman would be activatable, but there comes the Super Factorial. Joker has everything he needs here. Maybe it was looking dire for him, but this could be enough, honestly.
I really like this because otherwise there is so much value that you're getting out of the Hita, but it also goes against the advice that you have been given to not care about these striker cards. If Emre has a nice Tenpai card in hand and another card to get rid of the diameter effect that the Laplacian is going to get.
Leo, I know one card that would just be incredibly good here is just simply Forbidden Droplet. Because Forbidden Droplet, you send the Hita away, immediately negate the Laplacian, and then you've dealt with everything that that Super Factorial would have done. But does he have that card? Is there a Forbidden Droplet? We've seen it in so many Tenpai Dragon games so far. Is it going to be a card included into Emre's starting hand here as well? Oh, I mean, that does it not as well, because that can be responded to. So we can chain the effect of Laplacian here to negate it, which would still result in dealing with another card in hand ultimately.
That's true. So it kind of does the job, but it...
Oh, but there's also Forbidden Droplet. That is very interesting to me, honestly.
So we're keeping the Hita.
We are keeping the Hita indeed, yeah.
Yeah, so we just...
And I mean, now the Hita has a monster to attack into with the Laplacian. Wait, no, when we're negating it, it doesn't again, though. This is kind of funny.
We're halving the attack here.
So, that one's interesting now. Let's see. We're probably negating the Laplacian. What else would we negate?
I'm just pretty sure that Emre is going to normal summon Genroku.
Probably, yeah.
I'm 90% sure about this, because he really needed that in the game versus Revs cards as well. Every other Tenpai wouldn't have helped him there, but Genroku was just the perfect answer to the Surged Effect Veiler. Hita is now going to summon out the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. This just takes me back to Salamangreat days here again.
Yep, you're truly a fire enjoyer as well. But Joker, of course, you gotta see that Heat Soul was great in providing 2 extra cards by resolving on both turns, but it also brought him down to only 6,000 life points, which of course is dangerous territory when you're facing the Tenpai Dragon strategy. There is going to be Promethean Princess now.
But what does the Promethean Princess do? We
on
don't,
its own, not that much, honestly.
We don't have anything in the graveyard that we really need to special summon out. You can get the Hita back. The Hita can still not crash into anything.
And also, it wouldn't be able to activate the effect now that it's not Link Summoned anymore. We had in the battle phase, so it's not the Genroku you predicted. So maybe there is no Tenpai Dragon cards at all for Emre.
Wow.
That might be a good sign here for Joker, honestly.
The Ash Blossom on the Triple Tactics Thrust might have been huge, because that could have given us the Engage that gives us a draw, or just something else to get us going there.
Oh, that's a lot of damage still, though. Joker going down drastically here. And I mean, one card that would still do the trick, of course, in the battle phase, as per usual, would still be the Sangan Kaiman. Emre still in the battle phase, and he has it, of course.
Oh my goodness. But an Impermanence would now still do the job.
It does.
Because there is nothing to synchro summon with. There's also no Linkuribo on the field anymore, so you can't negate your own Impermanence. I don't even know if that's possible with Linkuribo.
Oh, Chandra.
That's the way to go. Here could also summon out Genroku, but Chandra just does it. Plays around Called by the Grave as well.
And it is the Infinite Impermanence. Joker will get another turn, and that might be all he needs, because he did what so many others so far in this tournament could not do. He prevented the Tenpai Dragon strategy from going for game, and he even has that Magna Mode here as well. So we're preventing extra damage too. I love it.
The question is, how much steam does the Mathmech deck have now? Or, alternatively, what can Emre do here? Another alternative for Emre could have actually been to activate the Sangan Kaiman before you attack with the Hita. But then again, Joker was never forced to activate the Magna Mode.
And also the Hita can not activate it as it was not Link summoned.
All right,
We're going into the end phase now, because we can surge with the Bestial Magna Mode. And also, please note, there is still Mathmech Sigma in the graveyard, ready to be another monster on the field. And Joker, as we saw in the previous round that he played, is also running Fiends with cards in his extra deck. So I think setup and potential for Joker here actually huge. Also, Emre kept off of the Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, because Promethean Prince is still on the field, meaning only fire monsters could be summoned.
Doesn't even go into an Ambler Whale or anything. Salamangreat Raging Fiend is just something to link off the Promethean Princess to have some sort of interruption for your opponent, because that card in the graveyard, we've seen it for Josh before, does quite a lot actually in destroying monsters from your own and also from your opponent's side. But now Juris Worm is being summoned. You have to pay attention to not send off the Promethean Princess by accident, but I think that Joker is able to handle that.
He probably is aware. I think the scariest card on the field right now is certainly the Genroku, and you want to get rid of that first of all, so that it doesn't do anything in the battle phase. But you really can see the smile of Joker returning there. Oh, he's also kind of shaking his head right now, though. So is he happy or isn't he? I mean, he really did what no one else could do so far by preventing that Tenpai Dragon deck when it got rolling.
The thing is, Sigma locks you into Cyber's monsters when you special summon it out of the graveyard. So if you're going into Moon of the Closed Heaven, you need another monster to summon from hand. But you have 3 cards in hand. Which cards could it theoretically be that you can't normal summon anything and go for a Fiendsmith combo? How bad can
there must be something, right? It cannot.
Scenario.
It can at max be 2 infinite impermanences, not more. So Emre also waiting for his demise here, but Joker, he really tries to figure this out. It's not the easiest decisions here.
Maybe he also doesn't play Moon of the Closed Heaven. Because this
we gotta see this list, honestly.
Yeah, because you can't bridge into the engine when you're playing your Mathmech cards. So you also only play your Fiendsmith engine when you draw Engraver, basically.
Oh my.
No.
What's going on here? We're setting a card Joker.
No, that's illegal. I'm pretty sure that's
oh, look at him on the full cam here. We are kind of going through that pain together with him right now. Not really a way of extending there. It looks so
do
good.
Something. Do something. Go into a rank 6. At this point, we know that he doesn't play Moon of the Closed Heavens.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, you're just going Engraver would be better here, right?
Yes,
for
sure.
No, this is so painful to watch. He
not
passes the turnover.
I mean, yeah, of course, you can't go into a battle phase. There's no way you go battle phase because then Chandra is just doing Chandra things. So back over to Emre, and honestly, he probably is surprised by it as well, but he is once again an unforeseen in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, the question is, which other cards does he have in his extra deck? Can he just go for a play here, or is he over-activating? I'm sorry, first, that's a card.
Emre's being kind, giving some life points back here.
Oh, he only needs to deal 3,750. That's not a lot. If there's another impermanence, you can stop the Chandra this turn again. If there is something that Emre can summon, then it might be over. If he has a Phoenix or something, we're going into the battle phase. There might be another turn for a Joker.
There's no way, come on. Chandra effect, now we're in the damage step. Okay, there is none of that. So we are going to get the second 10-pie monster on the field, and yeah, the moment this happened, it does look rough out here for Joker.
Yep, you can search for the Sangen Kaimen here. And then there must... What could happen here? Is there any combination of cards that stop you here at this point? Because I don't see it.
I mean, a DD Crow... DD Crow plus Ash could be kind of good here, actually. Because you DD Crow the target of a Biden Dragon, but the Biden still... Nah, no, it still doesn't. It still doesn't do it.
It's so low life points that basically anything just OTKs you here. We're going for the Sangenpai Biden Dragon once again. And I think this is the longest 10-pie Dragon match we've seen today.
For sure.
2 turns.
Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion. Hold on.
We have Kaimen in hand.
Hold back. That still brings nothing back. And if there's Ash Blossom and Joy Spring still, maybe... it's still tough though with so little life points. I mean, but then Druid's Worm can send something, I think. This could be a way to victory. We're attacking with the Hita now though.
This is not Link summoned anymore.
Hold on, Emre. Emre. No yellow button glowing. Look at him. Look at him. He realizes there was no yellow button glowing.
Maybe.
Even a world champion once in a blue moon has those kind of moments. And Joker also forced to smile. There's a Sangen Kaimen.
Ash Blossom. Oh,
no, it's Ash Blossom. I told you, Leo. I told you it's possible. It's possible still.
Joker was laughing. Emre is laughing. Everyone's just having a great time. Sangen Kaimen is being negated. What does Emre have in hand here? I mean...
Look, Emre's still reading the Hita, I think. He's still trying to figure out what happened here. What did I do there? Big oopsie on my end.
Okay, we're in a bad spot, but how bad is it really? Let's read. Okay, but you can summon out the Hydra again. You can, at this point... Oh, wow, I was going to say you can go into a Baron de Fleur next main phase 2, but you have Promethean Princess. You can only go into fire cards.
Yep. Still, that is the case. And look, Emre, like, basically looking through his entire extra deck, trying to figure out what to do from this moment on. Trying to find a solution, and... Did Emre do any battle damage this turn? Yeah, he attacked over the Magnumwood for 100 points of damage. Impressive stuff here.
Very strong, yeah.
But Joker, of course, he still needs a big top deck.
Listen, everyone, it's not... This is a lection on how to not play 10-pie. If you're in a battle phase and you take more damage in your own battle phase than you deal to your opponent, then something went wrong. Okay, I think we're going Transcendent Dragon. So
yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Did we declare 3 attacks? It might have been worth declaring more attacks so that Biden could also now come out and destroy the spell. Okay, we already did declare 3, so that's good. So we can deal with the set card that Joker had there, which turns out to be a Cosmic Cyclone. Okay. Interestingly enough, triple tactic thrust now too, being able to search anything we could wish for. What are we going to get here even?
That's a very good point, because engage doesn't help you anything. Because you have monsters in the main monster zone. You could go for something that takes away the Druid Worm.
I mean,
I think at this point you're just very much hoping that your opponent doesn't draw into a level 4 Cybers monster.
Oh, that would be big though. Imagine they do just top deck the Mathmech Circular. Okay, first, for the moment, Harpius Feather Duster, just in case it goes back to us. We pass on this. Joker, come on.
Listen.
It is your moment.
Draw a Mathmech card.
Ah, he's shaking his hat though.
No, you should have played Moon of the Closed Heaven. It would have been so good the turn before standby phase. Main phase 1. Joker, what do you have to offer for us? There's a Harpy's Feather Duster in the hand of Emre. So a Mirror Force is not going to cut it. Drowning Mirror Force also not going to cut it.
Where the Mathmechs at? Where the Mathmechs at here at the moment?
Turns
not
out
in their hands.
You need Mathmechs. Oh, there's Sigma being activated. We're locked into Cybers now, so Chaos Angel is also not an option here.
Maybe he just forgot about the Sigma last turn and now all the opportunities all of a sudden arise. Let's see, Joker. What did you draw? Oh no, we're just putting up a wall of defense here.
I mean, there's Promethean Princess, so maybe we have a Veiler, we have a Ghost Spell to stop the Promethean Princess.
Should I tell you something, Leo? Just going into the battle phase here already almost seals it after the Promethean Princess resolving. Because then the Druid's Worm can activate. Okay, Maxi, let's see what we can get here. Hold on.
I mean, the thing is, going into battle phase would deny you game at this point. So you have to activate the Promethean Princess before.
Yeah, that's
Hydra resolves. I mean, now it's basically kind of game.
Yeah, it is. Now it is definitely game if we just go into the battle phase.
But does he see
Bident, or not Bident, but Sangan Pi
Maybe he crashes Hydra into the Druid's Worm.
And hopes for it to trigger in the graveyard somehow.
Exactly, even though it wasn't
summoning. Okay.
Yeah. Easily answered by Cosmic Cycle.
Oh, triple tactic thrust again. Did he draw all 3 of those in his opening hand, though? What is going on here? There is the triple tactic Talons, and that is the card that makes monsters switch their sides. Which one of those are we going to take, or do we just look into the hand? Yes!
We are peeping here.
Show me what you got, and it is a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, but no longer in the hand anymore. And this is the moment. The battle phase could be all we need, but okay, he keeps on going. He was like, last turn I lacked a step, so we're now adding an extra step to make extra sure as well.
Yep, and now Biden Dragon attacks over Druid's Worm, usually known to send cards from the field to the graveyard, but in the battle phase against a Transcendent Dragion of the Sangan Pi, not happening anymore. Attacking for 3,000, and Promethean Princess has the honors. Emre did the right thing in not linking of the Promethean Princess, just hoping that Mathmech doesn't have any follow-up after the first turn combo. Just sitting there going, I'm just going to summon back fire monsters every turn if it doesn't get outed. And that's eventually what happened. Emre trusting in the power of Promethean Princess Bizarro Flames.
Yeah, but the smile has returned onto the screen. The big smile of Emre, and of course now with the 2-0 score, following the footsteps of his captain and Team Snipe Hunters, also somewhat locking up his spot in the top 4. You gotta say, though, a little less convincing than Josh with that Hita attack there with no effect in the graveyard. I'm sure, though, we're going to ask him about that in the interview later on.
Yeah, definitely. But also, you were just talking about the Snipe Hunters as well. Josh 2-0, Emre 2-0. If you're missing Quantal, think he's going to compete tomorrow in the Challenger Cup final. This is also going to be an amazing event. But first, let's hear it from Ed and Emre.
Thanks very much, Leo. So, Emre, that was probably the most entertaining duel that we've seen so far. The spectators here were all very much enjoying it. Do you want to talk about Hita and what happened there?
Yeah, so I can tell you one story or one thing. I've been playing this game for almost half of my life, over 15 years now, and I still struggle with the one fundamental thing of the game, and that's reading.
Even a world champion can fail to read the effects of their own card. So, for people who maybe didn't understand what happened, talk to us about that moment, because you tried to have an interaction with Hita.
Yeah. So what you usually do when you summon Hita, the Fire Charmer, is you, so it's one way to get into your engine without drawing it. You summon her off like maybe what I did with a Widow Anchor. You summon Kagari, you get it back, you do a second token, you go for Hita, and then you crash into the opponent's monster to search Genroku, and because Genroku is searched, you can special summon it, and then tribute it for a Pyro or a Chundra, whatever you like, and then you have your engine ready. But Hita says one very important thing that I completely missed, and it says when this card is link summoned and is destroyed by battle.
And it was special summon from the grave, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. So that's why it didn't work. So even a world champion can make those kind of mistakes. So if you do that and you're a casual player, it's okay. It happens to the best of us. But despite that and a lot of back and forth, you managed to beat that Mathmech deck. Were you expecting to see Mathmech in this tournament?
Not really. It's this deck that I'm just in general so scared of every time I face against it. I'm not kidding.
Why?
Every time I play against Mathmech, I always lose.
Really?
So yeah, they always have Circular, which Joker just had. And then it's just another combo card, and then they have like 2 or 3 additional interruptions, and it's really hard to like play through that. But luckily my deck is especially built for that.
Well, you navigated it brilliantly, and that did end up going in your favor. And despite the fact that you said you lose to Mathmech a lot, you just won on a stream at an invitational.
First time.
First time. But that's the only time that matters, is getting towards that win. Well, congratulations. Let's see how your next games go, guys. We have even more coming your way, because up next, where am I on my card? Round 8, we have Revs cards versus Barcode. But first, this is one of our digital titles. But if you want to step back in time to the dawn of digital dueling, then you could check out one of our other digital titles, the Early Days Collection.
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards.
And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games, with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam.
It has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect.
You think so?
Yeah,
That was all right?
yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better.
No way.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone. Still in group number B here of our invitational.
Number B.
Number B. I'm a number guy, of
That's
course.
the
I'm a
math
math guy.
Yeah.
True. It's still swinging in my hand after that last round between Joker and Emre there. But group number B, of course. And
Doubling down.
Yes, now I'm doubling down indeed. And we will have Barcode versus Revs cards. And I mean, our 2-time invitational champion kind of struggling by losing that first round there against Emre, isn't he?
Indeed, and conversely, it will be interesting to see if Barcode can double down on his currently undefeated record. 1-0 with what many are considering to be the deck of the format in that Snake Eye Fiendsmith build versus Revs cards and a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck that had yet to come online.
I mean, he did kind of do his thing in his first round, but then immediately that lightning storm by Emre just like eliminated the entire fear that he created there so carefully. So he will just hope that it gets better, goes better this time around. But of course, I think in the winner's interview of Barcode, he was speaking of some spice that he still has in his backpack. His second deck might be something
Spice
that
in
is
his backpack.
Spice in his backpack that he brought to the Invitational here all the way from France, and he's ready to
Number
surprise
B
him.
and Spice in the backpack. I'm here for the mixed metaphors, if I'm honest with you. And I'm also here for a fantastic game between Barcode and Revs cards.
And as we are ready, everyone at home is ready. Let's go into it and let's see who's going to be the winner. Is it going to be Revs cards going back, getting back into this tournament? He has won the coin toss at least. Or is it Barcode, as you said, doubling down on his win in the first round?
Can the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck set up enough disruption to stop the Snake Eye Fiendsmith coming online here? We do have Spirit with Eyes of Blue immediately off of that Kaiser Seahorse. Neo Kaiser Seahorse, rather. Not a tribute into a light monster, but rather just a link away. But that link away is going to get Effect Veilered away, as it does now just sit with 300 attack points, doing not a whole lot of much for this turn.
2 things accomplished through that. First of all, no Mausoleum of White searched. Second of all, no way of summoning back the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard or summon it from the hand. We sent the Maiden of White to the graveyard though there, so maybe we have another way of getting our Blue Eyes from our deck possibly. Or maybe it's waiting in the hand. What's next for Revs cards? Because the important thing here is, due to not getting Mausoleum of White, we also do not get a second normal summon. So maybe Revs cards was banking on that. Okay, Wishes for Eyes of Blue is the best search card this deck has. Discarding an effect Veiler, and he responds, nope. That's really, really, really good for him here.
Is that all the turn 1 disruption we see from Barcode here? Is that the only hand disruption we had available to this deck? Is it even Fiendsmith Snake Eye again? Who knows? But right now, the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck is the one that is able to do what it wants. Ultimate Fusion being added to the hand here. Sage with Eyes of Blue also going to follow here. Sage with Eyes of Blue going to resolve comfortably. That Spirit with Eyes of Blue is removed from the extra monster zone. We've freed up some space, and we've created the Blue Eyes White Dragon
and that is
on the
our
field.
way of now getting Maiden of White from the graveyard back to the field very, very, very strongly, and well done here by Revs cards. And the Ultimate Fusion actually is quite of an interesting card because the Blue Eyes players are kind of split on running this card or not, but it does give you some very, very impressive and powerful options to summon out. And I mean, I think he said it in his interviews as well. He wants to summon Magia this weekend, so let's see whether he will be doing that on stream successfully even in this round.
Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon going to be an
hold on.
here as Magician Soul's going to also resolve. Illusion of Chaos being sent from the deck as well does suggest that this is not the end for Revs cards. His combos continue. You see Barcode just watching the magic happen. The magic courtesy, of course, of the Magicians that are currently resolving their effect in that main monster zone.
Indeed, and therefore we do now have another spellcaster on the field. I like the inclusion of Magician Souls, honestly, because the deck is all about having spellcasters on the field or dragon monsters to go into your powerful Link 1. And having another one of those with the Magician Souls certainly can't hurt. And the best thing about that Maiden is that it can not only activate from the hand, but also from the field. So True Light still finding its way onto the field, and the Ultimate Fusion is ready to be activated now as well. Revs cards has a ritual monster in the graveyard, and therefore we use Illusion of Chaos and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which also got in there to bring out the Dragon Master Magia. What a combination! The original Blue Eyes White Dragon next to the also powerful fusion monster here.
5,000 attack points. We said Trident Dragon is great, but right now this is currently topping it. Crazy attack points on this monster and an equally as impressive effect.
It doesn't get much better than that. Level 12, 5,000 attack points. Kaiba would be proud, and Revs cards is even prouder right now as he goes into another copy of Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Linking off. Okay, we do also get access now apparently to Heretic Seals of the Heavenly Spheres. There it is.
Extra disruption as well, being in the extra monster zone does suggest that the disruption coming from Revs cards should be enough to stop at least 2 of the opportunities from Barcode here to get established onto the field. Snake Eye Fiendsmith, very consistent, very much able to accomplish a lot off of a single card resolving, but is Revs cards established field enough to stop that completely? It wasn't enough to deal with Tempai Dragon, but can it deal with this Fiendsmith's track that has been activated here? One Light Fiend going to be added to the hand here. Is it Fabled Lurie? It is.
It is Fabled Lurie indeed, and honestly, after that defeat in round number 1, what a way to come back into this here in the second round, because that is a field way better than the one he created in the first round. We have the Heretic Seal, we have the Magia, and it's also backed up by the Majesty. Oh, please note, we're not discarding the Lurie, but instead just sending the Engraver to the graveyard and Troll and Lockford on top of all of that. And look at Barcode laughing about it. He knows no more searching, no more drawing, no more nothing from here. Normals the Lurie. And now that he normal summons this, we could just use the Seal to bring it back into the hand, honestly.
Yep, being a Light Fiend does mean we have access to some of these Fiendsmith extra deck monsters, but again, that relies on being able to use it as Link monster. That relies on it being able to be on the field to be used as that Link material, and unfortunately, it's now in the hand. Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, as you mentioned, able to run that disruption. We've used the one normal summon for the field, and we're met by a Blue Eyes Jet Dragon here to reinforce Revs card strategy.
We're getting them all this game, all the iconic Blue Eyes monsters. Revs cards really giving us a show here, and the show of Barcode's turn is over. End phase. Revs cards already with that 5,000 attack point monster on the field. And look at that, True Light in the end phase still will be able to bring back Blue Eyes White Dragon as well, which of course 8,000 plus 3,000. As I said earlier, I'm a math guy. That's 8,000 points of damage.
You know, we did see the Luri, and we know the Luri is in the hand, but ultimately did not see that many hand disruptions from Barcode, so I'm curious to see what is actually currently there.
I mean, I think we might just head into the battle phase here. Look at it. It's that easy. That's
You have to
8,000
imagine
points of damage.
If there were any answer here, it would have been used already, but I guess we'll find out right now. That's perfect 8,000.
We're going to see the beautiful animation of Blue Eyes White Dragon attacking for a game. Look at this. You don't see that very often.
Stream of destruction.
That's so beautiful to see. And Revs Cards is back into this tournament after dropping round number 1 with what a kind of a show he got back into it here.
Yep, the Blue Eyes White Dragon able to come out ahead there, able to take down the deck of the format. The Snake Eye Fiendsmith never really allowed to actually establish any kind of a field against that onslaught of the Blue Eyes White Dragon and against Revs Cards as he looks for his 3rd title here.
Yeah, and I mean, you were kind of upset after Revs Cards' first round that Blue Eyes couldn't pull through because you are a big fan of the Blue Eyes strategy, but now it came back, and in what kind of way it came back as well, because you gotta say, I don't know whether the Ultimate Fusion, I think I would say less people are running it, but the fact of playing it here paid off big time.
Yeah, ultimately the Ultimate Fusion was able to get out the Ultimate Fusion monster and ultimately win that duel convincingly for Revs Cards. Ultimately.
Funnily enough, I mean, the stats, the level, everything is impressive. But usually it's about the strong effect, but he didn't even need to use that, right? It was purely about the attack points. He did not need to use that effect at all, which is
I
funny.
don't see that card enough to be super familiar with the effect off the top of my head,
It's
so please
multiple
explain.
negates, actually. You can negate spell cards, trap cards, monsters, so it's actually just stopping your opponent from whatever you're doing. But who else to be explaining that than Revs Cards, who's our winner, of course, of this round. So let's throw it over to the interview with Ad and Revs.
Thank you very much, Basti. I am here with Revs Cards, and every time I'm not stood next to you, I forget how much taller than me you are. This is sort of like 5'11" versus 6 foot, be like kind of memes. Well, congratulations on that. We finally saw the Blue Eyes get the win, but more importantly, we saw the one reason you came to this tournament, and that was to summon Dragon Master Magia.
Exactly.
Which you finally did. So is that it? Are you going home now, packing it up?
I mean, I'm still in the running.
Okay.
It was a very important match. We get second in the group stage, go to the semi-finals, take the whole thing.
There we go. See, very, very confident, and you're pretty happily, navigated with the Blue Eyes deck. Do you reckon Blue Eyes can carry you to victory?
I think naturally it's kind of a bricky deck, so you kind of hope you don't see things like Blue Eyes White Dragon in your opening hand. If you don't, Great, exactly. We'll see what happens.
We'll see. Well, best of luck in those. You've done very well in that last duel, and that was a very, very fun one for us to watch. And like you say, you managed to get Dragon Master Magia.
Blue Eyes animation.
It's so good. What a way to end it as well. And also Ibra is in the commentary going, burst stream of destruction. So everyone was enjoying that. Congratulations, Revs Cards, and best of luck in your upcoming couple of games. So next up, we have Colossa versus Elgardian Selta. And we're going to show you the Elgardian Selta interview once more because we played it earlier, but apparently you at home didn't get to hear it. So here it is again.
Hi guys, I'm Alejandro alias El Guardian Celta from Spain, content creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm here to talk about the Invitational, third Invitational in Spain. My best memories about Master Duel is maybe, I think, the first Invitational that took place in Paris, and I got 5th place with Ayumi Karyusin. Of course, I hope that I win the Invitational of Content Creators, and if I don't win, I think Rev Cards has a lot of possibilities because he just won the first and second. And for the players, I think Quantal has a lot of possibilities because he was my partner in the second Invitational, and he's one of the best players in the world. I've been playing 2 decks. One of the most playable, that is Tenpai, and the second is the first deck that I played is Yumi Karyusin, that I think a lot of players will enjoy about it.
It's finally time. We have our first decider this time around.
Yes, indeed. Despite having Group B wide open now, thanks to the result of the previous game, we now have a clear second seed following Joshua Schmidt out of Group A. Colossa versus Elgardian Selta. The victor will decide which one of these duelists does make it out, and there is extra story behind this, the narrative, because you had El Guardian Selta make it to 3rd place at that first invitational back in 2022. Ooh. Colossa made it to 2nd behind Revs cards, who we saw in that previous game as well. And it does mean that we have 2 phenomenal duelists that are so accomplished and so well known within the European content creation scene for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel as well, actually deciding which one of them gets to advance here. El Guardian Selta, we saw the Tenpai Dragon. Colossa, we saw the Tenpai Dragon. I wonder what we'll see this game.
Yep, this is going to be big mind game, because now you have to think, okay, is my opponent going to stick to that strategy? Because that is very risky. If I bring Tenpai, then my opponent might bring Tenpai, lets me go first, and then it's the very good chance that I lose the game. But if you go first and your opponent goes first as well, and they win the coin toss, they might go first, and then you're in for some trouble.
I definitely think that potential Tenpai mirror does add a little bit of nuance to the game itself and how both of these do play. And you have to imagine this whole game could very well be decided on the results of that single coin flip, or the decision-making that these players did take in regards to their prediction of said coin flip. Who will come out on top? Colossa versus El Guardian Selta. Who will come out of this group in 2nd place? We shall see. El Guardian is going to go first by choice.
Oh, and is that going to be the Umi strategy? Perulia is being activated first. That might stop El Guardian Selta a little bit from playing on here.
He doesn't look happy about that.
Oh no! I mean, nobody looks happy when you get
Fish Sonar. It is Umi control.
One level 7 or lower monster.
Hey, he's in the zone. He's feeling it. Ocean Dragon Lord Karyushin.
Yeah, that is a very, very strong card that basically, literally floodgates your opponent if you have the Umi on the field as well. Oh, and we're starting off as well with the Imseti Glory of Horrors. Can this hand get any better?
There are quite a few level 8s in this deck, so it does mean that you have access to your rank A XCs, such as the Zombie Vampire or the others that are favored. And in particular versus Tenpai Dragon, the access to the Photon Lord later on does mean that we have the potential for the Curry Photon, but another Perulia going to come out here. It does mean that Colossa will punish this commitment with another draw on top of the one that already guaranteed from the first Perulia.
But there is no draw guaranteed yet if you're playing just with the Horus cards, because Horus summons from graveyard. That doesn't help you with Perulia. That's Meowls, and that is not in the game yet.
True.
And now also from the extra deck, that would be Fuwalos, which was not activated this turn. So, El Guardian Selta might decide to just say, hey, I'm taking the +2, I'm going to end on Photon Lord and pass, even though I have the Kairoshin. Every summon from hand would give Colossa 2 draws.
Yeah, so the normal summon could be very scary for Selta to commit to. Just giving extra cards to what you have to presume is Tenpai Dragon just by virtue is a bit scary. Imseti Glory of Horus now on the field, ready to be XC'd away, but is there an answer here from Colossa? Is there anything that can be responded with?
The big question is now, do you want to give your opponent 2 extra draws and then have a better field set up? Or do you just say, okay, I'm going to end on Photon Lord or Hope Harbinger and just let you play with 4 cards? But then again, that's a very minimalistic field versus Tenpai Dragons.
I think you kind of have to be minimalistic versus 2 Mulch Armies being dropped in a single turn, though, and it is kind of sad at the same time, because as cool as Fish Sonar was to see, this is just going to be a very standard, basically horror strategy now, because the fish is really scary to commit to, given the fact that it will give so many draws. Here comes the XCs. Is it going to be the Photon Lord? Is it going to be the Curry Photon? Is it going to be the Tenpai Dragon denied? No! It's going to be Divine Golden Shadow Dragon Dragluxion? Is it Dragluxion?
It's Dragluxion,
I think it is Dragluxion, yeah.
Wow, now we're going full into the vote on Tachyon cards right now. I don't even know what's happening
here. This is the answer to Tenpai Dragon we've been looking for. This is the answer to Tenpai Dragon you've been looking for. We saw Math Mech earlier, but El Guardian Selta has calculated this one through and through. 7th Tachyon going to additionally bridge the gap here. You have to imagine this will be eventually the Photon Lord, eventually the Curry Photon, but right now, here comes Silent Honor Arc to help bridge to the water monsters.
Yeah, this is what makes the Horus card such a generic starter now for so many decks because you can always go into Dragluxion, search for the new Tachyon monster and search for 7th Tachyon that gets you into your engine.
Your engine of Umi control, which is not something we were expecting per se. Warrior of Atlantis, a mainstay. You know, we've seen this card so many times in the past. It's gonna add a legendary ocean, and Umi by any other name. Really gonna look difficult for Colossa to deal with here, but notably did draw 2 cards off of those 2 Perulias.
Yeah. And now if you want to summon out your Kairyu-Shin, you're gonna have to give Colossa 2 more cards. Oh, and we're going to summon out the Kairyu-Shin as a tribute summon. Of course, Umi is not on the field yet, so it's a level 5 monster. You can now add a Kairyu-Shin spell trap card or a stealth trap or Umi.
Sea Stealth Attack, of course, very, very valuable. Sea Stealth 2 as well.
It's a classic in Duel Links, no? Sea Stealth Attack, that was a great deck back in the day.
I think this was a great deck back in Master Duel too. He got to 3rd place in that first Invitational.
It's also very, very
But can I get him into 2nd place in this group?
Yeah,
I guess we'll see.
That's the good question, because that's a 10-pie with 7 cards in hand. The draw phase hasn't even happened yet.
I'm looking forward to Ed quizzing Elgardian Selta on the intricacies of the Umi control deck. A Legendary Ocean now being used. Kind of interesting that that was added, because you had the potential to discard the Warrior of Atlantis.
Atlantis, right. That confused me a little as well. We set a card, which is perhaps the only target that you have for your Kairyu-Shin. So, I don't know. Maybe going for a Photon would have been a little bit better here, because you already had your engine. It basically gave you just a 7th Tachyon to search for the Warrior of Atlantis. That didn't do anything here. Oh, Dark Hole is just immediately activated from Colossa. And do we have anything to answer this year? Do we have any destruction protection? Solemn Judgment is being activated. At the cost of 4,000 life points, you're able to negate Dark Hole. Still 7 cards in hands for Colossa, so there is no guarantee that that was the only removal for your field.
Indeed, it wasn't even the guarantee that that was the only potential dark hole there, honestly.
Yeah.
The Tenpai Dragon deck, of course, loving all of these removal opportunities, and Solemn Judgment, while it will stop 1, does mean Elgardian Selta's field now a little bit more... Okay, 2 Forbidden Droplets, yeah. So there's no chance to respond from the Ocean Dragon Lord Kairyu-Shin. The Dragluxion, you have to imagine as well, actually may very well be immune or just wasn't targeted.
Yeah, but I mean, it just doesn't do anything on your opponent's turn. Now we have gotten rid of 3 spell cards already in our graveyard. Dark Hole, Droplet. Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage, gets us a Hornet Drones, gets us another control. Lockbird is being activated.
Lockbird being activated indeed, and it will stop additional cards being added to their hand here. Colossus drawn like 7 cards in this game, by the way.
Good.
Sangen Kaimen.
Chain to the Droll and Lockbird. Very smart to not activate this in battle phase, because Droll and Lockbird shuts you off from activating it once it's resolved. If it is just only being activated, you can still chain this. And now this is a very good looking Tenpai Dragon Chandra in hand of Colossa.
Yep, normal summon Chandra here, you have to imagine, will be the play. Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drones being used as well. So many spells in the graveyard does mean that the Sky Striker spells are totally online here. We do have Sky Striker Ace token being linked off into Kagari.
And maybe also Colossa has another Tenpai Dragon. Pydra also has the ability to set a card from deck playing around Droll and Lockbird, so you could set your Sangen Summoning, which this turn can't search anymore, but it can be destroyed for doubling the attack.
Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drones again here. Widow Anchor in response. On top of that, just so many spell cards coming out, and not much Elgardian Selta can do in response. Widow Anchor going to steal the Dragluxion. Its effect is online because it's Colossus' turn, technically. Yeah.
She's just showing off at this point.
I think so.
And also, I think the effect isn't online anymore because Droll and Lockbird is active.
Truth.
But now we are still in main phase, so normal summon Chandra could be a possible play. Or summon basically any dragon. We go into Kagari and token into Hita first. Probably. Is there a fire monster in the graveyard of Elgardian Selta? That is not the case. Oh, we normal summon Pydra. And Pydra is, of course, we can still special summon the Chandra.
And put the Sangen Summoning directly on the field instead of adding it to the hand that would have been stopped by the Droll and Lockbird.
Yep. And now, basically, we have Chandra, we have Pydra, we have damage. We only need to deal 4,000. Oh, and
we have talent
on
top of that. I think Elgardian Selta may be regretting giving Colossa as many cards as he did through those double Perulia. And now even the takeaway of the Kairyu Shin on top of that, just so much damage on the field for Colossa. We saw the Umi control for the first time this tournament, and probably, based on the results of this one, for the last time this tournament. Colossa making it out of Group A as your second seed.
Yep, at this point, Guardian Selta didn't even lose to the Tenpai Dragons. It was basically the Sky Striker cards and some removal. And most importantly, Molchami Perulia, 2 of them granted Colossa 4 cards in total. So incredibly strong, putting her on second place right after Josh, if Josh wins the next game versus Julia Bayonetta.
So I believe Josh will have the tiebreaker anyway,
Very
because
good
of the
point.
head-to-head result against Colossa. So therefore, yeah, Josh pretty much fixed for the first seed escaping this one, and Colossa following pretty swiftly here with a very convincing win over El Guardian Selta. We did think it was a bit dicey with the Galaxy Eyes, the Photon Lord rather, just being an available option perhaps, and the Curry Photon being that tech that we saw rise up as a possibility against the Tenpai Dragon strategy in particular. Didn't quite see it that game, didn't quite see the victory, but you know who did see victory? Colossa.
Yep, indeed. I'm still quite confused because I want to know why Warrior of Atlantis was searched after the entire 7th Tachyon combo, and then Kairyu Shin just searched for a Legendary Ocean anyways later on, so the Warrior of Atlantis just chilled in hand. I mean, it's a very cool looking card, but if you keep it in hand and then lose to Tenpai Dragons on the following turn, doesn't help you much. But who didn't lose was Colossa. Let's go over to Ed.
Thank you very much, Leo. I am here with Colossa, who has just won that bubble match that you were worried about in our last interview. You threw into the semi-finals. How do you feel?
Actually, for now I'm a bit relaxed.
Yeah?
Because the bubble was putting a lot of pressure on my shoulders. Now I've got rid of it.
Now you're chilled.
I'm chilled, yeah.
Now,
I would say.
we were just talking while we were off camera. This isn't the first time you've played against Kairyu Shin, is it?
Yeah, it's not the first time. I've been playing against Kairyu Shin at the first Invitational against Guardian Selta. I think that's why he likes the deck so much. He tried it the first time.
For those of you who didn't tune into the first ever Invitational, I believe the decks were all assigned at random to people.
Oh, yeah?
And so that was the event that started the lore for El Guardian Selta with this Umi control deck that he loves so much. It all started there, and you faced him there. So you've had all these years compounding that knowledge, and you finally use that knowledge to beat him just then and take yourself all the way through to the final. So you're going to relax for a bit, but do you feel nervous or do you feel confident about the semi-finals?
I mean, there will be like very strong players, so even though I'm a bit chilled now because of now I'm in the semifinals, I still have to be focused and locked in because there will be a lot of strong players with me. So,
well, congratulations on getting into that top cut. I'm going to let you have a little bit of time to decompress and relax and get yourself zen and focused for that next game. But guys, we still have a couple more rounds coming up. So next up, we have Joshua Schmidt versus Julia. So let's have a quick chat with Julia.
Je me présente Julia, française de Marseille. Je joue à Yu-Gi-Oh depuis maintenant 5 ans. L'un de mes meilleurs souvenirs sur Master Duel, je pense, c'est lorsque j'étais face à un ami qui pensait gagner et j'avais un Nibiru dans ma main et je lui ai cassé tout son board, il était dégoûté et il a perdu. Objectivement, je pense que je vais gagner. Le deck que je vais jouer demain, ça va être un deck Orcuste qui n'est pas du tout méta, c'est juste un deck coup de cœur que j'ai joué, je crois que ça a été mon premier deck, donc j'avais envie de le sortir, histoire de passer un bon moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to yet another match, the last match of Group A for today. It is Josh versus Julia Bayonetta.
And I mean, it's basically just for Josh the challenge. Can he go undefeated all the way through? Because, of course, at this point, this has to be the task for him. He has won the first 2 rounds. He's already locked in for the top 4. Basically, also already as first place, as he has defeated Colossa in their direct duel. But, of course, I mean, when you can go undefeated, you may as well, right? Because that's always a nice way to do it.
That is true. And Julia Bayonetta is still looking for her first win in
course.
this tournament. And who would be better to beat than the not reigning world champion, reigning world's runner-up, Joshua Schmidt. And I think that she really wants to get this
Exactly.
combo
I mean,
off.
if you get one win in a tournament, why not against Josh, for sure.
Yeah. And Josh has now the option to just play his deck again, or maybe perhaps also show off a cool second deck. However, he already knows that in the best of 3 format, in the top cut, he is going to show off the other decks. So I might try to conceal this information from my opponents.
I agree. I probably would just rather keep it hidden from the public and also his other players that are his other possible opponents that are waiting there. And of course, everyone is watching. Like when they're not playing, they go there and watch the other players do their duels. And therefore, of course, every piece of information is super, super, super valuable. Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, of course, big game of information and knowledge. That's why cards like, for example, Triple-Eclectic Talents that we saw multiple times today already is such a powerful card because you get information from your opponent's hand, or at least you have the chance to do so, and you always want to be ahead of your opponent in mind games.
That's why Gravekeeper's Spy was so good back in the day, because the spy just got you the information, you know, getting out another spy. Actually, it doesn't really fit the theme of the card, right?
Not really, no. But I still respect the attempt, Leo. I respect the attempt. But yeah, I mean, Orcus, actually, you have a very special connection to Orcus as well. You, I think, specifically enjoyed the Orcus Sky Striker deck a lot back in the day, right?
I love this deck so much. So I've played it around YCS Milan. I even won a prize card with the deck.
Okay, okay, flex in here.
Won a giant card with the deck as well. So
Stop it.
I love this deck so much. My friends carried me with a 3v3 tournament in the Sky Striker Orcus times. Was amazing. Was an amazing deck. There were like 2 versions of the deck. One was very basic, where you just play a few Sky Striker cards, and the other one is you play Allure into the Void, everything. Just go crazy on that one. But let's see what Julia Bayonetta is going to cook up with Orcus or Josh with the Fire King deck. Perhaps let's go into the games.
We shall see whether Julia Bayonetta can show off those cool Orcus combos. I don't think she's including the Sky Striker cards, but maybe we have cooked up something else. And Bayonetta has decided to go second here, though, interestingly enough.
I mean, the first 2 attempts at going first didn't really help her too much. In the second game, she really bricked it. Oh, and Josh is just showing
up. Alrighty, we do have Blue Eyes as our second deck, joining Revs cards as a Blue Eyes duelist here in this tournament. Searching Majesty here, though. Hold on. Okay, we're also searching, of course, Sage with the Eyes of Blue, so we do have a good starter. Dangers into Droll and Lockbird. Is there something like that from Bayonetta's side? No, there is not.
If you get Drone Lockbird, Sage with Eyes of Blue has a second effect where you can special summon out a Blue Eyes from the deck. You have the Maiden in the graveyard already, and you have set up the Majesty already in hand. So I think if you have the Sage, you're kind of okay versus a Drone Lockbird, even though you would of course prefer to not get Drone Lockbird.
I mean, you do need a second monster on the field for that, right? Don't you need to send the monster from the field to the graveyard to then get the Blue Eyes White
but
Dragon
you can
out?
activate the effect from hand. So you normal summon something else.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
And
That's
then
true.
you activate the effect from hand to special summon it.
No, you're absolutely right.
Ah, thank you.
Mausoleum of White now also making sure to send something to the graveyard, and that is the Blue Eyes White Dragon now. Not staying there for long, though. Spirit of Eyes of Blue bringing it back. Let's see what Josh's take on the Blue Eyes deck actually is. I think Josh, honestly, he just felt inspired by the release of yesterday's pack, right? Because I would be expecting Dominus Purge to be in that Blue Eyes deck 100%. So he included the Dominus Impulse into the Fire King strategy, and now the Purge into this here, maybe.
Have we seen one of those cards so far?
Absolutely not.
Because that is very
None of it.
surprising. In the TCG, I mean, I very much assume that they're in the players' decks. They just don't draw the cards.
Yeah, very true. But for now, we're going to use the graveyard effect of Wishes, equipping Tyrant Dragon here to the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Interesting, you usually want to equip something else there to protect targeting.
The Neo Blue Eyes White Dragon, ultimate Neo Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah. And here is the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. I'm wondering whether there's a reason for going for the Tyrant there. 2 set cards, can't hurt. We searched Majesty off of the Wishes, so that's one that certainly is going to be there. But now Bayonetta, 6 cards in hand.
Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is so incredible versus the Orcus strategy.
Oh, yeah.
Just came to think of it. But Bayonetta has seen, like, we have seen Called by the Grave from her hand, which is very good against the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. We've seen Raigeki, and the combination of those 2 cards that she had in the last game and couldn't play would really help against this.
Okay.
We see activate orchestrated Barbel all the time from her.
Yes.
Basically. She always draws this card, which is not the thing you want to do with the deck, but let's see how she continues. Versus Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, a negation for effects in the graveyard is huge against Orcus.
Gyesu, the Orcus, the Mag Knight is there. One of the Very, very powerful normal summons of the deck. Honestly, from the Orcus cards, probably the best normal summon there is, and Josh, accomplished player, of course, knows that, and therefore uses Infinite Impermanence on it rightfully.
Yep. Immediately shutting off access to this. Of course, also, if you're activating Infinite Impermanence, this is something that players choose to activate relatively early, just because, okay, we activate Bigfoot, just because it doesn't play to triple tactic talents. Maxi is being chained in response to Danger Bigfoot. We have seen Called by the Grave. We've also seen a crossout designator used earlier on a Scrap Recycler, but no, not responded to it. And we discard the Bigfoot.
But they can negate the Bigfoot now with the Spirit Dragon.
But this forces the Spirit Dragon effect.
I mean, yes, it does. Okay.
The Bigfoot on the field right now doesn't do anything with the Gearsu.
Yeah.
So I think this was actually quite good for her. Also, you don't give Josh the Maxi draw here.
That's actually very true, yeah. So we have found an answer to the Spirit Dragon. Do we now, on the resolution of that, maybe immediately use the effect of the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon? Yes, we do. Which is our target of choice here. Which is the monster we bring out, of course. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon. Also, basically the upgrade, right?
Yeah. Also very, very smart from Josh to summon it in the extra monster zone, because there's a good chance that Nightmare Cerberus is a card that is being played from Bayonetta, because you can just link it off into Nightmare Mermaid.
Jackalope! Oh no! Even though Joshua is not even really executing it, he is getting those dangers out of the hand of Bayonetta there.
The Snipe Hunter is
step by step. He
all
is snipe hunting here for sure. Still though, of course, a way into a danger monster with the graveyard effect of Danger Jackalope there.
But you also don't know what Bayonetta has in hand. If it's like Orcus cards in the hand, then you really want to discard those. But you still have access to Nightmare Phoenix, which probably would be negated if you target the True Light to destroy all monsters on the field. But you can get the discard. We go into Galatea, the Orcus Automatron, which would give us the chance to summon out Dingirsu. However, you can't activate that effect first because we don't have anything banished.
That is true. Majesty of the White Dragons will be activated, immediately trying to deal with the Galatea and doing so successfully. Bayonetta just nodding, heading into the end phase. Josh, not only a master of the Fire King deck, but also apparently of the Blue Eyes White Dragons. Due to the effect of Spirit Dragon, the monster it summoned out will be destroyed in the end phase. But the cool thing about the Spirit Dragon is it immediately replaces itself again. So
it's almost like it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
that way, right?
They kind of belong to each other, honestly. True Light also, the original Blue Eyes White Dragon onto the field. Is this going to be another game where Blue Eyes White Dragon just attacks for game?
I'm kind of hoping, because I love this animation.
The animation is beautiful.
So much. Maiden of White, of course, on the field as well. Also such a versatile card. If you're playing multiple Blue Eyes, you can now use the Mausoleum to target the Maiden of White to send another Blue Eyes from deck to the hand. And that's a pretty easy way to go to game. We're just now linking Maiden of White off into the Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Come on, Josh. The real challenge right now is to attack with the Blue Eyes White Dragon for game.
I think
Show it to us.
I think we're going to see this, because this Spirit is going to summon out another Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yeah.
Standing in front of the tomb, looking really, really cool. Threatening 9,300 damage now.
Josh, is that the battle phase? It is the battle phase indeed.
Oh, plays into Gorts. Plays into Gorse right here.
There is an Orchestrated Babel on the field, though, so no Gorse available.
True, and Blue Eyes White Dragon attacks for game!
The burst of destruction! Beautiful animation once again, and also the previous world champion using the powers of the White Dragons, and therefore with a completely undefeated record, deserving of a world champion, moving on to top 4 as the winner of this group number 8.
Yeah, just choosing to reveal his second deck before it gets really relevant as well. It's just such a flex here, saying, hey, I can just run Blue Eyes as well. You guys know what I'm going to play now soon. Also, very relevant, showing that he doesn't have a 10-pie deck.
True, absolutely, yeah. I mean, would you have expected him to bring that to the Invitational?
I don't think that he's necessarily the biggest 10-pie enjoyer. However, giving away the information that your opponent can always go first is very huge. But now you see Josh 3-0, Colossa
the final information
2-1.
as well, yeah.
both qualified for the top 4. Congratulations at this point.
Absolutely so. And as we said, Josh, of course, in convincing fashion, not dropping a single game. Honestly, none of those games really looked that close even, right? He was just completely in control. Honestly, Guardian Selta came the closest with the Maxi resolving against his Fire King deck, but then the Skyburn, the Battle Phase really saved it for him. So all Josh so far, huh?
Yep, Josh is absolutely dominating this tournament so far, but now we're in top 4 and you only get one of those cool trophies if you are in the finals. So doesn't matter if you go 3-0 in group stages, if you lose the top 4 match, you don't get this very cool Neos trophy. But so far Josh hasn't even looked close to losing a game, so let's hear it from him and Ed.
Here I am once again with Joshua Schmidt, 3-0 here and topping Group A, moving in to that top cut here at the 3rd Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Anniversary Invitational. Now, Josh, we've now seen you piloting the Blue Eyes deck, and actually there were a couple of moments there that seemed a little bit hairy, but actually you just steamrolled through. What do you like about the Blue Eyes deck? Because it's got the new support recently.
Yeah, I find it like it's a very fun mid-rangey deck that doesn't like, you saw my end field there, like there's not that much on it, but it does surprisingly, like it has a lot of interaction from just the few things you can make. And I really enjoy that kind of play style. Like, I'm not the type of person to just like try to build like the biggest board possible, like 6 monsters, whatever. I really like the ones where you have like solid follow-up, a couple of interactions. You have to think about how to use those well. It's really enjoyable.
And of course, one of the most iconic Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters ever. So worth piloting into this top cut. How do you feel about being in the top cut?
I mean, I'm pretty happy about it. I do think that it's going to be tough because I've seen some of the games from the other group. There's definitely some tough opponents there, so I'm going to try to take it down, but you never know.
Best of luck. We'll see what happens. So, guys, next we have our final 2 duels of Group B. We're going to see exactly who Josh and Colossa are going to be going up against in these coming duels. So, our next match is going to be Joker versus Revs cards. And some of you may have seen, obviously this is one of our digital titles, but the other is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel. And Revs cards has been part of an excellent series called Creating the Links. Let's take a look.
The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been in our lives for more than a quarter of a century. From the anime and manga to the trading card game and video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been creating links between duelists since it first began. You ready?
I'm ready.
We're about to bring you along for a very unique adventure where we travel across the globe and meet all kinds of different duelists from all kinds of different backgrounds, see their local communities, and explore the links that tie us all together. Each of our tours will end with an epic duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, all to show that whoever you are and wherever you come from, there is a bond that unites all duelists. Welcome to Create the Links.
Let's go, let's duel.
Show me what you're going to summon.
I'm gonna attack Tornado the Wind Weaver.
Oh my god!
You want to win with this?
Welcome back, and as we have now determined who's going to the top 4 from Group A, of course now we have to find out as well who's going to do it from Group B. So, first match for that is going to be Joker versus Revs cards, and Revs cards currently on his comeback arc, right? Losing the first round, trying to still make it through, and if he wins here, he has very good chances, honestly.
Looking for some redemption with that Blue Eyes strategy that we did just see Josh demonstrate actually in his victory over Julia Bayonetta. Now, Joker, while talking about victories, you do kind of have to entertain the thought that this is the only person in Group B without one so far, but it's still very much a possibility
and still
that he is able to turn this around.
This is pretty interesting in this group because we would not have a clear situation right away, just depending on scores, right? Because even if Revs card wins here, if then in the end also Barcode wins in his last game, we got to figure out, I think Revs cards and Barcode, there was Barcode winning in that one, right?
Indeed. So the head-to-head
No, wait. No, Revs cards did beat the Blue Eyes deck there. That was the match he summoned the Magyar. So.
Indeed, against the Snake Eye Fiendsmith. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see how that does play out if we do find ourselves in such a situation. Of course, that is very much contingent on how this duel goes. Can Revs cards bring the Blue Eyes another victory? Will he bring out his other deck? Or will Joker be able to finally get that Mathmech Circular off of the top? Needed it so badly in that last game. Needs a win here if he's going to keep his tournament dreams alive. And I guess we will very much see in this duel right now. Joker versus Revs cards.
Here we have them. Is it going to be Joker getting his first victory of the tournament, or is Revs cards keeping himself in the tournament? Joker has won the coin toss, so that's a solid start for his side already. And he does have the Fiendsmith tracked. I think this is where his deck can work, when he starts with the Fiendsmith cards first and then goes into the Mathmech part of his deck after, then his deck plays way better, because after going through the Mathmech stuff, you can't go into the Fiendsmith stuff anymore, so you want to do it this way around.
Playing very quickly here, without any kind of response from Revs cards. Revs, do you have an answer to this? So far, not too much. Actually, just going to allow Fiendsmith cards to resolve. Engraver now hitting the field.
And Joker, does he have Mathmech cards as well on there? The interesting part about this all is Mathmech Circular cannot be activated if you have any other monsters on the field that are not Cybers monsters. Therefore, I just, like, when you get to the end field that your Fiendsmith stuff is producing, I'm kind of wondering what he does ban. So I'm really hoping that we, for the first time now, really get to see how both of these things combined work, because it's literally what Joker created. I haven't seen anything like that before, besides himself playing it.
Flips Dragon Capture Jar to deal with the Blue Eyes and the Tempai so far, or just reveals Circular to...
Wait, yeah, true.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I was wrong. You can just totally activate it here, but you are locked into Cybers monsters at some point, of course.
Yeah, a lot of locks in these combos, but that is just something you're going to have to turn around here. Actually, Circular now just going to presumably resolve. No disruption so far from Revs cards. 5 unknowns in the hand here for this Blue Eyes White Dragon deck, you have to imagine, unless he's changed it up this time around. Looks pretty calm and collected. Then again, he's always very cool. Revs cards. Joker as well, very, very collected. Actually, just now going through the motions of that Fiendsmith Cybers deck.
But here, I was wrongly saying that the Mathmech Circular shuts you out of non-Cybers monsters, but now we have reached the point with the Sigmar activating. This is the moment we cannot summon anything from the extra deck besides Cybers monsters. So I'm really wondering what that Fiendsmith Engraver that is currently just chilling there on the field supposed to do in the end.
Prime Mathmech Alambeshian now hitting the field.
Okay,
does get responded to with an effect Veiler.
Effect Veiler.
Is there a call by the grave in response? Is there a crossout designator? Is there anything? No, not at all. Committed so much to get to this part of the combo, and ultimately it's going to stop right there. Where does Joker take this? What does he do? I heard an activation. Haven't quite seen what it was yet.
Fiendsmith Requiem putting itself as an equip spell to the Fiendsmith Engraver. Can we do anything with that card here in the spell and trap zone? There must be a reason why we did that. Is there a way we can bring it to the graveyard with Mathmech cards? I'm wondering. I don't see any, to be honest. But Joker, oh, he's setting one card.
Yeah.
He's setting another card. And we have seen him search for Super Factorial. But he only has 2 Mathmech monsters in the graveyard currently. So Laplacian, the monster you want to summon off of Super Factorial, is not an opportunity, not a possibility here.
Do we have any kind of meaningful response from Revs cards to deal with this established field, though, is the question, because we said 5 unknown cards now. With the effect Veiler, we're back to that number 5 off of the draw for the turn as well. So where do we go from here? Is it Blue Eyes White Dragon? I guess we're about to see.
We're about to see indeed, and I mean, you say established field, and yeah, we're matching the cards in hand from Revs with cards on the field on Joker's side, but if we look at them, the Requiem, the Engraver, and the Laplacian, or no, rather the Alambertian, they don't do anything on Revs' card's turn. And also, the set card is probably going to be the Super Factorial, and we do have a strong starter from Revs cards using Wishes for Eyes of Blue. Also a prime target for an Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring, though, if Joker has it. He has Solemn Judgment.
Does say no to this, and ultimately Revs cards cannot do anything to stop that. The counter trap speed, of course, does mean that any further kind of response on that chain is going to be shut out. Revs, where do you go from here? Wished for Eyes of Blue, wished to close this one out and get out of this group, but ultimately stopped in his tracks. Still 3 cards in hand, still an opportunity here. Revs, it's your turn, it's your move. What do you do?
I mean, we might have a really funny situation in the end developing, because imagine Joka wins this year. I don't think he's actually out, right? Because Joka could go to 1-2, Revs cards would also go to 1-2, and then if Emre beats Barcode in the last game of the group round, then we may have 3 players at 1-2, so nothing over for Joka so far, so it's really worth playing, but there is a Magician's Souls now next up for Revs cards.
This nightmare tiebreak scenario is ultimately the dream of Joka. He wants to stay in this, and he looks to be in a commanding position to do so. But Revs cards with the Spirit with Eyes of Blue able to add the Mausoleum of White, and it's not gone disrupted. There's still 2 cards in hand for Joka. Could very well see further interactions there, but Revs cards for now looking pretty okay with how things are turning out.
There already is a Blue Eyes White Dragon in the graveyard, as we discarded that for the wishes at the beginning of our turn. And I think we're going to bring that back here. Very much so. There he is, the most iconic monster back onto the field. It's so beautiful to see that just a normal monster in 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel still has that big of an impact. There's Raw of the Blue-Eyed Dragons, meaning we probably are going to make that 2 Blue-Eyed White Dragon in just a second. Oh, we could also just make a Jet Dragon, even better here in that situation, arguably.
Yep. Some removal available now for Revs cards to deal with that established field. 1 face down was the Solemn Judgment. What is the other face down, though? I believe it was a Math Mech card.
It's most likely Super Vectorial, and the interesting thing is we could go into Tyrant Dragon, and Tyrant Dragon would actually be insane, as Tyrant Dragon allows Revs cards to attack every single monster on the opponent's side of the field. There is a Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. There we have it, Mausoleum of White now as well, so 1 fusion monster could deal with both of these monsters from Joka there, and still noteworthy, it's only 4,000 life points right now for Joka due to that Solemn Judgment activation.
1 fusion monster, but it is 1 normal monster sent from the deck to the graveyard by Revs cards here.
Hold on, though!
Dragon answered by the Nibiru, the Primal Being. The entire field now sent to the graveyard as this meteor crashes down. Not a dinosaur made extinct this time around. Instead, a whole field of dragons.
Look at that. 10,200 attack points on the token, but possibly the turn-ending move here from Joka's side for everything that Revs cards try to do there. And you see him going left to right in his chair, and he will have to pass it over. And Joka now back in the driving seat here. But
Math Mech, iconic for being able to start so many combos off of a single card. Fiendsmith, very much the same. Joka has 2 of these engines in his deck and 2 of the components in his hands. Math Mech Diameter going to start this off.
That's the perfect card he could have drawn there, because that does not only give him immediate monster access and immediate ways to play, but also the set card is still the Math Mech Super Factorial. That will be live now with a 3rd Math Mech monster finding its way to the graveyard.
And Joka's previous duel, he needed that Math Mech card off the top of the deck, but could not find it. This time around, though, he gets it. He gets the circular on the field on top of it. The Fiendsmith Engraver joins the party. Granted, nothing has 5,300 attack or more at the moment, but it should still be easily dispatched. This Nibiru, the Primal Being token.
For sure, we can just equip that Requiem once more, and that alone would be a good way to deal with the Nibiru token here. And exactly what we're going to do. Fiendsmith Engraver, not only sending the Requiem, but also the token off the field. And, I mean, well, some quick math here. That's almost 8,000 points of damage. And we still have the trap card in there. Oh.
And we still have an Xyz summon on top of it. We can access more of these Math Mech monsters. Math Mech. Alembestia now being summoned again for the 2nd time this duel, but this time no effect Veiler, no interference, allowed to just resolve.
And we're going to get Math Mech Circular. Joka will have to pay attention. Do you really want to activate that Math Mech Circular here? As when you do so, you could only attack with one monster that turn. So you have so many attack points there already on the field. I don't even really think you want to do that necessarily, because let's face it here, if you just go into the battle phase like that, oh, we have Druid's Worm as well. That very handily and easily does it here, possibly for Joker. And we're even safe from Nibiru, because that Primarch mech Alan Bershon there was made with a diameter, so nothing that Revs cards can do here, because we have a negate online for Joker. There is a Nibiru, the Primal Being, but we can just negate it, as I just explained, with the negation effect that was granted due to Malphite diameter being used as an XYZ material. So a sad-looking Nibiru. The Nibiru from Joker was way more impactful, as it did resolve, and we are in the battle phase now, and we are going to close this one out. And it's lovely to see that Joker gets his first win and kind of shakes things up here in Group B, as this might be leading to him possibly still making it into the top 4 eventually. Wait, hold on though, we were a little quick there. What happened there? Is Joker just said, you know what? Let's play this one on for a little longer here.
Okay, is there a reason why the Alan Bershon was not able to attack?
So we gotta see here. Revs cards trying to figure out the situation.
Okay, in our defense, Math Mech is not something you see every day, and Fiendsmith Math Mech especially not. But Fiendsmith sequence here, the additional burn from the Fiendsmith card from the Lacrima is going to be able to hopefully seal the deal here.
He's trying to do it that way. Look at Joker. He knows the last card in hand from Revs cards, so he just wants to do it in a different way.
Yeah.
He wants to show us here that he has every tool available. He goes into Fiends with Lacrima. He's like, we can all attack, but has anyone ever today done that one yet today? So we're going to do it here. We're going to link up that Fiends with Lacrima, and then we will be able to deal the final damage here in the main phase 2 instead.
Yep, able to just do a clean, I believe, 1,200 points of damage with this. It can be the difference maker. It will be the difference maker here as well. Going to actually XCs with this into a rank 6.
That works. You can still just detect. Okay, we go Caesar.
Nice.
I mean, okay. Joker says we're going to not even end it like that here. We're going to give Revs cards the chance here. Honestly, gentleman move there by Joker, saying, hey, you may try again. Super Factorial now, though, from Joker. Immediately when Revs cards drew another card. So he may have another turn, but he's going to get his card out of the hand taken away there, and we're going to have another negate available by Diameter also returning to the field here. I think Joker just wants some more screen time here, honestly. He just wants to show off.
A lot of Math Mech here, and we do have an XC summon on top of it into Prime Math Mech Laplacian.
So goodbye to the Mausoleum of White, goodbye to one of the 2 cards in hand, and okay, so it is an unknown card that we drew there, but we do also have a negate. We do also still have the Caesar on the field, so in case we try to special summon something, but no, Revs cards with a set card there. Is that set card going to be a Mirror Force, possibly?
We've seen a single card turn a game on its head before, and we may very well see it this time around, but it looks very likely that the Joker will close this one out. A Synchro Summon on top of that. It is 10, so that should be the Chaos Angel coming out here. Banish on the face down. And this should just be a clean connection of the final attack from that Nibiru, the Primal Being, from Joker to take his first victory this tournament.
Indeed, Joker is still in this. He will be urgently paying attention to that next game coming up, because all of a sudden he's in this. All of a sudden he may be having a chance for himself to still get into that top 4. He was very nervous. He was really upset when he did not win the first 2 rounds. But the way this is shaping up now, he's absolutely, possibly still good to go, and maybe golden, because if he makes it in there as second place, next opponent is Josh. And I mean, against Josh, everything can happen.
I mean, also you have the advantage of playing Math Mech against Josh.
Indeed.
Historically, a difficult matchup.
That's a heads-up start for him already, for sure.
True
Absolutely.
But regardless, very well played by Joker there to just shut out the Blue Eyes White Dragon strategy from Revs. We've seen the power of the deck when going first. We haven't seen too much of it when going second, though. And of course, when it comes to dragon decks that do deal with established fields, Tenpai Dragon has been the go-to theme so far this tournament and so far this past couple of months in Master Duel.
Yeah, and finally, we will have the chance to have an interview with Joker, as of course this is the first win he got out of this tournament, so let's bring it over to Ad and our winner, Joker.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am here with Joker, who's just achieved his first win here at the Invitational and also dethroned the previous champion from the last 2 years in that single duel. So, your math mech strategy, it's paid off pretty well. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I wasn't so confident when I went into the duel because I knew who I was going against, but when I saw my hand, I thought I was playing against Blue Eyes because that's all he played. That's all I saw in this tournament so far, so I knew I could win with this hand, and yeah, it went off perfect. I was scared about Nibiru, so I went the line, and yeah, he had the Nibiru, and my Nibiru won the game.
That is true, yeah. That was really well played, playing around that, because if you hadn't, might have been a very different outcome, but you did play that expertly. Talk to us a bit about why you chose MathMech, because that's quite a rogue choice in the format we've got at this tournament.
That's true, that's true. I used to play MathMech in the TCG when it was full power, and because of the Forbidden and Limit list, you cannot really play it in TCG anymore, so that's why I thought I will play it in Master Duel, because I really missed Circular, so yeah.
Okay. Well, because of that win, and depending on how this next one goes, there's still a chance that you might be able to get into that top cut. It all depends on what happens in this next round, but there might even be a playoff. So if that happens, best of luck. We'll see what happens in this next game. But speaking of that next game, we have Emre versus Barcode heading your way for our final duel of the group phases, maybe, unless we have one of those playoffs. But let's have a quick chat with Barcode.
So hello everybody, I'm Barcode, I'm a French content creator. I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2002, but I went back again at the game in 2021, and now I'm here. Okay, my best memory in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel was probably when I was invited at the first Invitational, and it was amazing. Like, the people were amazing, the games were amazing, the place was amazing, and I hope it will be the same today and tomorrow. For the Challenger Cup final, I think Misty is gonna take it all, but for the Invitational, of course, I'm gonna win the whole thing. Why not? I mean, there are a lot of competitors, but I might be well prepared for that. Today and tomorrow, I'm gonna play Snake Eyes because this is basically the best deck right now, and I think that you've gotta play it if you want to win the whole thing. But I thought about playing Melodious because this is probably my favorite deck. Unfortunately, we're not gonna see it tomorrow.
Fiendsmith MathMech is a deck. It was a very big surprise. Also,
it is a deck.
It is a deck. I was also surprised at the ending of the game of the last one.
True. Yes. Multiple avenues for Joker to close that one out. Multiple avenues that are unfortunately missed due to certain restrictions or interactions or just somebody enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh! To its fullest.
Exactly. But Solemn Judgment on Wishes for Eyes of Blue. Very good interaction.
Probably not the last we've seen of that for the weekend, I'll be honest with you. And probably not the last we've seen of any of these competitors, as we do very much have an alive group right now. Emre, of course, leading the charge 2-0. Barcode needs a victory here to guarantee he accompanies Emre out of that group and actually would take the first seed thanks to the head-to-head tiebreaker. However, if Barcode were to lose this, it does present another interesting tiebreaker, which is too complex to go into the details of until we actually have to deal with it. So let's see how this game actually plays out.
Yep, I'm quite curious to see if Emre is going for the Josh approach, knowing I have won the group already, basically. So let's see what I can do here. Even though I think if Emre loses,
he will face against Josh in the semifinals.
Yes, and he's not the first of the group then, so it's very much in his interest to win this game as well, just to match the Snipe Hunter energy, right?
Yeah, of course. You absolutely can't have your team captain do a better record than you.
Exactly. I don't think that's at all something that he wants to face off. So I expect the full focus on the Tenpai Dragon strategy from Emre again. And I think that the players are ready, so let's go into the game.
Yep, the final match of the group stage here, unless we do have something miraculous happen. This should be it to decide who advances here from Group B, who joins Joshua Schmidt and Colossa in that knockout bracket, who gets the chance to claim the Neos trophy here for the 3rd anniversary Invitational.
And Barcode is going first here, starting off with the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. This is not a one-card starter for the Snake Eye deck, but since we have the Snake Eyes Doom Dragon, it is much better than before, because if you have access to Fiendsmith, easy peasy.
Yeah, it also does soak up a lot of the disruption from the opponent, and if they don't, this is what happens. You get the Snake Eyes Diabellstar, which will in turn allow itself to eventually climb into further monsters. As you said, Snake Eyes Doom Dragon, very much a possibility later on.
If you are in your engine, yes. If you're not in your engine, then you want to put the Snake Eye Ash there with another card.
Sending for Diabellstar the Black Witch.
Yep, alright, okay, we're sending the Temple off immediately, but Diabellstar is a very, very good start into this game here. Do we see a possible interaction from Emre? There is a good chance he is on the Tenpai strategy. I didn't quite see in the beginning who decided that Barcode is going first, if it was Emre or Barcode, but Diabellstar the Black Witch is going to resolve here. I think that we're currently choosing the target for it. And Emre is just patiently waiting. Deception of the Sinful Spoils is being activated.
Yep, Deception of the Sinful Spoils, as you said, going to resolve here. It is going to be Diabellstar the Black Witch. She sent a card from the field to the graveyard to be summoned. Now going to be sent on top of that to allow these Azamina components to truly come online. Murcielago actually being revealed in the extra deck here. Could very well see this initial piece of the puzzle start to come out for Barcode. So far, no disruption from Emre. Granted, if he is playing Tenpai Dragon into this, it could very well end up that no disruption is needed, because later on, that's when things start to get scary for Barcode.
Oh, and now we activate original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. We search that to the hand. So there is a few different routes that we can go for. You can send off the Murcielago for your original Sinful Spoils and then add the Hallowed Azamina back from your graveyard to your hand if you have something to do with it, or it's just a free resource as a card in hand.
Yes, indeed, could very well be that is the case. Snake Eye Ash here, about as good as a summon as you can get, either normal or special. Does have the additional effect to bring out Poplar. Poplar will then in turn summon itself, and that, as you said, eventually leads to more and more access for the Snake Eye components to get to the Doom Dragon, to get to really anything, the Flamberge Dragon, so many dragons in an otherwise fire-focused deck.
Yeah. And now we can just decide how we play this combo. I think at this point there's 100 ways to play the Snake Eye combos.
And rank 1 XCs here coming out for Barcode. The Kiki Nagashi Fucho going to be the play here.
Oh, and we're just passing the turn here on Fucho.
That's not ideal.
I mean, it's basically a turn ender for the
Tenpai Dragon. Yeah, right? For sure. It does mean that we have the opportunity to run interference there. 4 cards in hand, potential disruption here. We are giving 1,000 life points, as you mentioned before.
But, I mean, there are a few outs to the Kiki Nagashi Fucho. Kiki Nagashi Fucho. I always get this name messed up. Because there can be like
another
up there. You can not run over it, of course, but you can Ultimate Slayer it away. You have the... I like that it was activated immediately. No, it wasn't activated yet, right? Oh, we draw Lockbird here. Because now if we have found the Forbidden Droplet, it's also decent out to the Kiki Nagashi Fucho. I don't know. I would have liked to see like a huge field from Barcode. Oh, it's unaffected by other cards effects. What am I even saying? I misread the first part of the card. Yeah, this is basically a turn ender for the Tenpai deck. Always has been.
And as we said, Tenpai really wants that turn 2 victory. If against the turn 3, it's basically it. Droll and Lockbird going to be called by the grave.
You need a Kaiju for this, basically. A Kaiju, Gamesil, or Kamungus, something cool, and then start Tenpaiing. At this point, we're just trying to diminish the resources of Barcode on the side of Emre, because I don't think that Barcode has built up some big resources here.
Still holding the effect of the Kiki Nagashi Fucho here, and actually will use the Triple Tactics Thrust to basically choose whichever spell or trap Emre wants. anything that can deal with the Kikinaga Shifucho.
Nothing can deal with it. It's unaffected by other cards' effects, and it can't be run over by battle. So there is... I'm just trying to think if there is like any spell card. Oh,
normal
Herald of the Dawn. I think could be the Herald, or Herald of the Abyss, not Herald of the Dawn. Abyss and Dawn. Herald of the Abyss would basically allow Emre to call Winged Beast and Wind, and then Barcode would have to tribute a Winged Beast and Wind monster from his side of the field, which would be Kikinaga Shifucho. But I don't think that Emre plays that, because usually this is a card played to out X-Pearly Noir, and we are not expecting Pearly in this tournament.
I don't think we are, but what is Emre going to add off of this? It will be the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Yep, Engage can be activated as well, as we called by the Graved the Droll Lockbird earlier. So not even only follow up, but set up, perhaps.
Is it? Oh, of course it's 3 spells in Graveyard because of the 2 Upstart Goblins, but here is an Ash Blossom Joy Spring to run interference on that. Perhaps called by the Grave would have been nice for that one, but at the end of the day, you had to deal with the Droll Lockbird.
Yeah, but Emre is, I think, is just trying to build up some advantage while Barcode is sitting there laughing devilishly there about the efforts of Barcode, because he has set up in original Sinful Spoils, because this card can banish itself, shuffle back a Diabellstar or Snake Eye monster from the GUI into the deck, and then search another one from your deck to your hand, and there is still Snake Eye's Oak in the deck of Barcode. And also he can just now use Popular Effect to put Snake Eyes Diabellstar from the graveyard back into the Spell and Trap zone. So plenty of follow-up there, and Emre is going to struggle with winning this game.
Yeah, Emre, I guess we'll see if he establishes some kind of disruption-heavy field off of this Tempai Dragon Chundra. Ultimately, though, I think a lot of the Tempai Dragon extra deck is committed to just trying to close out the game in a single turn. Yeah, this looks to be pretty tricky for the Tempai Dragon deck.
Yep, so Pydra is, I mean, I still understand, I understand the hassle of Emre, right? You're building up resources here, you're possibly sending up a Transcendent Dragon. You want to attack as much as possible, go into Bident, and then summon out the Bident Dragon from the graveyard as well to take care of the Snake Eyes Diabellstar as follow-up. You can destroy it then. If that gets you to where you want to be in the end, I am not sure, because you're basically just going to end up on perhaps a Seals.
Synchro summoning here. Presumably the Bident Dragon that you mentioned.
Yeah. So we can activate this one to sound out another monster. Do we even get to Seals if we want to get rid of the Bident Dragon in the battle phase here? You can now Synchro Summon this off. We're still going to continue attacking. We can Synchro Summon this. We haven't used Gengroku, right? So I think we can Synchro Summon into Baron de Fleur here.
Yep, we very well...
That's also going to get rid of the Snake Eyes Diabellstar. It would get rid of even more cards, but... don't have to summon out the Bident Dragon as well, even though maybe...
I have lingering suspicion that we were Dragon Locked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
so
when did we Dragon Lock ourselves?
I think Bident Dragon...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. True.
So the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon now coming out does help, again, as you mentioned, just clear out the field. Ultimately, can't really do much against the Kikinaga Shifucho, and Barcode now hoping that one of the 3 cards that he'll have access to is enough to deal with this field.
Yep, but I mean, we're just searching for Fadra now as well. Emre just keeps on going, trying to set up something. Fadra is being summoned as well. Kikinaga Shifucho is just still... Look at it. Look at how it doesn't want to be pet, it doesn't want to be attacked over, it doesn't want to be affected by any cards. I love the flavor on this card. Really. Now we're going into main phase 2. So let's see what we can put up here. Is it Seals? Is it something else than Seals? I like what Emre does here with the field. You take away the battle phase effects from your opponent. You get a bounce. You have a set card, which could be helpful. And your Fire Dragons can't be destroyed by battle with the Fadra on the field.
So Kikinaga Shifucho, I think, is another one of these Curry Photon-esque tech options against Tempai Dragon specifically, where these decks have changed their approach in a way that they can reliably access cards that let them deal with what is one of the most impactful and explosive kind of meta-defining strategies in the format. Now, 3 cards in hand, as we mentioned, for Barcode. One of them needs to be a starter. That is one starter, but what does Emre have face down to deal with it in terms of disruption? What is the final card in the hand as well? Is there an answer to it? Because right now, looking pretty okay for Barcode.
I mean, keep in mind there's also original Sinful Spoiled Snake Eyes in the graveyard, so that you can recycle your monsters from the graveyard and search for a Snake Eye Oak, which is a phenomenal normal summon if you have some follow-up in the graveyard, or some setup in the graveyard, rather. Diabellstar the Black Witch is just now looking good. Deception of the Sinful Spoils. I think we've added the Hallowed Azamina to our hand earlier, so we can actually just send the Deception from the field to the graveyard without having to tribute another monster to search for the quote-unquote fusion spell, the Hallowed Azamina.
Yep, Hallowed Azamina, of course. It looks like it is going to resolve here, pending whatever Emre wants to do in response.
Yeah, I mean, you can activate the seals here, but that doesn't really do anything. You get to bounce the Diabellstar the Black Witch. That one was already summoned this turn. Murcielago is being activated now as well, so we want to go for the big route here. I think that Barco is now going to go into a huge combo. There's not too much that Emre can do unless he might find a spot in which he can bounce to the hand and engraver that hits the field. That could help, but then again, considering all of these options, there is still normal summon Snake Eye Oak.
It is true. Unwanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils now being added to the hand. I guess this would add the Snake Eyes Diabellstar to the hand.
Yep, there is a... It's a very good point. However, I think you are also maybe just going to link those off, add the Hallowed Azamina back to the hand, because you have Murcielago in your graveyard then.
Yeah.
And then you're going into the Fiendsmith engine and activate before that, after you link those off. You might go into Moon, then maybe Requiem.
Here is.
Then you can activate Hallowed Azamina from the graveyard to get it back. Yep.
Yep, Moon of the Closed Heaven, of course, just allowing you further access to a lot of these Fiendsmith cards.
Yep. And then you get back Hallowed Azamina, you activate it, and then you chain Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils to send the Wanted to the graveyard, add back the Black Witch to the hand from the graveyard, or take one from the deck. I don't know if Barcode is playing that many more. Yeah, we're bouncing the Moon of the Closed Heaven, which is a very good choice by Emre, I think. I really like this, because I think this is the most vulnerable that the engine is going to get.
It also shuts down a lot of the, well, I mean, all of the Fiendsmith options, to be honest. Barcode has one Azamina spell in hand, plus one unknown card, so it will be interesting to see what that exactly is. Is it another one-card starter?
Now, I think that you can still activate the original Sinful Spoils in the graveyard, right?
Ah,
so
yeah. Also, one of the cards in hand is the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, sorry, not the Azamina spell. But speaking of Azamina spells in the hand, Hallowed Azamina coming back.
There you go, Hallowed Azamina here, chain the Wanted, get back a Diabellstar Black Witch. We've seen him earlier not activating the Wanted, but I think that's because he only plays one Black Witch, and he had that in on his field already, so he can't add it. So now he chains, and now he goes for Ilya Silva.
There is one from the graveyard now being added back. Then you can, of course, get the shuffle back and the draw from the Wanted effect as well.
And we should always have access to our Snake Eyes engine here, as we haven't normal summoned this turn yet. Plenty of stuff happened in this duel already, but Barcode is just getting started after doing the most minimalistic thing we've ever seen in turn 1, summoning Kiki Nagashi Fucho. And now he's shuffling back the original Sinful Spoils. Wait, did we already go through Oak? No, we have Oak in hand already. Nice. Did we search that at some point, or was that just a hard draw? Oak can, of course, now summon out the Snake Eyes Poplar from the graveyard. That is going to search out the original Sinful Spoils.
Any response here from Emre? We have the face down, we have the card in hand.
And Barcode has Ilya Silva, so it will better be 2 interruptions at this point. So we're seeing Emre is taking his sweet time. There is effects that he can activate, like, for example, the Genroku. So, summoning Genroku here is very cool in Master Duel, because then you can start bluffing. Because you will always have a possible effect that you can activate. So you can start thinking about stuff, even though you might not have an answer.
Yep, and on the topic of effects, activating this one from the Oak will resolve, bringing back the Poplar. Poplar's additional effect of adding a Snake Eye spell and trap from the deck to the hand will activate. That Sinful Spoil Snake Eye we shuffled back will be added back to the hand. It's online, it's able to be used. We could very well see it used right now.
Yep, and very well played by Emre, playing around the Millennium Ice Restrict, basically. The name I just forgot. There is no zone for it to take a monster away. We have put in Snake Eyes Diabellstar into the spell and trap zone here with Poplar, and Barcode is just celebrating his life right now. This is just a big combo. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring put into the spell trap zone will be useful later. Snake
Eyes Doom Dragon, of course, being available later on, but as you said, later, because Snake Eyes Diabellstar will summon itself, clearing up that spell and trap card zone.
Yeah, or the OSS or Snake Eye Oak, they can all use this card here to summon out the boss monster of the deck.
Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon.
Yep, this card takes away resources from your opponent, gives you more if you set up your field, and of course also has a, we call it floating effect, where when it leaves the field or the hand to the graveyard, it can summon out 2 level 1 fire monsters. And we go into Moon again, because this is not an effect that you use to go into Requiem. You can summon this multiple times per turn. Now we go Link Summon into Requiem, and Barcode is just making all of the right decisions here, going into the Fiendsmith engine.
Yeah, that's always the downside of sending the Moon back to the hand, or effectively the extra deck in this case. Because if the Fiendsmith Snake Eye player is able to re-establish a field that they can confidently link off again, yes, you cost them a 2 material card, but if they have 2 more materials, why not? Why don't they just go back and do it again? Lead into the Fiendsmith Requiem, lead in Fiendsmith Engraver, equip that, access the extra deck monsters from the Fiendsmith engine on top of it, and deal with some of these Tenpai Dragon cards as well.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Getting 2 link materials of your opponent's fields against Snake Eye, if you're doing this before they've normal summoned their first Snake Eyes monster, there is not a lot you're doing with that, not a lot that you're preventing with that. And now you need, for full Fiendsmith combo, if you're not starting with Engraver, you need a Mother Monster. If you have your Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon as that monster, even better. Sequence is being summoned, we get the Oak back, we can summon Snake Eye Ash or Poplar or whatever we want. Poplar has an effect on the field, so this might be the preferred one. You can fusion summon a Fiendsmith Lacrima now, and you're seeing the field of Emre already being diminished. Ilya Silva constantly threatening a negate for Barcode. And this is just, we're going to Desiree, using 3 materials.
Yep, 3 materials to access that larger Fiendsmith fusion monster. It has the 2 face-up negations available to it if needed. And actually now Fiendsmith Sequence living up to the name as it starts a sequence with the Snake Eyes and is able to capitalize on it. Here comes Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, to bring back a fire type, to bring something back onto the field for Barcode, and that something should very well be enough to close this one out and secure Barcode's escape from this group. Snake Eyes, they have a spell card with escape in its name. Its name escapes me right now, but Barcode will escape this group with the first seed if this continues.
We're going into the battle phase. Does Emre want to fight back in this one? Desiree is being activated immediately to negate cards on the field. Genroku could be activated in response to that. Let's see.
Could be, but won't be, as it appears that the effect does resolve successfully.
Yeah, and also it doesn't target, so if you're chaining Genroku to the next card, it's just going to be negated.
True.
So Barcode is now going to attack, probably with the Snake Eye Oak onto the Genroku.
Battle phase has ended, actually. We're now in the end phase. We've seen Tenpai Dragon turn it around before. We've seen the comeback from Emre in disadvantageous situations before. It's the dream combo here, but is it enough right now? There's the Ultimate Slayer that would have been nice to deal with the Kikinagashi Fucho.
I'm just...
Elder Entientis will be an additional destroy on top of this Ultimate Slayer as well. There's the animation, there's the resolution, and there is the removal of one of the fusion type monsters on the side of the field of Barcode. Elder Entientis, as we said, will send something else from the field to the graveyard.
And
the plays continue.
You can get rid of the Fiendsmith sequence, so that Desiree doesn't really have any more negates. Can, of course, be chained. Okay, we can just send away the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. We still have Snake Eye Ash in the graveyard and Poplar as well, so those would be retrieved by the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. And this one, of course, summons out the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon. That is really, really cool from
So
Barcode.
that is really interesting because it means that the opponent, so the Tenpai Dragon player in this case, can't use the battle phase effect, which is what the Tenpai Dragon deck is all about. But here's Forbidden Droplet. It can potentially run interference, but it does get the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon off the field, so Emre does have access to the effects in the battlefield. But how many effects does he have access to? Because right now, the field not looking too established, not looking too good. This duel not looking too good for Emre here, as Barcode seems to have weathered the storm, but it's not over yet. Here comes Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. Here comes Genroku, still on the field.
Iris, I'm gonna be honest, I think this looks kind of good for Emre right now, because there is nothing stopping this Genroku from just summoning out a Chandra. Wait, no, you don't have Chandra in hand in the deck anymore. You don't have Fadra in the deck anymore. There are very few targets. Do you play perhaps 2 Fadra? We're taking control of one monster. Promethean Princess, of course!
Bring back the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon from the graveyard!
You can also take back the Fadra and summon back the Chandra with that effect as well. Go into the battle phase here. Emre is just clawing his way back into this. Fadra is being summoned here, getting back the tuner.
So you get back the tuner and then you climb eventually into the Trident Dragon, you have to imagine, as well.
Yeah, because you should still have Pydra in your deck. Chandra can, of course, summon this out. Then you set the Sangen summoning from your deck to your side of the field. We're attacking with Fadra, and now we're starting to slowly but surely chip away the field from Barcode. Barcode is going to activate Linkuriboh in response to that. First, Linkuriboh will be able to put the attack of the Fadra to 0. But does that really help you at this point?
It looked so good for Barcode, but we saw the power of the Tenpai Dragon. We mentioned this deck can turn it around in one single card. It took more than one. It took quite a few, but quite a few was exactly what Emre had available. No more cards in hand, but so many on the field right now as he loads Barcode's graveyard with what was previously a very nice Fiendsmith Snake Eyes field.
Yep, but there's the Promethean Princess attack as well. Now the world is just Emre's. The Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon is going to summon itself back out, preventing Barcode from using any effects for the rest of this battle phase. Therefore, you can freely run over the Fiendsmith. Desiree can't trigger in the graveyard anymore. You can use the Chandra. Do we even play 2 Biden Dragons? Does that even really matter? We're going to go into a level 10 synchro, and that is going to be the Trident Dragon that can just destroy the Promethean Princess. Attack twice. We haven't attacked with the Sangenpai.
Time?
Did we just lose to the timer? Did Barcode win because Emre...
Barcode wanted to time limit there.
What is happening? This is absolutely insane. I was already questioning why Emre just went for the Trident Dragon there. Because that didn't seem like the optimal line, even though it would have gotten him there. But losing to the timer on Tenpai Dragons, that is something that I think only Basti could do.
The attack would have sealed the game for Emre. Wow. The attack would have secured him first seed out of this group, but because of that victory for Barcode, yes, it's a victory by time, but it is a victory nonetheless, and it secures Barcode's escape from this group in first position. Emre will take on Josh in the semi-finals. The Snipe Hunters matchup does not happen at the final stage. Instead, it happens in the next stage of this tournament.
That is absolutely insane. I really, really liked how this game went. It was back and forth. I personally still don't know why we had to skip our battle phase there. I don't think there was any runic cards involved in that turn, but there's always, that's the fun thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. There's so many little restrictions in some of the cards that if you forget one of those, your turn might be over. This is why Yu-Gi-Oh! Is such a complicated game.
As an Infinite Noble Knight player, I've locked myself to Warriors, I've locked myself to Fire, oftentimes at the opposite time of when I want to do that, but hey, it happens. Something else that happens is, of course, Barcode's upset victory there, being able to turn it around. But I say upset, he looked to be in a pretty commanding position from pretty much turn 1, thanks to that very, very well thought out Kiki Nagashi Fucho tech.
Yeah, that one was really, really strong. Understanding that in a format like this, Tenpai is going to be a very good strategy. Not only that, I mean, Tenpai is always a very good strategy. If you're playing a DC Cup or a Challenger Cup, be aware of Tenpai. However, in this tournament, you know when your opponent is going to play Tenpai most of the time. So it makes sense to have this option.
You also know for sure in the best of 3 stage when your opponent is picking Tenpai. So this was a very good read from Barcode and does actually bode very well for his chances later on, provided he can deal with Colossa, who will be his opponent. We said there's the Snipe Hunter versus Snipe Hunter match, but there's also Barcode versus Colossa in the other semi-final. Both of our remaining pairs of duelists will play it out to guarantee that they get at least one of these trophies.
Yep, speaking of trophies, Barcode hasn't gotten one yet. He is in the top 4. Let's hear it from him. Does he still think that he can take it all the way?
He might well do, Leo, but he has just told me that he was shaking like a leaf in those final moments. But what a match that was. You guys had a real duel there that just kept going. So talk to us about how you're feeling at this moment.
It was absolutely amazing. Like, the duel was intense, very intense. And, you know, when you're paired against Tenpai, it's really hard. I had a plan. I told you that earlier today. The plan was basically to go foot show if the guy lets me go first, which happened. But the problem was that after that, it was a very complicated game state. And it was really interesting. But, you know, the time limit is just going down and down again and again. And then I saw the time limit and I started shaking. I'm not gonna lie, I started shaking. It was really hard because then I saw, before entering battle phase, that there was maybe 20 seconds left or 15 seconds left. So it was really hard, and all of a sudden I misclicked. I have to say that. I misclicked and it literally saved me. It saved me because if I entered battle phase, then I would have lost. I would have lost the game. We just discussed that right after with Emre, and he told me that with the droplet, which was set, it would just have been over for me. So it actually saved me, which is absolutely amazing.
That is amazing. Wow, what a fortuitous serendipity that's led you to getting into this final. I mean, that is a heck of a bunch of different circumstances to line up, but it worked. You are going through.
Indeed.
So that must feel pretty good.
I mean, that's the most important, right? I'm in the last 4 people over there, and I'm gonna do my best to defend the France during these matches.
You're going to be up against Italy. You're going to be against Colossa in the second of our semi-final rounds. So best of luck with that. I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to let you go and decompress a bit before that match. So while Barcode goes off and does that and gets ready, I'm going to explain to you guys exactly how this is going to work, because we have a particular format here that we need to just make sure that we explain to all of you viewers at home. So in this top cut, it is a best of 3, which you do know, but unless you weren't listening to what some of the commentators were saying, there are 2 decks that each of these duelists have, but they must win with both of them. So if you get 1 win with, let's say, the Blue Eyes deck, and your second is Fiendsmith Snake Eye, you have to get the second win with that deck. Certainly adds a little bit of extra strategy to this. Maybe some people will try losing with one deck to then make sure they can do with the others. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens in this top cut, but that is exactly what is going to happen as we get into these next semi-final duels. Very, very exciting. And as you heard the commentators say, our first one is going to be Joshua Schmidt versus Emre. So we're going to see a World Championship team qualifier going head-to-head, and that's going to be such a duel. And as you guys can see on the screen here, these are our top: Joshua Schmidt and Colossa from Group A going through in the top, and Barcode and Emre both at 2-1 apiece in Group B, which means they're going through. So Josh versus Emre, and then Colossa versus Barcode. So those are going to be your next matches. So we're going to jump into that very, very soon. But first, we're going to have a quick look at a video of all of our participants having a chat.
My favorite card is probably Runic Fountain.
Colossa, of course.
The Celtic Guardians, my name of the channel.
Flandry Thampen.
My favorite card is Colossal Fighter.
Kashtira, Unicron.
Dark Paladin.
Ma carte préférée, c'est forcément le Magicien Sombre.
starting with Ostinato resolving, and then it goes boom.
Virtual World once. Actually, pretty freestyle. You can do whatever you want, and you will end with that.
No, some Rubina.
I think it's with the Adamantipator deck.
Effect circular.
My favorite combo, you'll probably see this weekend. It involves Dragon Master Magia.
Mon combo préféré, c'est lorsque j'invoque Dinjirsu à partir de Galatea.
One of the finals of Challenger Cup that I casted, there was 2 players that they haven't the CP enough for the ultra rares, for the Pydra and things, and they were playing some Horus strengths decklist, so it looks more than we were playing like a Time Wizard format than the Master Duel, and it was funny.
It was when we played the 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup, and we were down 4-0, and we actually managed to win 5-4 because we won every single game, and it was a really nice day.
I don't have a favorite moment, but there is something that struck me, and this is the fact that Josh and Jesse are just keeping up in a high level at the World Championship, and that's amazing.
I have 2 actually. The first one was winning my first Challenger Cup, which was the first one that I ever played, and the other one was hosting my first cup.
Top 4 it is of the 3rd year anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, our invitational. 2 world champions facing off against each other. Only one of them. I got the number. I got the first 3 numbers correct. Yeah, but only one of them, of course, can move on to the finals. And this is basically not only our first top 4 match, but also our first trophy match, as you could say. Because if you win this top 4 match, you will definitely secure yourself that nice-looking Elemental Heroes Neos trophy here at the very least.
Yep, that is true. And it's also our first best of 3 of the weekend, because if you haven't listened to Ed, that does happen. We are going to see both duelists play all of their decks now. Both duelists have 2 decks, and you need to win with both decks in order to advance further in the top cut, to advance to the finals of this 3rd anniversary Master Duel Invitational.
Yeah, and it was quite interesting because I saw Josh was really watching the stream, was watching the screen, rooting for Emre actually to win there in his last group match, because that would have meant that they would have avoided themselves in the top 4 confrontation. Now, though, they are absolutely, and as we have the bracket here, you can clearly see they will have to immediately face off against each other. So that Snipe Hunter game will not happen in the finals, but instead we have the chance to enjoy it just here right now, which will be great fun still.
Also on the other side of the bracket, we have Barcode versus Colossa. Barcode just with a very surprising victory against the timer of, and I was like shooting against you. I was saying I thought the only player who could ever time out with Tenpai was Lampy.
Yep. It was Emre, though. There you see, it's not only me all the time.
It definitely was Emre, yeah. He lost that one, got into 2nd place of the group, and Barcode actually going to 1st place there, beating Emre with a tiebreaker. That are absolutely strong performance of Barcode so far as well. Looked particularly good in the first one. I think that his deck list is the one with the biggest advantage in the top cut, because if you know that you're at some point going to play against Tenpai Dragons, against most duelists, Kiki Nagashi Fuchu is a
It's
menace.
a powerhouse for sure, definitely. Now, speaking about this matchup here, though, coming up, interesting enough, both players have shown confidence in bringing Blue Eyes to the tournament stage. So maybe we're going to have our first Blue Eyes match on both sides of the playing field. We are about to see. Let's find out together. Best of 3 it is from here on out. Who's going to take it? Emre has won the coin toss at the very least. So is he our Blue Eyes player or... Yes! Neo Kaiser Seahorse normal summon with the quickness being linked off into Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Good start here for him. Chainlink 1 Spirit, Chainlink 2 Neo Kaiser Seahorse, but there is the Infinite Impermanence on the Spirit with Eyes of Blue, but the Crossout Designator! Chainlink 4, cards are flying here from Emre.
Spirit with Eyes of Blue is very popular Infinite Impermanence target because the Mausoleum is just so important. Sometimes you really need that extra normal summon for your level 1 light tuners. And of course, being able to summon out a Blue Eyes from the dragon, a Blue Eyes White Dragon in fact, is a very, very popular thing. It's a very powerful thing, having this monster on the field, as iconic as it is, but now you can see the next normal summon. It is the Sage with Eyes of Blue that is going to give you access to either Effect Veiler or Maiden with Eyes of Blue. In this particular case, I think that Effect Veiler will be preferred here because you have the setup with the Maiden. It's in the graveyard. You can activate the Spirit later on when you send your Blue Eyes to the graveyard, and then you can summon it back, tribute it from the field, activate True Light, and you can use your Sage with Eyes of Blue as your tuner.
That is absolutely true, but there also is now Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. You do not see that very often, using this against the field spell effect of Mausoleum of White, but here I think Josh picked up on the fact that Emre so far has no access to the Blue Eyes monster itself, but we do have wishes for Eyes of Blue, and that of course can search for Roar, and then Roar equals the Blue Eyes that can be special summoned from the deck. So good Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, if not for the wishes in the hand of Emre.
And I love that you can discard Veiler for this card, because you can just search for another one. Actually, at this point, actually we search for Maiden of White that can be activated now for the True Light. True Light can of course get us another spell or trap card later on, so I think we prefer that over an Effect Veiler, right?
You can search Majesty, right? Which is a better interruption, arguably. So here comes the Blue Eyes White Dragon. We saw Emre there in the zoomed in camera. He's locked in. He wants to get this here. I mean, they're teammates, of course, at the end of the day in Team Snipe Hunters, but here right now, they will have to play against each other. And I think there's going to be no mercy between the two of them. And Emre, of course, Josh always in the spotlight being the team captain, but Emre equally so a very, very, very seasoned player. And ready, certainly, to take on his team captain here in this one.
But he has been enjoying Blue Eyes in the last few weeks a lot. Maybe he almost enjoyed it as much as Flundering people with the Fluonery strategy. But now, this field is a pretty basic setup. You have the Spirit with Eyes of Blue still on the field. Couldn't get rid of it. Now you're summoning out your Blue Eyes White Dragon. It locked you into dragons before. I don't think that you're, with this line of play, go into multiple... Wait, no, you can just set up another Spirit Dragon here, because now that you're not locked anymore, Maiden of White special summons itself out. What you can also do, if you're not playing a big combo with Crimson Dragon or something, you can just go into another Spirit with Eyes of Blue and link off into the Heretic Seal of
And it
Heavenly
looks
Spheres.
like we might be doing that, in fact. Linking off right away, and you said so correctly, there's no other monster we want to summon out here. It is going to be Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. Honestly, the best card you could go for, but...
End phase.
True Light effect in the end phase. I was wondering, why was there no activation? But Emre does it in the end phase. Majesty of the White Dragon is activated, or is set, ready to be activated on the next
turn. Plays around Ogre plus Veiler, because if you use it in the main phase and they Ogre that, and you want to negate your True Light in the graveyard with a Spirit Dragon, you can be Effect Veilered. In the end phase, that doesn't work anymore.
True, and now, Josh, is it the Fire King deck, or is it the Blue Eyes deck? Oh, we do have them both playing their Blue Eyes deck here in the first game. And Emre far ahead here with a big head start, playing through that Infinite Impermanence and the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. Created a decent field, and Josh is trying to contest that now.
We call that the mirror with the Eyes of Blue. But now look at this. So Josh has No access to Mausoleum yet. What you can do is link off into Spirit. You could also use your Majesty already to destroy the Sage with Eyes of Blue to deny access to the Mausoleum. However, Maiden of White was already used. Maiden of White can be used to put a True Light, but then you can use the seals to your maximum potential.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. We go Spirit of Eyes of Blue. So far, Emre not ready to give up on any of his interruptions yet. Just letting Josh do his thing for the moment. Mausoleum of White successfully added to the hand.
You could also just destroy the True Light, actually.
Yeah, and you can really see it in Josh's face. He's trying to work it out. He's trying to make the plan work. Really focused as we usually know him. Really, basically, it feels like he's part of the game, right? He's like, he's fusion summoning together with the game, and he's just part of the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Mastodon. That's what makes him so strong, because his mind is one with the game, and now in that specific game here with the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck.
Does anyone know if Josh has blue eyes? Because he might as well be the player with the eyes of blue. Here, being completely locked in. However, Emre is the one in the dominating spot, and there's a Call by the Grave on the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, which is huge. That is the best Call by the Grave target by far for
That is crazy, and it does resolve. I mean, both cards there on Emre's side were decent targets to hit with the Call by the Grave, because Seal, equally so, is really struggling against that. But as you say, this is beautiful too. Now Mausoleum of White. It's cool to see, because usually Call by the Grave very much interpreted as a going first card, securing your own combo to go through. But it does have very, very decent applications going second as well, specifically against this Blue Eyes deck here.
But I still think that Emre has quite a lot of play with these seals and the Majesty. Because either Josh forces out the seals now in the battle phase, which would grant Emre another turn with Blue True Light as follow-up and Majesty to disrupt his opponent.
True.
Or you just wait. Bounce the Blue Eyes White Dragon back that Josh is inevitably going to summon and destroy perhaps a Maiden or the True Light later on that Josh wants to put out with the Maiden. So you deny the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon access, and then you destroy the Blue Eyes.
Okay, there
the True Light.
Comes Maiden of White now. So we're going to have an equal amount of True Lights on the field in just a moment.
True Light can't really be activated right now. Oh, we activate Seal.
Hey, but they can chain to it though.
Yeah.
We can just chain the True Light, and I'm sure Josh is going to do so, right?
Yep, and then you can still destroy it with the seals to destroy the Spirit Dragon, which would also be kind of good for Emre, to be honest. Have we done an extra normal summon yet? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
So that would be something that the play is vulnerable to. But oh, we are bouncing. Ooh, okay, I see how it is. We are bouncing the Spirit with Eyes of Blue, and now basically Josh is also forced to activate the True Light to get into place, and we have the Majesty. I was being very greedy with my line of play, to be honest, trying to maximize the value we get out of destroying the True Light, but you can also force Josh to activate True Light and then pop it. You also have another set card that we don't know of.
And I mean, this is very cool here for Emre. That's what I was about to say, because we summoned out the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the field, and Majesty, of course, accounts not only for monsters in the graveyard and in the hand, but also on the field. And there we go. Immediately after the activation, now Josh, does he have a response? There is not much he can respond to the Majesty of the White Dragons, and now no extra normal summon, and the True Light effect also not resolving. It looks like Emre really found a sweet spot here.
Majesty with the quickness activated to destroy True Light before it can resolve. Also getting rid of the Mausoleum. No recursion in the deck for that. Last card in hand is Wishes for Eyes of Blue. We have used the Maiden in the graveyard already. Solemn Judgment! Wow!
That's the smile of a winner, I would say. Emre using that. He had all those crazy interruptions already, and then just casually flipping up that card at the end of the turn to end Josh's turn.
Basti, who do you take on to beat a world champion? You just need another world champion to accomplish that, because now the Blue Eyes of White Dragon is being summoned back from the True Light, and basically the game is Emre's now. Look at this field. Look at no cards from Josh.
Yep, Emre really had the perfect start there, right? Solemn Judgment, Crossout Designator, and some engine to really get this field going. Emre is enjoying himself here at the moment. And Josh, on the other hand, will probably have to take his first loss of the entire tournament. But due to us now being in the top cut, of course, the tournament structure changing as explained thoroughly. We are in a best-of-3 mode now, therefore Josh, with all the possibilities of just trying to get back into this. And now also having the choice for the second game, whether he wants to play Blue Eyes or whether he wants to play Fire King against the Tenpai Dragon deck of Emre. And we have it once again, Blue Eyes, White Dragon attacks for game. I did not expect going into this weekend that we would see this so often. This is the third time actually we have it happening now.
I'm gonna be honest with you though. Emre choosing to go with the Blue Eyes deck first is very, very interesting, because now winning puts you in a difficult spot actually, because you only have the Tenpai deck left, okay?
Yep.
So that's the situation here. And now Josh can use the Blue Eyes deck, which doesn't have the most impressive going first field, to go second against Tenpai. Tenpai will not be able to set up a crazy field, and you might have an advantage there, because Tenpai really, especially the list that Emre is playing, wants to go second. And then in the third game, probably the Tenpai Dragon deck is going to let you start, and we have seen how well Josh does versus Tenpai. With the Fire King, Azamina, Snake Eyes deck, the field that he puts out is incredible. So Josh took the L in the first round, but I don't think he's out of this at all.
I think you're making a very good point. If you have the Sky Striker Tenpai deck in your arsenal, I really like your idea of just using it in your first game actually, because that just like takes it out of for the last games. I mean, we have plenty of Tenpai players in the field, so maybe them just realizing that right now for the remaining top 4 match, of course, afterwards, that was maybe... On the other hand, maybe Emre just expected Josh to completely read that situation the way you just read it, and therefore he just, like, fought ahead of that as well. And I mean, we're currently talking about Emre making a bad decision, even though he just won the first game, and therefore he's definitely ahead right now, so no need to worry for him just yet. But of course, Josh now, I think... he gotta go second, right? There's just no debate about that. You don't let it happen. I mean, you could just pick the Fire King deck here, but it's just a big risk. So I feel like we're going to see the world champion. Oh, usually it's so easy to say that, but one of the world champions in that case, Josh, probably going to go second. But I think the players are ready, and therefore we should just head back over and see what we are getting here for game number 2 of our first top 4 match. So far, 2 world champions still smiling on the field. One of them might be heartbroken right after this game already. Can Emre make it 2-0, or does Josh come back into this? And we do have Emre going first. Yep. Josh has made the decision that we thought they would make... into the void means no cards end up in the hand in the end. Okay. Engage now.
It's a very all-in deck list that Emre has on going second there, so this is a huge disadvantage there. Starting off with Into the Void is crazy.
It is.
That's absolutely insane, because you're going to get everything discarded. The Sky Striker engine adds another layer of interruption, though. If you have plenty of spell and trap cards here, you can set them all down. You have the Widow Anchor as well. Oh, Infinite Impermanence.
Guess what though, Leo? If you do not get a second monster onto the field here next to the Hydra, your Widow Anchors and stuff don't really do a whole lot anymore.
Do we play Striker Drink? Oh, we set a card. We set 2 more cards.
My. And we have to set everything if we want to keep it around, because that Into the Void was activated. And I think Josh's plan here worked out very nicely, because that is a field to be broken, honestly. But let's see how he wants to approach it.
Unless Emre all of a sudden gets some Labyrinth cards out there. This looks very, very strong for Josh. If he has a good hand. The Blue Eyes deck can sometimes struggle with finding engine, because there are not too many cards that get you started.
There you go.
We're playing the Fire King deck.
Yeah, I wasn't super sure on him just going for the Blue Eye strategy. I think I was pretty certain on him going second, but between the 2 options, I think having Blue Eyes going first against... you're making a good point. It's risky. You're right. It's very risky.
I can imagine that Josh is going for a similar approach with the Blue Eyes deck as Emre, with playing Solemn Judgments and stuff like that.
Possibly, yeah.
And then I can understand it more, because the going first of the Blue Eyes deck is decent, but I think it needs a little bit of extra help with cards like Solemn Judgment. But now, I mean, if you're playing Fire King Snake Eye here and you're having a decent start, I think Tenpai is going to get reverse Tenpai, basically.
Maybe it will be, but that makes it even more interesting of a decision. Like, we keep on elaborating on the situation that Emre did pick that Blue Eyes deck for the first game, because that is a deck with the Solemn Judgments in the main deck too, which just makes so much sense to have for the later stages of best of 3 as well, because you will be able to decide to go first. And when you can then decide to pick a deck with Solemn Judgments in your deck while going first, that's just such a good thing to happen. Okay, there's a Skyburner activated, and yeah, that is 4 set cards, now only 3 of them remaining. But it's not even guaranteed that any of them do something. You see there, that's Ultimate Slayer. We had to set all of it, otherwise it would have just been discarded. But there's no guarantee for it to be good. Now we activate the Kieran. I think Josh just with ease working through all of those set cards there.
I think Josh is just having an absolute field day here, right?
Yeah.
He is just going in, destroying everything. This is like playing versus a 10-pie player who was forced to go first, forced to set everything. This is just like, you can do whatever you want right now.
That's cool. That is going to be... Is it going to be the... Yeah, Garuda's Eternity, High End of the Fire Kings, and that will, of course, deal with the last remaining set card there from Emre. 4 at the beginning of the turn, and so quickly, just Josh takes care of all of them. Oh yeah, it's always like that, right? When they have infinite impermanence, you have the triple tactic talents. They never have the effect Vela when you have the triple tactic talents. We all know that feeling. So Emre had to set it instead of activating it. Now the Hollow Razamina.
It's going to send away the Deception. Deception in the name, Destruction in the game. Now we're going to be able to activate Murcielago effect search for the Wanted, and Wanted is going to give us access to the Diabellstar, the Black Witch. Which card does that give us access to?
Of course, the original Sinful Spoils. And then we can immediately go for Snake Eye Ash, possibly again, just accumulating monsters to be used for possible Link summons, Link climbing into the rest of our big monsters. Now the Wanted is activated. And Emre, yeah, no cards to be activated there.
Honestly, at this point, you can just summon Ilya Silva and attack, and you're probably still going to win that game. Because Emre is left on absolutely nothing, just like Josh was in the last match where he ended on no cards in the Spawn Trap Zone, no cards in the Monster Zone, no cards in hand. And now we have just Josh summon out Ilya Silva. Dominus Impulse, first appearance on the stream. Absolutely crushing it here on stream. Diabellstar, the Black Witch, is going to set original Sinful Spoils, which is going to play a big role in this game, because this one is going to summon out Snake Eye Ash from the deck, which is going to be followed up by Popular, and I think you know the drill.
At this point, I'm sure you do. Snake Eye Ash on the field, limited. Searching for the equally limited Snake Eye Poplar, but I mean, doesn't matter if they're limited, right? Because you still just get them out with the original Sinful Spoils, and you have no problem to do so. Poplar now, not even with a target in the deck anymore, though, as we already got to the original Sinful Spoils with our Black Witch, of course, but we can still link it off.
We don't play Temple, go into Link Kuribo, Poplar effect, put Poplar into the Spawn Trap Zone, and now Snake Eye Ash is just going to have a great time sending off the Poplar to summon off Flamberge Dragon. Flamberge Dragon can push Pydra into the Spawn Trap Zone.
I mean, we can go Oak first here as well if we like, but we just can immediately go for the Flamberge Dragon too. That works like a charm for sure.
I think that Josh wants to win the game this turn, so therefore we're still going to see a lot of interaction here. Not with Emre, but with his other engine of the deck. Oh no, he's not even playing the Fiendsmith cards, right?
Nope.
So, yeah, he discarded an Impulse.
Yeah.
So now
kind of a giveaway.
Vita, and Vita doesn't have a target yet. However, if you get the Pydra in the graveyard, somehow, there will be one.
Yeah, you might not even need it though. Let's just see. We go Promethean Princess. Promethean Princess bring back Flamberge. Flamberge put the Pydra into the Spawn Trap Zone. I think doing some quick math here might be over 8,000 points of damage.
Should be, it's 2-7 and 2-7 for 5-4, and then the Flamberge as well in there.
Yeah.
And you have the Snake Eye Ash as well. Oh yeah, that's the first 2-7 that I meant. Snake Eye Ash plus Ilya Silva is 2-7. Promethean Princess is 2-7. 5-4.
We did the math. Josh is doing the moves. We're heading into the battle phase, and we are good to go here. And we are forcing a deciding third game here onto Emre. Emre might have looked good in that first game with his Blue Eyes deck. Didn't look as good here in the second one with his 10-pie deck when he was forced to go first. Now, though, in the deciding third match, Josh, on the other hand, will be forced to play his Blue Eyes deck again. And honestly, he struggled with that one in the first game, so let's see whether he can turn it around with it.
That is true. So he either plays a heavy-going first version that helps you versus the Tenpai deck, but also opens up a little bit for Emre to go for a bigger first turn, set up seals. However, we've just also seen that Josh did quite the good job at navigating through a field of Emre, so I wouldn't really count on that. Called by the Grave in hand is detrimental to take care of a Heavenly Spheres, and the deck doesn't really do too much more other than Heavenly Spheres. So I think that we're going to see Emre decide to let Josh go first. Emre has already beaten Blue Eyes going second with the Tenpai strategy. So I think that we're going to see another clash of the dragons, another chance for the Blue Eyes White Dragon to prove that it's still the superior dragon in the field. Or will the Tenpai dragons reign supreme?
We gotta see. We have the 2 world champions now. One of them will be out of this tournament right after this game, but they will have the chance to go out in style here in this last remaining game between the 2 of them. Who's going to make the finals, Leo? What do you think? Which dragon deck is going to pull through? What's your personal pick?
I mean, everyone loves the Blue Eyes White Dragon, but Emre has been looking so good, except for when he timed out with with his deck, or when he crashed the Heater that wasn't Link summoned. So those were some minor mistakes.
Couple oopsies, yeah.
He has to learn from his mistakes, and I think that Emre is going to take it away here.
Let's see. I'm sure we're going to see Emre going second, as he has been doing so often here throughout this tournament. But this time is the deciding one against his good friend and team buddy. We see Emre selecting to go second. You see 1 star on each side next to the Blue Eyes deck of Josh. Wait, actually, Josh won with the Fire King deck though, so he will be on the Blue Eyes strategy now. And Emre won with the Blue Eyes deck already.
4,000 damage. We're halfway there on Emre's side already. Neo Kaiser Seahorse is being normal summoned. Here we have the Sage in hand, of course. However, we want to link this one off into the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Prime infinite impermanence target now, especially since we've added the Sage. And also, I think Neo Kaiser Seahorse is a good normal summon. It gets you started into your engine. However, I think it's the one that is most vulnerable to a hand interaction from your opponent, because Sage, when it gets Effect Veiler or Impermanence, just can still go for a line with Spirit and get to the Mausoleum. If this one gets Impermanence, the Sage in the hand does nothing.
The thing though is,
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, as you know what Emre's deck is for this one. You know that Emre is playing the Sky Striker Tenpai deck, and therefore you know that you don't have to fear Effect Veiler or Infinite Impermanences. So you can just kind of design your turn around that knowledge. You can just kind of make the decision based on that knowledge advantage, but you know that this deck just plays those field-breaking cards such as Lightning Storm or the Sky Striker cards, and therefore you don't really have to worry about those things. You can just like basically play the best combo you have, disregarding all kind of interruptions from your opponent. And there we search an Effect Veiler as well. And honestly, that's a pretty good thing to have against the Tenpai deck, as long as they do not have, of course, Sengen Summoning.
I find it quite hilarious that life points in the matchup versus Tenpai for any deck, they do not matter for some reason, even if it's very important to reduce the life points to 0. It feels like the Tenpai deck either does 0 damage to you or 20,000.
Yep, that is true. Emre, I'm trying to judge his face there, and I think he looks alright. I think he's believing. He's not super upset about what he's seeing, so maybe he already has those Lightning Storms or Happiest Feather Dusters in his hand, which are so good against this deck. I think we did not even need to set the wishes there off of the True Light, so we can just activate it from hand. So we're searching for another Effect Veiler here, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So that would be double Effect Veiler, which is a huge setup.
Plus a Majesty, you can also get the Spirit Dragon, the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon out as well. And beautiful secret rare from Shining Victories in the TCG. We get Effect Veiler, the Majesties. This is the full setup here. More setup from spells or trap cards and Vader's in hand than from Blue Eyes cards on the fields, actually. But I think there's 1 or 2 unknown cards in the hand of Josh, so perhaps Solemn Judgment might be there as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I love the plan here from Josh. I love him forcing this situation of having Blue Eyes versus Tenpai in the last game, because we talked about all those field-breaking cards. On the other hand, though, we just searched double Effect Veiler, and Effect Veiler is a card that can't be hit by all of those cards. And we do play Ultimate Fusion. Okay, I thought Revs cards was the only one relying on that card here in this tournament, but no! Josh is also running it, and he has it here as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge for him. Fusion is going to be able to pop cards by shuffling back Blue Eyes White Dragons from the graveyard. So you want to activate Majesty first.
Oh
Lightning Storm is so big here. Are you going to destroy everything? There is the chance for Josh to activate something, but how much does that really do for you here? Blue Eyes White. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is still there to negate the True Light afterwards. Will Emre have an answer to that one as well?
That's why Emre was looking so calm the entire time.
If you have a judgment here, you activate it immediately,
Of
right?
course.
There's no question
Very
about
much.
that. So I think Josh is in a bit of a pickle.
I do agree. There is no solemn judgment waiting. Life points of Josh already half due to that Piri Rice map. And yeah, that is such a rough one. Actually, though, we do chain the ultimate fusion at least. That is something that we can work with at the very least. But what can we even summon out of it here?
We can summon out the Blue Eyes... We can't summon out Blue Eyes Twin Dragon. We can summon out Tyrant. Yeah,
I think we just summon out Tyrant, possibly. I mean, we can just give up on the Blue Eyes in our graveyard because Majesty cannot be used anymore, and that is Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon indeed in attack position there, destroying all of the other cards. True Light activates.
Droplet, discard a monster.
That also forces now us to activate a monster effect, right? So
Droplet, discard a monster would be absolutely crucial. Nope, Blue Eye Spirit Dragon gets to negate a card in the graveyard another day. Immediately tributes it for the ultimate Spirit Dragon.
So Emre, though, still sitting there with 5 cards in hand, but also with the knowledge that there is 2 effect Veilers in hand, waiting for him. Ultimate Slayer, though, is the perfect answer as well to the ultimate Spirit Dragon, because it cannot respond to it whatsoever. Oh,
but we don't send a Synchro monster.
Interesting.
I think there is... Oh, we have negates to targeting effects in the graveyard, right? Or do we not? Anyways, we decide not to target it. Maybe.
No, we do not. No. Afterburner now. Okay.
Oh, that is so big because it forces out the negate or special summons out the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon from the graveyard that can't activate the effect to tribute itself, but can then negate another card in the graveyard, perhaps. We negate the Afterburners. The 4,000 defense points are valued by Josh at least. And now we activate Engage. Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage with 3 cards in the graveyard. Kagari is a card that at this point I think you would want to negate. Josh is at 4,000 life points. The Widow Anchor is almost enough damage here, right? Or when it negates it, the 4,500 still stay, right? You just attack here.
Let's see. Widow Anchor on the Ultimate Spirit Dragon. The attack points do go down, but we only need 500.
Oh,
and
wow.
There is Sangen summoning. We see the nod of respect from Joshua Schmidt. At the end of the day, it might be Emre really taking down his team captain here. And yeah, we see the effect Veiler. We all know there's 2 of them, Josh. You may as well activate the other one. And he does. And Emre is smiling. He is winning against his own team captain here.
Yep, you can at this point you can add Kaiman, but you can also just put in attack position the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon with 3,500 whopping attack points. No, we continue. We add Genroku or Chandra here and special summon it to the field afterwards. Josh is at 4,000 life points because of the Piri Rice map. And as I said earlier, the 4,000 really do not matter because it's either no damage or 20,000 damage, and this is one of those 20,000.
Look, we don't even use them on... Wait, was it summoned? It was summoned this turn. We can't even switch into deck position.
Yeah.
That's something we completely did not account for there, but that's easy 4,000 points of damage anyways.
Yep, Fadra is going to attack here as well. Can't summon anything out of the graveyard, but Pydra, the most iconic trio in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Fadra, Chandra, and Pydra take out the world champion Joshua Schmidt and advance the world champion Emre to the finals of the 3rd anniversary Master Duel Invitational.
I think Emre really had a clear vision here ahead of this weekend. He, actually together with me, as I have to mention, in the 2nd year anniversary Invitational, lost in the finals, so he has to make up for that this time, as we introduced it with as well. Now securing one of those really, really cool trophies with the Elemental Hero Neos on it. And he will be either facing Barcode, who he also really has like some talk to have after that last game they just had with the timeout on Emre's end, or of course on the other end, Colossa. very much also very experienced in those invitationals, having a very, very good run in the first one of them as well. So very much some good competition left on this.
But see, now with Josh being out, I think that Barcode has the highest chance of winning the tournament because he is left in the tournament with 2 Tenpai players, and he is the player best prepared for it with the Fucho in the extra deck of his Snake Eye deck. So
go slow with the horses, though. We just like Barcode has to win 2 matches, and then Emre is already into the finals. So for me, for now, Emre is my prime candidate to make it through. Honestly.
All right, you're going with the statistics here. I'm trying to go.
I'm a numbers guy, you know.
I know. You're the mathematician. You're the true mathematician. But we are ready with the interview for Emre, and let's go over to Ed.
You want maths? I'll give you maths, gentlemen. 2 is greater than 1, and that's how many rounds you won. I'm good at this. So congratulations, Emre. You are now through to the final. This is not the first time in this very room a year ago. You got to this same point last time.
Exactly.
But you didn't win it last time.
Unfortunately.
Do you think you can win it this time?
I think, I think I can win it this time. I thought last year as well, together with Lumpy, that we could win it together. Unfortunately, we couldn't. But I guess, again, my chances are good, I would say. So we'll see.
I mean, so far it's looking pretty good. That was a fairly confident thing. Was it slightly bittersweet having to go up against, you know, your World Championship teammate?
No, not really. I mean, I know Josh for so long now. We're so close friends that doesn't really matter.
Not anymore. You guys aren't going to talk after this, but you have secured at least 1 trophy.
Yeah.
You got that, maybe that second place, maybe that first place, but we'll have to see. Congratulations on getting this far. Going to give you a bit of time just to decompress because we have 1 more feature match in the semi-finals before we get to see Emre against, well, who? We'll find out because coming up next is Barcode versus Colossa. Which one of these will Emre take on in that final? We'll find out very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been in our lives for more than a quarter of a century. From the anime and manga to the trading card game and video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been creating links between duelists since it first began. You ready?
I'm ready.
We're about to bring you along for a very unique adventure where we travel across the globe and meet all kinds of different duelists from all kinds of different backgrounds, see their local communities, and explore the links that tie us all together. Each of our tours will end with an epic duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, all to show that whoever you are and wherever you come from, there is a bond that unites all duelists. Welcome to Create the Links.
Let's go, let's duel.
Show me what you're going to summon.
I'm gonna attack Tornado the Wind Weaver.
Oh my god!
You want to win with this?
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards.
And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games, with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam.
It has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect.
You think so?
Yeah,
That was all right?
yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better.
No way.
All right.
Welcome back for the second semi-final. We have just determined that Emre is advancing to the finals, and now Colossa and Barcode are going to battle it out.
Yeah, you have to consider that to be an upset, given just how favored Joshua Schmidt was as the player to watch this tournament. But granted, is it really that much of an upset when you have another world finalist by his side? Former world champion again, as we said. Really, really happy to see that Emre was able to utilize both of his decks to great success there. And in the end was able to make it all the way to the final. And as you said, we will decide just who will face off against him. Colossa also piloting the Tenpai Dragon this time around. But Barcode, as you also mentioned prior to this break, does have the tech necessary to deal with it. The Kiki Nagashi Fucho, that card just to delay a single turn, can just stop Tenpai Dragon outright and really deny that instant win condition that this deck does tend to favor.
Exactly, because Tenpai Dragons can win in one turn, but it also has to win in one turn, basically, most of the time at least, or if you're Emre, your timer runs out in the end. But Colossa and Barcode both only, if I remember correctly, have shown one deck so far. We don't even know what the other deck is. I think we've only seen Snake Eyes from Barcode, and we've only seen Tenpai from Colossa.
So that is the beauty of this format, is that it does kind of, I mean, it guarantees that we see at least one of the competitors have to bring 2 decks.
Yeah.
Should be very exciting to see what exactly it is that they bring to the table this time around. Yeah, Colossa, as Basti did mention, very, very accomplished across the invitationals, of course, getting all the way to the finals against Revs cards in that initial one, piloting Spiral back then. This time around, completely different playing field, completely different experience playing off against the Snake Eyes Fiendsmith from Barcode, plus something else that we may very well find out as soon as a couple of seconds from now.
Yeah, but Barcode has already teasered it, right? He said there is some spice in there to handle the different decks. Maybe he was talking about the Fucho, but maybe he was also talking about his second deck. And now I'm very curious to see if any of these duelists Labyrinth there, while Colossa is bringing the Snake Eyes, going hard meta in this tournament. Oh, Colossa is starting, and that is not good for either of the decks.
That is not Tenpai Dragon, by the way.
Yeah. Even though my favorite Tenpai version is the one with Fiendsmith, I have to say. Because that one feels really, really cool. Makes a great end field, but now we're speed running through this combo. Larry is linked off, Requiem is summoned.
No disruption so far from the side of Barcode. Colossa just continuing to resolve action after action here.
Keep in mind, Tract is not a one-card combo, but you can normal summon any hand interaction next to it, and then you're good to go into your Snake Eye engine by going through Beatrice after using Fiendsmith Sequence to summon out Lacrima, summon back Engraver, overlay to the Beatrice. Oh.
Engraver for Engraver.
Tribute summoning. All right. So what does
really
Colossa
wanted
have in
the
hand?
Engraver into the graveyard? Yeah.
What? You just need another body, right?
Ah, yeah, to make the rank 6.
Yeah, or I think at this point you're going into the Sequence because you want to go into Beatrice afterwards, and then you need Sequence and Beatrice to go into Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames after Beatrice has sent the Snake Eye Ash to the graveyard, so you can go to your full Snake Eyes combo. But this is the thing here is, if Barcode has
Wave
kind of
High King Caesar actually going to be the chosen path here, as Colossa does end the turn pretty conservatively here.
That is not a Beatrice in the extra deck of Colossa. I'm pretty sure about that. DDD Wave High King Caesar is just looking good there. And Barcode is like, okay, I have expected way worse. I'm going to set a bunch of cards because I'm playing Labyrinth. Oh, look at him smiling. Look at him smiling. He's enjoying setting 5 cards. What else is in your hand? Is it, unideally, another trap card? Or are we having Lady Labyrinth? Or do we have something? Must be kind of Lady Labyrinth at this point, but
I was going to ask you how you knew he was playing Labyrinth, but then I realized it's on the overlay. Yeah. Looking at it now, we have Bonfire. Does that resolve?
That would have been
very likely.
So much better in the opening.
Yeah, and then you could just start the chain with the Snake Eye Ash, the Poplar, all of that good stuff. Do you still have the Wave King High Caesar just to allow some kind of disruption on the welcome traps that would otherwise summon a monster? However, it will be interesting to see if Barcode does choose to respond to this. Snake Eye Ash for Colossa. Barcode, he has something. He has a lot of somethings. He has 5 somethings face down plus potentially 1 in the hand. Where does he go?
Ibris, let me ask you a question. How good were you in mathematics in school?
Pretty solid.
All right.
Oh, simultaneous equation cannons?
Then simultaneous equation
not
cannon
that
is the
good.
card for you. So right now, we're having 6 cards on the side of Barcode and 6 cards on the side of Colossa. So 12 is the number of cards. It's going to be 13 soon. So we have to get cards into the banishment that have the number of 12. So we could use a level 2 fusion and 2 rank 5 exceeds. Oh, we just go Destructive Daruma Kamakan.
So that will flip everything face down now.
Why do math when you can just chill? You can just flip up back the High King Caesar. And as we have added the temple, can we play on with the temple here? That is a big question. The thing for Colossa right now is there is 2 engravers as material on the High King Caesar. So you can't summon back the Caesar, go into Requiem, and then send something for a Doom Dragon. Caesar is just going to attack. This is a dream scenario for Barcode. He just stopped the entire turn of the Snake Eyes deck with just 1 trap card.
Yeah, no material, no detachment of the material to get the engraver to the graveyard here for Colossa. Barcode, though, he hasn't done too much of anything in response, but perhaps now can start playing on his own turn, or in the end phase of this one. Big welcome Labyrinth. There goes the Fiendsmith engraver to the graveyard for material here as the Wave High King Caesar is able to negate, but there's Dimensional Barrier to stop the Xyz.
Alright, that is a play that is going to get around the Caesar. However, I think that Barcode might have missed a little bit of a window there. When he activated Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, he could have activated the Big Welcome Labyrinth already after the resolve when the Caesar was set, so that you don't have to negate the Caesar.
Yeah, so you can keep the Dimensional Barrier for later, but regardless, here comes Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. There goes Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle.
And here might come Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle again, because the High King Caesar is still negated due to Dimensional Barrier. Barcode just making sure of that. What are the other 2 trap cards now? Because you always want, when you have the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, you want to activate a trap card every single turn. So, a Dimensional Barrier... Wow, Dimensional Barrier was basically wasted by not activating the Big Welcome on the set of the Caesar. So I think that you could have just used this in the end phase then and set off a Welcome Labyrinth. Main phase 1.
Yep, 2 face downs. If they are traps, they've been face down long enough that they can just be activated right now.
Yeah.
Could be a little bit more situational than that. I do kind of have a soft spot for trap-based decks simply because we have Dynamorphia, one of my favorites.
Not exactly one of my beloved decks, but I respect it. I respect the purple grind.
I think Welcome Labyrinth is just Dynamorphia domain in another form.
All right. I mean,
Big Welcome Labyrinth is Frenzy.
I love the Ultrageist cards. You know, so
Okay,
that is one of my favorite trap strategies. Barcode says I'm having none of that trap stuff happening this turn, just Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle attacking over the Caesar. Barcode is not really advancing his game state. The Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle might as well be a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Importantly, we have both Fiendsmith engravers in the graveyard of Colossa ready to come back online. I wonder if there's a Call by the Grave waiting. That would be great. That would be game ending. But that is a big what if as Barcode now passes the turn.
So, Colossa, now you can flip back up your monsters here. She has the Poplar and the Snake Eye Ash face down, right? So you can flip up Snake Eye Ash, look what your opponent is doing. You have the ability to send away the Snake Eye Oak. I don't know if you want to do that, perhaps. This is a tough spot for her, because you have to think a lot. There's a lot of possibilities that Barcode could go for. Currently we have 5 cards here, 5 cards there, 3 cards more, 13 cards here. Honestly, Engravers being summoned, we're at 14 cards now.
Yep.
So, wait, of course. What was I saying about the simultaneous equation? Can we also need a monster to target that has the level? I forgot half the cards for like a minute. We summon back Engraver, and with the cards that we could banish together, Engraver is way too low of a level. So, for Barcode, you need way, way, way less cards on the field here.
Thank you for explaining the nuances of simultaneous equation cannons for the audiences at home, because I was not going to be able to do it.
Thank you. There's a lot of math you have to do. In the end, just trust your opponent. maybe read the card once or twice. That's actually part of the reason why the deck is so much fun, because sometimes you have little math riddles.
Welcome Labyrinth.
Alright, and Maxi is being chained to that, not only because Colossa thinks this is a prime moment to go for an extra draw to play through the field of Barcode, but also because it is basically blocking the lady from setting another trap card for free onto the side of Barcode. So we have the lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. This applies a lot more pressure. First of all, no more monster effects in response to trap card activations. Second of all, if you, for some reason or in some way, remove a monster from the field, you can get to destroy a card in hand or field.
Don't often see lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle these days.
That's true. That's true. It's mainly because Labyrinth is not played as much anymore, unfortunately, because I love the deck. By the way, Colossa now has the chance to specials out Snake Eye Oak with the Temple, but does that really do anything? Look at the banishment, nothing. Look at the graveyard, nothing for Snake Eye Oak here.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, it's kind of your only way to use Temple maybe this turn, unless there's another big welcome, which is another card in the graveyard for Barcode as an interruption.
Here comes Link into Fiendsmith sequence to start things off for Colossa on that Fiendsmith strategy.
I think you might want to big welcome that and then destroy the Snake Eye Ash on the field. You have big welcome Labyrinth in the graveyard. You can banish it to bounce back the sequence because you have a level 8 Fiend on your field. And when it leaves the field, lovely Labyrinth is going to trigger to destroy a card in hand or field of your opponent. So you can get rid of the Snake Eye Ash, or if you have the cannon, you can reduce cards in hand to maybe... I mean, okay, there is no face-up monster on the field for Colossa, so that doesn't work again. But I think you just take Snake Eye Ash here. You don't plan on summoning any monsters, so Snake Eye Oak won't be summoned out by Temple.
There goes lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, activating its effect, making a destroy on the Snake Eye Ash.
Engraver is the next card that we might see being activated, unless Colossa has any solutions to her problems in hand.
3 cards in hand, though. It's not a terrible position to be in. Of course, with Barcode having the established field, it's a little bit scarier. Perhaps we have some disruption here, but we'll have to mitigate 5,900 points of damage on the field right now for Barcode.
And now Barcode just has everything going for him, because Lovely has another beautiful effect that you can just activate to set any kind of trap card from your graveyard. And there's Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. It has stopped Colossus' turn once. It might stop it twice if she even gets to see another turn. At this point, because of Temple threatening to summon Oak, I think Barcode really wants to chill out here and just attack and threaten game on the next turn, not summon out anything anymore, because that's just extenders and resources for Colossa. Just punch. Punch with the ladies!
So, actually, I'm a little bit cautious for Colossa's chance in the rest of this best of 3 now, because losing the first game here does mean that the Tempai Dragon deck needs to...
Oh.
Yeah. So you need to definitely have a Tempai Dragon victory here against the Snake Eyes deck of Barcode is the thing. So it's a little bit scary because he has the tech prepared.
But this is not over yet. Torrential Tribute was set. That is cool. We didn't activate Lovely yet, but I think that Temple is going to be able to activate now as Chainlink 2 to summon out Oak.
Yep.
And now, so we can protect our life points here with the Temple. And Oak. Oak might be... Wait, it's just going to be destroyed in the resolve here, right? So yeah, you summon out Oak, but Oak will be destroyed immediately. Doesn't matter if it was on the field already. It's just going to be destroyed, and we're going to attack with the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. No chance to activate Oak. We're just attacking with the ladies. 3,000 more damage.
Yep, there we have it. Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle dealing the finishing blow here. Colossa's life points go to 0, and Barcode with the Labyrinth deck for the first time this tournament is able to claim victory in the first game of our second semi-final.
And it's great for him that he gets this deck out of the way, because now he has the option to play Snake Eyes twice, can choose to go first once, or go second, but he also has the Fucho, and that makes it almost impossible for the Tenpai Dragon to win.
So, you know, if Barcode makes it to the final, it means that Group B was really stacked.
Yep, that is really true, because they have been the victors of Group B. We also have had Revs cards and Joker. Both of those won a match as well, or a duel rather. So it was a very, very even group. I think that we were almost on the brink of seeing Joker advance in that group because of life points difference, but then the timer of Emre.
It was also pretty close, you know. Umi Control faltered at the finish line, but El Guardian Selta and Julia Bayonetta both did very well to make it competitive there. Now, speaking of competitive, by the way, we should actually have another very competitive game coming up in this best of 3 in your second semi-final here at the Invitational. Colossa versus Barcode. Colossa down 1 game at the moment, but perhaps Barcode will not find as much success now that he's claimed his victory with the Labyrinth deck.
Yep. So I'm going to think that Colossa is going to elect to go first with the Snake Eye deck.
Sure.
Now, this time in the Snake Eyes Mirror, that gives you a big advantage. The thing is that in the next game, then you're playing Tenpai and you let your opponent choose who goes first, but you have seen the Fucho already on the side of Barcode. So going second isn't really an advantage in that matchup, you know? So if your opponent chooses to let you go first because you play Tenpai, I think you might actually have a better shot. So if the Fucho hits the field, it's going to be incredibly tough unless Colossa has an answer to that. But I am not sure if she has anything in the deck, but I think we're going to find out very soon.
Yep, I guess we will find out if Colossa does have an answer to Barcode and his technology here, with the Kiki Nagashi Fucho leading the charge for Barcode in this duel. Labyrinth claimed victory in the first game. Will Snake Eyes Fiendsmith claim victory in the second? Colossa going first here does suggest we're running it back with that Snake Eye deck, but immediately Maxi coming out, but answered by the Called by the Grave. No draw for you, Barcode.
Ring,
and
ring.
Colossa now can go ahead. Ring, ring. Oh, because it's cool.
Yeah, who's there? The Grave. Maxi is negated now. I think you're the first person who has ever laughed at that. Bonfire is getting ashed here from Barcode, though, so there might not be much follow-up play from Colossa.
What's your sound effect for Ash Blossom?
I don't have one yet, but I have to get one very soon.
Alright, well, Fabled Lurie now coming out and getting promptly linked away here. It is the start of the Fiend-Smith combo. Fiend-Smith Requiem, that link 1 now on the field. It will eventually lead into the Fiend-Smith sequence once you get past the Engraver.
I'm not sure if you can get past the Engraver. That means that you have another monster to put on the field that is not a normal summon, because you started off with normal summon Lurie. This is usually the point where you would like to summon Lacrima of the Crimson Tears, which is not in the game. So there is an issue here. You can't go into the sequence line here. So Colossa is maybe just realizing that as well. This is not enough to go for a full combo here. Might just pass on an Engraver. This is so tough for her. And Barcode says, do you smell this? It smells like a joyous spring has just started.
So playing 4 cards into 2 in hand plus the Engraver on the field, pretty okay odds. And also on top of that, consider that Maxi is not at the moment usable for Colossa. Granted, I think Barcode can do it in this turn, especially with the fact that Fiendsmith Tracked was available. Fabled Lurie going to get added, Fabled Lurie going to get discarded, Fabled Lurie going to get special summoned, and then Droll and Lockbird will actually run a little bit of interference there.
Yeah, I really like that. The thing is that if Barcode has anything to normal summon, because he started with Tracked and not with normal summon Lurie, if he has any kind of hand interaction to normal summon... Oh, ring, ring!
I won't laugh a second time, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to do it every time still.
Alright.
So Called by the Grave...
I can see why no one else laughed after a while.
The joke is used a lot, but it's still good, okay? So the Lurie can summon itself out, and you can go into the full Fiendsmith combo at least when you have another card to summon here.
Fabled Lurie into Fiendsmith sequence. Where did I see this before? Requiem, even. Sorry, I did not see it into Fiendsmith sequence, actually.
It happened once or twice before.
Yeah, maybe.
Sure.
But perhaps we can get past the Engraver here. Or does Barcode fall victim to the same series that Colossa did in terms of what came out of the deck at a time? Given the fact we're in attack mode, I don't think it's a pass turn here.
I mean, you can always take care of the Engraver with the effect of your own Engraver by sending into the graveyard. Normal summon Poplar is
now
completely
Poplar
different story now.
Yep, so going to add Snake Eye Spell Trap from the deck to the hand, going to extend further, going to continue here with the original Simple Spoils Snake Eye.
Yep, and now you can activate the original Sinful Spell Snake Eye to send back.
We have
Requiem.
1 card in hand for Colossa. Is it enough to stop this?
I mean, it has to be an Ash Blossom, and even then, you're not really winning anything with it. Snake Eye Ash is being summoned. I don't think you want to activate it, actually, because that would get you an Oak into the hand, and the Oak in the hand wouldn't do anything. You have normal summoned the Poplar already, so you might rather want to keep it in your deck as a resource for Snake Eye Ash to summon out. You can go into...
Once the Engraver is dealt with, it's basically an empty field for Barcode to just swing into. We'll be really curious to see where we go from here. There is the Link Summon, the Poplar is gone, the Engraver is gone, and we have now the Moon of the Closed Heaven coming out onto the field for Barcode. Poplar's Graveyard effect activates. It comes to the Spell and Trap card zone.
You know what? Barcode is kind of taking risks here, because now you have made yourself kind of vulnerable to a Nibiru the Primal Being, especially now if Snake Eye Oak is being activated, summons out another monster. If Nibiru hits the field, this might be a complete game changer here, and I think that Colossa has actually something to activate. Nibiru would be crucially. You could have just normal summoned Poplar, search for the original Sinful Spoils, and then link off into Moon, put something in the Spell and Trap zone, and then combo off into your own Appaloosa or a DDD Wave High King Caesar. But we didn't do that. If there is a Nibiru, it is about time to use it. Engraver is being used in the graveyard. True, we've already been there. The Moon of the Closed Heaven doesn't really do too much here.
Shuffles back, summons back, Fiendsmith, Engraver on the field. We have a few monsters on the field. Still not 8,000 points of damage, though, and still right now nothing that can actually get over that Fiendsmith Engraver in defense position on Colossus' side of the field. But, as you said, Barcode, he's not done yet. The linking continues. Maybe...
Now we go into
Maybe we have the Nibiru, the Primal Being for Colossa.
Yep. Now we're going to Fusion Summon out. Oh, we're going into Desiree. Barcode really loves his Desiree. We've seen it from no other player.
Yep. 3 materials now being fused away into Fiendsmith's Desiree. Can do some negation. Don't think it needs to, by the way.
Look at this chainsaw on the Fiendsmith Desiree, by the way. That's some amazing design here. Snake Eye Oak also on the field here. We're going to link off Snake Eye Ash and the sequence, and we're going to Promethean Princess. A Nibiru would be turn-ending here, but Colossa needs to have it.
Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames will summon back that Snake Eye Ash. Fiendsmith sequence again now, just equipping itself to allow for the negation of the effect, but granted, I don't think you really need to worry about negating the Engraver here.
Yeah.
Snake Eye Oak effect is being activated. Flamberge Dragon, a mainstay of Master Duel, now back onto the field here. Really looking good right now. Putting it in the Spell and Trap card zone, and this is well over 8,000. This is well over a finals appearance for Barcode here, as he does look to close this one out. Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, makes the final attack and makes a finals appearance for Barcode.
Barcode was almost out in group stage, but then came around victorious versus Emre, who he's going to face in the big finals later on.
Woke up at a good time, and also, speaking of time, was able to win over Emre in time, which was very high stakes, very surprising. A lot of fun, and perhaps we'll see an equally as high stakes, surprising, and fun final between the two of them.
Yep. Colossa just was really unfortunate with her starts this game. There was a nice Called by the Grave, Royal Rare Called by the Grave onto the Maxi, and we all thought, oh wow, she has it, but the Ash Blossom was just so good.
I do also have to wonder, was the Kiki Nagashi Fucho tech from Barcode enough to kind of dissuade Colossa from taking Tenpai Dragon to the table against him? Because so far, that pick, that option, has just paid dividends throughout this tournament for Barcode, and looks to continue to do so against another Tenpai Dragon player in the finals here.
The thing is that she has had the option to play Tenpai, yes, but she wanted to get Snake Eye out of the way first, I think, because you have to win with both of your decks.
Yeah.
However, who won in the end was Barcode, and we're going to kick it over to Ed for an interview with the winner.
Now that's a celebration dance if I've ever seen one. Barcode there taking the second the second final place. Now we have to see who wins in the final. Congratulations, Barcode. How are you feeling?
Well, I feel really great because it
It was a really tough opponent. Unfortunately for her, she had really bad hands, so that's why I was very sorry for her. Yeah, that's it. I'm in the finals. It will be absolutely amazing. Hope that it will be great because till now it went great. So
that's proper confidence, and I'm interested to see exactly what happens with you in the final. Best of luck. We're going to end this interview here because we're actually about to speak to you again in just a few seconds because it's time for us to kick over and do our final. So we're going to have a quick break and then we'll be back and see who's going to be crowned our Invitational Champion.
The world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been in our lives for more than a quarter of a century. From the anime and manga to the trading card game and video games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been creating links between duelists since it first began. You ready?
I'm ready.
We're about to bring you along for a very unique adventure where we travel across the globe and meet all kinds of different duelists from all kinds of different backgrounds, see their local communities, and explore the links that tie us all together. Each of our tours will end with an epic duel on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, all to show that whoever you are and wherever you come from, there is a bond that unites all duelists. Welcome to Create the Links.
Let's go, let's duel.
Show me what you're going to summon.
I'm gonna attack Tornado the Wind Weaver.
Oh my god!
You want to win with this?
Remember the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh? Collecting the trading cards and rushing home to watch the latest anime episode and playing the very first Yu-Gi-Oh! Video games. It's been over 25 years since that journey first began. Time has gone by quickly, but we all still have that inner duelist inside who believes in the heart of the cards.
And now, the early days are back. It's time to duel, as over a dozen classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Games return. Duel alongside old friends and rivals. Explore vast worlds. Become the true king of games with unique challenges to master. Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection. Available on the 27th of February on Nintendo Switch and Steam.
It has been a while. I hope that was okay.
Oh, that was perfect.
You think so?
Yeah,
That was all right?
yeah.
I like the way you guys sound better.
No way.
All right.
It all comes down to this. Our 8 content creators have all taken part in this tournament to reach this moment, the final here of the 3rd anniversary invitational for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. So we have our 2 finalists. Both of them are currently guaranteed a trophy. But which trophy will they be taking home, the 1st or 2nd place? We're about to find out together. So let's introduce our first of our 2 finalists, Emre. Now, Emre, you're no stranger to finals. You've made your way all the way here. You've even won the World Championship before. But what's the tension feel like for you right now?
There's high tension. I want to get revenge.
Ooh, fighting words. Well, in that case, let's introduce your opponent, our next finalist. Please welcome Barcode. There's been some fighting words from Emre. You came into this very, very confident. But how are you feeling right now?
I hope that I'm gonna take it all, but I'm gonna be against a tough opponent, a really hard one. Like, he's a strong one, he's a world champion, but I'm gonna do my best.
So we got 2 different approaches there. Confident and cocky, slightly humble. But which of those 2 approaches will win? We'll find out just a second. Gentlemen, go and take your seats, and I'm going to throw you guys over. There we go. That's good sportsmanship. I'm going to throw you guys over to your casters. And we're going to talk about exactly what's going to happen in this final. And then we're going to see who's going to be crowned our invitational champion. Casters, take it away.
Of course we do. Thank you, Ed. What an introduction that is. And both players very much there with some fighting words ready to duel it out here in our big finals.
Yes, indeed. The grand finals of this year's Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational. Really, really well played by both of these duelists to make it through to this stage. Of course, both of them coming out of the same group, really testament to how competitive Group B ended up being. But even so, still, I think both of these duelists have a great deal left to show.
Certainly do.
Emre's duel against Josh in the semifinals, very, very hard fought. Honestly, just very well played from everybody involved. Same for Barcode against Colossa there. Barcode so far doing phenomenally against Tenpai Dragon players in particular, of which Emre happens to be one.
He is indeed, and I mean, that specific matchup between Barcode and the Tenpai deck of Emre, we saw in the group, and that's why I think Emre also has revenge on his mind, because timing out there in that situation when he was actually just summoning the Trident Dragon to attack for game, that could really not be his dream scenario there.
Longest Tenpai Dragon duel I've ever seen.
Yeah, you may ask, have you ever seen a Tenpai Dragon player time out? And yes, we can say now we have. It was Emre, the world champion, who did that. And funnily enough, he gave me a rundown of how that all worked out, because he said, if Barcode, because Barcode was also super low on time in that game, if he would have had the chance to attack in his battle phase with his monsters, because he for some reason just passed over and explained to me afterwards that he was very low on time too.
Yeah.
And if he had all those attacks, Emre could have used before being dropped it to send away his Transcendent Dragon and then would come back to the field, and all of the monsters from Barcode would have had to attack into the Transcendent, which would have been really, really funny. But now still, at the end of the day, at the end of this tournament, we have Emre and Barcode sitting there as the two names remaining facing off against each other in the finals of this.
Yep, and it does not matter how good your singular deck with that tech of the Kikinagashi Fucho for the Tenpai Dragon is into the matchup, unless you can make the magic happen a second time with the Labyrinth deck. Granted, Barcode, from the one duel we saw with the Labyrinth deck, pretty good as it turns out on that strategy, which is becoming less and less conventional by the moment.
I mean, sometimes the Labyrinth players have decided to not include, for example, Dimensional Barrier into the deck anymore, but that card, we clearly saw that card is in his deck, and therefore, against the Tenpai Dragon deck, calling Synchro is all you need, everything you ever could want. But we talked enough. Now it's time for some real dueling. One more final round to be played. We're heading into the finals. Is it going to be Barcode or is it going to be Emre? Let the finals start.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel 3rd Anniversary Invitational Grand Finals here. Barcode taking on Emre.
Both smiling there. And who is going to go first? It is Barcode, but maybe Emre likes that. And he saw that. Emre looked at his starting hand and immediately gave it a nod of approval. And Barcode, though, immediately picking the Labyrinth deck.
This is actually pretty scary, because if the Tenpai Dragon deck wins against the Labyrinth, Tenpai is out of the equation for when it comes to dealing with the Snake Eyes.
That is true. So we activate Lord. Oh, that's such a good card to have, because Lightning Storm, Harpies, Featherduster, those are the cards so scary for the Labyrinth deck. But we have a way to protect against that now, with the Lord of the Heavenly Prison saying that set cards on the field cannot be destroyed by card effects. That's massive.
Upstart Goblin will give another card to Emre here, as well as 1,000 life points to Barcode. We saw that happen in the first game between these two in the group stage, and it looks to be the case again here.
And definitely has to be said, Emre, an expert of the Labyrinth deck as well, has been playing that a lot too, so definitely knows how to do against it. But it's still a hard situation here to face with that Lord of the Heavenly Prison being revealed, just protecting Barcode set cards whatsoever.
Sky Striker Mecha Hornet Drone's going to be added to the hand here.
Yeah,
should
Emre's
be
just
an
trying to
easy
figure out a way.
token into a link into the Kagari eventually.
Yeah, but like all those cards that this deck is running, just against those set cards, they don't do anything. You can have Ultimate Slayer, you can have Forbidden Droplet, you can have the Sky Striker, Widow Anchor. There's no monsters currently for Barcode, so they don't do anything.
Sky Striker versus Labyrinth. I wonder who Ryan Yu is cheering for right now.
I think he has a clear preference there. I think at heart it's going to be the Sky Striker deck. But I mean, it's paired with Tenpai cards, so maybe it's a little closer in that particular comparison. I'm sure he's watching, and Emre right now is staring down those 4 set cards from Barcode, and Barcode chilling in his chair there, really.
Unable to do anything about those 4 set cards thanks to the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Did hear an activation there. Looks like it will be the Kagari effect. Does it resolve? It does. And it adds back the Hornet drones of all of the options there.
Yeah.
I say all of the options. It was like 2 options, but still had a choice.
He did have a choice, and he did go for the Hornet drones. But we saw that earlier. Like, the only real option as a Link 2 to go into for Emre is Hita, the Fire Charmer. But that one is not really too scary either. That's just providing you some attack points, but there's not even anything to crash into here in the battle phase. There's the Hornet drones. Will provide us with another monster. But look at Barcode. He has never been chilling that much right now. He doesn't really see any danger out of this, and I kind of have to agree. Whatever Emre is doing right now does not look like it's threatening what Barcode has going on here.
Yep, as you mentioned, the Hita, the Fire Charmer Ablaze going to come out here, but there's no Ash Blossom in the graveyard. There's not much of anything to be taken here by it, and in fact, we will see the battle phase immediately entered here from Emre. Do we have a response from Barcode? Important to note is once these traps are flipped face up, no longer protected by the Lord of the Heavenly Prison.
That's true. So I don't think you really mind the 1,850 here. It's becoming interesting as soon as Emre also has Seng and Kaim in here. Otherwise, you're totally fine with the situation. Take the damage. I like it. And Emre is done with his battle phase. Look at this. Barcode did not flip a single trap card here, and still Emre only did 850 points of damage.
So we saw Barcode play it slow against Colossa's Snake Eyes deck earlier, but I think you don't have that luxury against Tempai Dragon. They explode the game in a single turn, and you have to match that pace. But here comes simultaneous equation cannons to actually run interference on this Hita.
I don't know whether it's actually going to resolve. I think what Barcode's main priority is here at the moment, he just wants to activate the Lord of the Heavenly Prison in the hand, and that goes with any kind of trap card activation. So you can always activate the simultaneous equation cannon, but you don't have to resolve it then afterwards. There you go, just banishing cards, not banishing any cards on the field though. Lord of the Heavenly Prison activates, and the good thing is, yes, the protection is gone now, not that important in the end phase anymore, but we do get to set another card from our deck here.
That's true, and once we have access to the likes of your Big Welcome Labyrinth, your Welcome Labyrinth, it does mean we can maybe push for game next turn, which is exactly what Barcode needs to do against the Tempai Dragon, because turn 2, very much like turn 4, is Tempai Dragon breaking the field, attacking directly, synchro summoning, all of that. But Barcode, can he end this game here? He has 3,000 attack on the field right now. Can he get a little bit more? Welcome Labyrinth does come out.
I think it's good from Emre's side that he did pass on that Hita, because if now Barcode wants to destroy the Hita, he will still have to deal with the Genroku eventually coming out of it. And on the other hand, if Barcode just finds a way into Big Welcome Labyrinth, I think we're going to have the same situation developing again, because Lord goes back to the hand eventually. You can activate the Lord of the Heavenly Prison again, and then you would be safe once more. Okay, we do take the chance of attacking over the Hita, the Fire Charmer. So this could be Genroku coming out of this. No response, apparently.
1,500 or less defense from the deck to the hand, and it will be the Genroku. And adding it to the hand does mean we can special summon it. It will mitigate some of this damage, and it will potentially offer us the opportunity to extend further. Quick effect can tribute it, can summon something else.
Alright, attack declared from the lady. So Barcode right now declaring attacks, which could be useful in the end for cards such as the Sengenpai Bident Dragon or the Transcendent Dragon. I feel like we could just go for Chandra here right away. Maybe Pydra to just have some follow-up for the next turn already. Both options seem pretty viable. Or just go for the Fadra instead, as Fadra, of course, when bringing back the Genroku, provides us with no battle destruction for the rest of the turn, as long as that card is face up and not negated, of course.
Yeah.
So, Barcode contemplating. Are we going to continue attacking? We do. Okay, yeah, that's not much of a result there from the Lady Labyrinth attacking into the Tempai Dragon Fadra. sitting there in defense position like a wall. Does Barcode have big welcome labyrinth here is the big question. Not yet. Okay. I think we really want to make sure to get that Lord of the Heavenly Prison back into our hand, as that card is doing so much for you to protect from Feather Duster, from Lightning Storm, and all those kind of cards. Lightning Storm, little less of a concern, of course, right now, as the Fadra now is on the field. Still, though, I think against the odd chance of the Harpiest Feather Duster, you really want to make sure to get that card into the hand.
Yeah, definitely just super, super valuable to have Lord of the Heavenly Prison protecting these face-down traps. Some of them could be spells, but probably
very
traps.
unlikely.
It's Labyrinth.
I don't know.
Yeah, again, though, we're kind of approaching a very difficult territory of that turn 4. Even turns for Tenpai, always very scary, giving them another battle phase. Here comes the Lady Labyrinth effect chained on top of the destructive Daruma Karma Cannon.
That's a good card to have. Dimensional Barrier in this deck. You are able to search it or set it directly from your deck, but afterwards just passing it over. The Lord stays on the field and not in the hand. Therefore, now a face-down monster. So Lightning Storm could be activated onto this, as we just did the trick here for Emre. It is the Harpiest Feather Duster, though. I told you we were... Okay, Solemn Judgment was sitting there all the way through. We were not worried about that.
I'm used to normal traps in Labyrinth. Counter traps are also a little bit valuable if you can access them. Much harder to actually get into the hand than the normal traps, but hard drawing Solemn Judgment this time around. Really, really good for Barcode here. Does offer insurance against the Harpiest Feather Duster, but can it protect against Tenpai Dragon Chundra as it now hits the field?
I mean, we could possibly just go into a Black Rose Dragon here, but Black Rose Dragon, of course, with the Dimensional Barrier being set, would also be a little problematic, as that kind of just negates it. Okay, we do see the Synchro Summon in the main phase. I think we're going to have the good old Black Rose Dragon here trying to diminish that field. Nope, it is just Zangenpai Biden Dragon.
You had me excited then for Black Rose Dragon, but Solemn Strike immediately running interference on that special summon. We said just then, counter traps can be so valuable but so hard to find in this deck, but Barcode hard drawing 2 of them here and using them at exactly the right time.
Ooh, Sky Striker Maneuver Afterburners would be such a great card right now if you could also target face-down monsters, but it only works on face-up monsters, and therefore not a card that Emre can activate, and we have to go into defense mode, I kind of want to say, here on Emre's side, as he's just setting cards, which is really not what the Tenpai Dragon deck tries to do. So the combination of Solemn cards was it here really for Barcode.
You are not going to win the set cards game against Labyrinth.
Nope, not really. And even a possible Widow Anchor, when we flip up that Lady Labyrinth in a second, we cannot even target it, as we do still, of course, have set cards there on the field. So
importantly, don't quite have 6,850 on the field right now, so could very well mean Emre gets another turn here.
Which would be crucial, because giving Tenpai another chance to just have that impactful turn, I feel like Barcode really wants to make sure to possibly end it this turn. Does he have a Welcome Labyrinth? Does he have a big Welcome Labyrinth? Those would be the cards possibly making the difference here. Attacking now with the Lord 2. And he does also give him some more damage. Now still in the battle phase. Maybe a big Welcome, maybe a regular Welcome Labyrinth. No, Barcode lacking those, but setting another card. Emre, though, doesn't matter really how many life points he has, as long as he can get himself out of this again.
Turn does change to Emre. We said Tenpai Dragon on even numbered turns. Very, very scary, and does potentially have a way to deal with these spell and trap cards. Sky Striker Maneuver Afterburner is now going to come out. Target the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Do we have a response from Barcode? Is there possibly a response from Barcode? Dimensional Barrier still makes this Tenpai Dragon deck really, really suffer.
I mean, I think you have to activate the Dimensional Barrier here, because otherwise the Sky Striker Maneuver Afterburners with 3 spell cards in the graveyard will just be able to destroy one of the cards in the spell and trap zone from Barcode. Therefore, they know where the Dimensional Barrier is, so they would probably just go after that one. Therefore, good decision from Barcode to rule that chance out of him destroying it, and immediately now also chaining the Lady Labyrinth off the silver card. So getting another trap card, maybe another Dimensional Barrier even. Let's see what we're going for.
Has to be a different name, so I assume it will be another welcome or big welcome.
Yes, finally a big welcome labyrinth indeed. So, which one are we going to destroy here? Which one are we going for? We are going for Anti-Spell Fragrance, who has... Anti-Spell Fragrance has been chilling there, not even activating it in the draw phase, funnily enough, interestingly enough.
Going to take control.
Oh, life points are low!
Here is another Solemn Judgment. We said counter traps can be so valuable for this deck, but you have to manually hard draw them from the deck, and that's exactly what Barcode did here. He got Solemn Judgment, he got Solemn Strike, and he gets another Judgment on top of it. I said earlier I love trap decks because I love Dynamorphia. 1038 as a number is
You don't see that every day. You definitely don't, especially not with the Labyrinth deck. And Emre does have the Forbidden Droplet, but how does that help you right now? Sending the Cult by the Grave. Okay, okay. We know the last card set for Barcode is a card that he cannot activate this turn. Emre, does he have a normal summon here?
So the effect of the Lady Labyrinth is turned off right now, but what does Emre have to follow up on this?
Battle phase. Oh, there's a Kaiman. There is a Sungen Kaiman. Oh my.
Kaiman will start things off for Emre. You have the addition of the Pydra. Pydra can then be summoned. Where do we go with the summoned Pydra? Keep in mind that this middle trap was set this turn. It's the big welcome. It can't be activated right now. This was a hard fought game. It's not over yet. 850 life points for Emre, 1038 for Barcode.
I mean,
I'm sure Emre can push 1038 points of damage.
I don't think he
turn.
can do this turn. How would he do it? Because we already activated Sengen Kaiman. Setting Sengen Summoning also doesn't do anything. So I think we're going to still not end it here. 838 is now the current life points.
Emre ahead by 12.
What is going on here in our first game of the finals? Very much deserved to be the finals here. But Barcode, now with the luxury of having finally that big welcome labyrinth on the field.
Yep, big welcome labyrinth online, and could very well welcome a monster that can deal the needed 850 points of damage just by attacking over the Pydra.
So activated here, of course. Emre not really with a response. It's not bad to have that Sengen Kaiman set in the spell and trap zone, because it definitely grants you some protection on your turn. On your opponent's turn, because right now the Pydra looks kind of dangerous to be there in the attack position, but together with the Sengen Kaiman, bring out another monster, possible synchro summons and stuff like that, does not sound that bad. But there's Welcome Labyrinth now activating as a monster left the field because of a trap. I think this is where Barcode probably just runs away with it, to be honest.
Lady Labyrinth added back to the hand, going to special summon itself in defense position here. Still got one unknown card in the hand of Barcode, but ultimately it's just going to be another trap. It's going to be another face down here, and this should go promptly to the end phase for Barcode.
850 to 838. Can Emre sort out that battle damage here, or is Barcode still holding on to it? What could be a draw here? Sengen Kaiman, first of all, being activated.
Main phase.
Indeed. I mean, the problem right now for Emre is we have already been through through Fadra. We have already been through Chandra, meaning there is not that much value here in terms of main deck Tenpai monsters in there anymore.
Theoretically, you add Genroku and then summon Genroku?
As a tuner. That's what I would expect as well, so because that gives you access to the Biden Dragon, which can then bring back Fadra or Chandra. So I feel like that's very much what you're trying to do here, but instead...
Look at another Pydra.
Pydra it is. This is good, though, because Pydra gives us access, of course, to then the Sengen Summoning, and Sengen Summoning can still give us Vegan Roku, but all of our plays then are even protected by the Sengen Summoning. Therefore, I think very smart and heads-up move here by Emre, going down that route. And if Barcode wants to deal with this, I think he will have to chain to it, but he doesn't chain to it at all, actually.
And this game was so back and forth. In fact, it's still so back and forth that I'm hesitant to say that Emre can win it here. Granted, it does look pretty good. Sengen Summoning going to hit the field uninterrupted. It's going to activate its effect. The battle phase calls for the Tenpai Dragon here.
So we have to search for that Tenpai Dragon Genroku here. Making it a tuner, making it level 4, finally giving us a way into our extra deck again.
Suddenly, that Kiki Nagashi Fucho tech in the extra deck probably won't do a lot if Emre is not playing Tenpai for the foreseeable future anyway.
Very true. Barcode. Does he have... There's not really something you can do about this, I feel like. What could be the set cards here? Something really solid could be a dimensional barrier, of course. That would just not be solid. That would just be very strong. Okay, that is something good too, though. Big Welcome Labyrinth now in the graveyard can be used as you have a face-up level 8 or higher fiend monster to go after any card on the field, any face-up card on the field, and bring it back to the hand here. So Sangen Summoning not resolving. Plan was good by Emre, but doesn't work out in the end. Link 2, is that a Hita again? Oh, we just go for seals. All right.
Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, of course, going to come out.
Man, this is a wild game for the first game of the finals, to be honest. Both players had already a really tough encounter in the group stages where both of them basically played down to the last seconds of their timer, eventually seeing Emre timing out in that match. But I'm sure they're really low on timer time here as well.
Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, of course, it can bounce one card, but unfortunately only during your opponent's turn.
Nicely, though, does not target, therefore can interact with the Lady Labyrinth, even though they are set cards. Now, though, in the end phase, though, I can see Barcode activating the Welcome Labyrinth, which he dares. What are we going to summon here? I'm wondering whether he even plays cards like Ariana and stuff. Oh, but now is where the value comes in.
Yeah.
More and more trap cards.
Another dimensional barrier, I presume.
Or maybe something to deal with the seal as well. Huh? We'll see. Barcode's certainly the one making the decision here. Dominus Impulse.
Okay.
I like it because that can actually deal with the graveyard effect of the seal, as that would special summon from the deck, of course. Lovely Labyrinth to the field as well now. This is looking solid here for Barcode.
Again, we said this game has been highly competitive. I previously mentioned I'd be hesitant to say that Emre was in a position to close it out, even though it looked really good for a brief moment. But it's been so back and forth. We're still at the 12 life points differential. We're still in this game from both sides here. Barcode, though, it's his turn. He's made it 9 turns against Tenpai Dragon, and he looks to be able to close it out in this one. Here comes Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres.
In the draw phase. I have to giggle every single time you say life points difference of 12. That's just such an absurd thing to hear. But that is, in fact, here the scenario, the situation in our finals in game 1 of it. That's going to be hard to top in the remaining games that we're going to see, because this first game already offers us so much.
All of the games between these two have been great.
Absolute fun and entertainment for sure. Emre gets to resolve the Heretic Seals here. And it puts the Lady Labyrinth back into the hand, interestingly enough. Now we sure enough going to negate that seal in the graveyard, right?
I imagine so. We could theoretically...
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Dominus Impulse going to stop that from getting a further Tenpai Dragon, from getting Dora, from getting anything done. Granted, you do lose access to Light, Earth, and Wind for the rest of the duel for Barcode.
Oh, what a bummer for the Labyrinth deck. Actually, though, the first time I think we see Dominus Impulse being activated this weekend, which is cool to see. We saw Josh, I think, discarding it once with his Blue Eyes deck.
Yeah.
Or no, rather with his Snake Eye Fire.
Yeah, I think
deck.
It does kind of ruin Blue Eyes.
Yes, yes, exactly. Now, though, the lovely Labyrinth activating. Getting the dimensional barrier back. There is Widow Anchor from Emre. Okay.
Yep, you can take control of the lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, but what will you do with it?
You could consider to chain the big Welcome Labyrinth in the graveyard here, though, if there is another one. Apparently there's not, though. Takes over the lovely. No dimensional barrier coming back here. Lady Labyrinth activating. So Barcode still sitting strong here with multiple monsters. One of them currently working for Emre. Okay, Welcome Labyrinth. Can we close it out here?
You very intelligently said multiple monsters and not 2 monsters, because it's about to become 3 monsters.
How many, like, is that just going... I think that's just going to be another Lady Labyrinth, if I would have to guess. Just more and more big attack point monsters, and Emre is just running out of Tenpai cards in his deck, to be honest. Like, there is not that many cards he can even get into, okay? We set another dimensional barrier. Noteworthy for sure that we're running so many copies of it, too. And what is the monster? Yep, just another Lady Labyrinth. Are we even going to attack over our Lovely here? No way, right?
Very strong meta read from Barcode coming into this, though, because both decks are optimized to deal with Tenpai Dragon. You have Dimensional Barrier in this one. You have Kiki Nagashi Fucho in the Snake Eyes deck. Really great play so far from Barcode, but it's not over yet. Emre has come back from worse. He's got Sangen Summoning in his hand, ready to go as well. And Tenpai Dragon, can it make it happen this time around?
So that, of course, was a card that was known as we just put it back into the hand of Emre in the last turn. But what could one Genroku do against all of this here with not really any great targets for it remaining in the deck? I feel like normally Sangen Summoning resolving almost feels like winning the game sometimes. But here, it doesn't really feel like it can accomplish that much, to be honest. But let's see. Maybe Emre disagrees.
Adding a Tenpai Dragon from the deck to the hand, but not too many of those left, you have to imagine. Genroku going to be the dragon of choice here. Going to special summon itself?
First off, we need to discard something, and we're going to discard a Heavy Storm.
Okay.
Oh my. That's usually a card you want to activate against the Labyrinth strategy, but then we had no card to discard otherwise anymore for the Sangen Summoning. Therefore, we just have to give up on it here. Genroku activating, but as I said, like, what's even left in there? What is there even is? So, right now, we see thoughtful thinking of Barcode, thinking about whether to respond here right away.
Careful not to think too much, because that was how we decided the group stage matchup between these two.
Very, very true. Level 4 Genroku.
I'm a bit concerned that we're not going to get much value out of this tribute for summoning one from the deck based on how many are out of the deck right now, but Dimensional Barrier going to keep the synchros in the extra deck.
I don't even know whether there would have been a way into Synchro Monsters from Emre, but still can't hurt. And also, of course, gives us the chance to activate the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle here with just another trap card coming Barcode's way.
Another Dominus Impulse, I imagine?
Yeah,
or
that would be a
else.
solid one, I think. It is Torrential Tribute. That's an OG card. What a flex here. In case Barcode cannot play his Labyrinth deck anymore if he wins this first game here. It's good that we saw the Torrential Tribute at least once here. I like it a lot. And now Emre into the main phase 2. That's what I thought. Okay. So we played with Barcode activating monster effects in the battle phase there so that our Triple Tactics Frost is live. What's left in there, though? Raigeki is. You gotta notice, though, the Lady Labyrinths, they can't be destroyed by card effects, as we still, of course, have set cards here on the field. So yeah, we may lose that lovely Labyrinth, but we gotta keep the 2 Lady Labyrinths, and therefore we don't really care about that Raigeki. Usually it is destroying the entire field. Here in that case, though, only a 1-for-1 trade. So it's looking marvelous for Barcode, who is going to go into his turn shortly. After now in the end phase, also resolving the trap trick here. Big welcome Labyrinth, alright.
I'm surprised they had another big welcome in the deck to be able to set this. Just feels like we've seen so many activations of the welcome, the big welcome.
Very true.
Lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle coming back onto the field, going to add back the Lady Labyrinth.
And going to activate its effect, so this is a way of just making sure Genroku will also be destroyed. Even if we chain Genroku, the monster it summons out would immediately be destroyed. So this is the way to victory for Barcode. Gone is the last monster on the field for Emre. Plenty of strong attack points for Barcode, though, on the other hand. This would even be enough to go for 8,000 points of damage, and he only needs 850 here.
Barcode, after a hard-fought back and forth, weathers the storm that is the Tenpai Dragon deck, gets all the way from turn 2 to turn 11, and he continues to just pressure his lead here to look to close this one out and to finally deal that 850 points of damage that was needed to close out game 1 of our grand finals.
So it is Barcode 1, World Champion Emre 0. So Barcode came into this tournament with confidence for a reason. As you said, his deck choices really made sense with the tech cards that he included against specifically the 10 Dragon strategy, though. On the other end, we gotta admit, now there is probably not that much Tenpai going on anymore.
Yeah, exactly that.
Oh, wait, no. I mean, he has to still win with Tenpai, though, if he wants to win the tournament, Emre.
It's true. But unfortunately for him, both of the decks brought by Barcode are optimized for that matchup specifically. Yeah. Granted, despite that, that was a very close game, even into a purposeful Tenpai counter. So, you know, credit to Emre where credit is due.
Yeah.
Now, Fiendsmith Snake Eye, a definite comfort for Barcode, and it will be the choice in this second duel. Emre, on the other hand, now has the luxury of choosing between Tenpai Dragon or the Blue Eyes that we saw him defeat Josh in the mirror match with earlier.
So, it's a tough one to call here, but I feel like you may just probably pick the Tenpai Dragon deck here, because on the other hand, if you don't pick it here, your opponent knows that you will have it in the last and third game, and then, of course, they have all the luxury of sending the Tenpai Dragon Striker deck first, and therefore I feel like your best shot is just to bring it here, trying to win that second game, and then in the third game, probably, hopefully, close it out with the Blue Eyes strategy.
Yep, I realize Emre's using 2 Dragon decks, by the way. Yeah,
he's a Dragon enjoyer for sure.
Graduated from the birds.
Yep, and that's just a natural evolution, guy. But we are, of course, going to decide who is going to win that. I mean, the trophies, they are similar to each other, of course. Both have neons on them, but the important part, and the part they really care about, is the prestige that goes with that #1 on one of them, and of course the title of them being the Invitational Champion.
Indeed, we will decide first place here. We've had the first game of this final happen. We saw Barcode convincingly take it with the Labyrinth, but this time on Snake Eyes Fiendsmith, he's going to have to defeat Emre once more. Emre, Tenpai Dragon or Blue Eyes White Dragon, it doesn't matter. He has the choice of which he wants to take here, and it will be going second chosen for him here. And that will very likely mean Tenpai Dragon is the choice in this game.
Definitely is Tenpai. And you see Barcode giving up on Max C there, knowing that it's not the card you need against the Tenpai Dragon strategy anyways, and therefore resolving Deception of the Sinful Spoils. Certainly more important, as that at least gives you, at some point, the Ilya Sylvia, which is quite a bit better against the Tenpai Dragon deck, of course.
Snake Eyes Ash going to add the Snake Eyes Poplar. The Snake Eyes starters are here in full force. Emre, on the other hand, presumably by choosing second, is on the Tenpai Dragon Sky Striker again, so there isn't much in terms of disruption, but rather removing a problem field from the get-go. Can we see that? Can we see Emre deal with the tech from Barcode here? 2 level 1s. Xyz immediately reads it as Tenpai Dragon and immediately goes into the Kiki Nagashi Fucho.
He lost that card. He brought that card for a reason, but there's nothing else to it. And I like this approach because, honestly, the last time he made the Fucho against Emre, he didn't really have that great of a follow-up, but this time he invested very little resources into it, and this card alone should, in theory, be good enough to win him this turn at least, to get him through this turn, and then, into the Void from Emre.
But here, speaking of follow-up, is Into the Void, which is a full commitment if I've ever seen one. You saw when Emre used it into his matchup with Josh, immediately just set a complete spell and trap card zone of everything else in his hand to not have to lose it all. But facing down a Winged Beast, you know, Emre, we said, used to use Flanders, he used to be the one with all the Winged Beasts, but it is one causing a lot of problems right now. Destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Raigeki being used to try and force out the Kiki Nagashi Fucho's effect. Doesn't force out much of anything, just makes a nice lightning bolt on the field.
Looked cool, didn't do anything though. Now the call by the guy. I think Emre is desperately trying to bait out a monster effect here, possibly signalizing that he does have the Triple Tactic Talents, Triple Tactic Thrust, or something with the likes of that. We did get
he
some
wanted to load the
spell
graveyard
cards
with
into
spells.
the graveyard,
Yeah,
indeed.
Just to try and draw an extra answer here.
Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. What is it going to get us. So that was Raigeki and the Call by the Grip. That still only was 2 spell cards, right? So we do not even get the extra draw here. As far as I'm concerned, Afterburners. Oh, we do get the draw. Okay, so which one did I miss? Obviously, the Into the Void started everything.
Yes.
So there was a 3rd spell card in there. And there is another Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. So you could call this Engage into Engage here, which of course is quite what you want to see. You're trying to get those out there. And then we search for the Widow Anchor now as well.
Yep, Widow Anchor added to hand to follow up on the Afterburners that was also added. 6 cards in hand for Emre. Needs to use them all or will lose them all once the Into the Void resolves in the end phase. Now, thinking about what to do, the Afterburners does come out. Face-up monster on the field, Kiki Nagashi Fucho, shrugs it off, does not care, is unaffected. However, there is a Spell and Trap card that does look kind of tempting to try to remove.
Yeah, but I mean, the Afterburner only does that when you also destroy the monster, so it's one thing after the other. And there is the 3rd Sky Striker Mobilize Engage. Emre has them all, but all the cards he got out of it did not really produce anything for him here.
Yep, he has all of the engages, but none of the tools with which to remove this Kiki Nagashi Fucho.
I mean, maybe he was hoping to draw into like a Kaiju or something, but I don't think he's running any of that. So he's just desperately trying to maybe find some defensive cards to stop Barcode on his next turn coming up. All right, there is now the Sky
Hornet
Striker
drones.
token being produced off of Hornet Drones. We make Kagari, so Emre, maybe for his 2nd game, his challenge is just to resolve Engage as often as possible. I feel like we might add back the Hornet Drones here instead, though. Let's see which one it is that we target. And at this point, it also is pretty fair to say that Barcode does not plan on activating any monster effects here this turn.
Yeah.
He does not want to play into Triple Tactic Frost. He does not want to play into Talons
whatsoever.
either. That Fucho just sits there, chilling, not scared of anything. And that Afterburner, it tried destroying the Fucho once already, unsuccessfully, so Emre might try again. There now is the Tenpai Dragon Hydrazo.
Again, this is a full commitment from Emre. If he does not commit all of these cards, he will lose them all. If he does not close it out in this turn, he will lose this duel. You have to imagine. Granted, we did see the previous one go to 11, so maybe we do have a comeback in the midst across a long and hard-fought one. But I think right now he's shown he's willing to commit. He's willing to do everything he can to close this one out, and he's willing to play Sangen Summoning, which, by the way, he drew and then added the Sangen Kaimen on top of it. So very much a few options on the table for Emre, even if he's not able to deal with Kiki Nagashi Fucho immediately.
Yeah, I think the game plan for the Tenpai Dragon deck changes drastically when you face a card like Kiki Nagashi Fucho, because all of a sudden you're not trying to win the game anymore, but instead, very untypical for the deck, you're trying to set up the best field possible to stop your opponent from playing, which is not how the deck really is designed, but sometimes it is forced to do that, as it probably is here. So the cards you're aiming to go for are most likely going to be the Transcendent Dragon and the Biden Dragon in the graveyard, so that you can just work with them on your opponent's turn then again when they start attacking, and also a possible Hieratic Seal, or even, what is this going to be? Let's just divide it in the main phase, probably. Yeah, that is just Sangenpai Biden Dragon. So yeah, we're just trying to set up, I almost want to call it combo field, even though that's not really what the Tenpai Dragon deck is. But for the moment, it is what it has to be.
Emre feeling the pressure for sure here, just off of the Kiki Nagashi Fucho. You know, there is kind of this expectation for him to carry on Josh's tournament hopes as well. You know, eliminating your teammate never feels good.
Yes.
You need to win it. You need to bring it back for the Snipe Hunters. But Barcode says no. Kiki Nagashi Fucho says no.
And Fucho, of course, also ignoring the command of Transcendent Dragon to put all of the monsters on the field into attack position. Not caring about it. On resolution, though, Barcode has now made the decision that he does want to activate the effect of Fucho. And I mean, yeah, it does make sense, because probably what Emre did here was just announcing that he wants to go into the battle phase.
Yeah.
And then the Fucho could have not been activated anymore due to the Transcendent Dragon. So makes sense that Barcode does it here. Does also mean, though, that Emre now will be able to activate both Triple Tactic Frost and Triple Tactic Talent. Which of those does he have in his hand? He does have the triple tactics thrust, of course, no surprise. He drew plenty of cards through those engages, so there should have been one of those, and there surely is, and now the triple tactics talent is also there now.
Draw 2.
Or maybe just, I mean, drawing doesn't really give you that much because you have to discard in the end phase anyway, so I think rather you look into the hand and take out something that is scary, and yup, Emre agrees. We all get to see the hand of Barcode. Maxi, not too scary, but there are some other scary cards. I think it is between 1-for-1 and Original Sinful Spoils here, and I feel like Original Sinful Spoils may be the more scary one, because 1-for-1 at least requires you to have another card invested, and so that's easier to deal with as they invest 2 cards into 1 card, and then a Widow Anchor on the monster summoned out could be good here. So I feel like Original Sinful Spoils really the card that you are concerned about most here. But let's see what the decision of the world champion, of course, is, because he's the one looking at this hand there the most urgently at the moment. And it is the 1-for-1 instead. Okay, I see. All right, and we're disagreeing. And Barcode. He did not do much on his first turn, only summoned the Fucho basically, ready to have a powerful turn 3. But now it is Sengen Kaiman in the battle phase from Emre. As said, he's just playing it as a combo deck here. He's trying to summon out as many monsters as all the cards otherwise in hand would have to be discarded in the end phase due to Into the Void resolving. So, Chandra, another monster will be summoned. It's going to be interesting to see though, because that Kagari there in the extra monster zone, how do we get rid of it? Because you want to summon that Hieratic Seal into the extra monster zone. Probably Promethean Princes, but we're locked into dragons here. Therefore, that's not even an option anymore.
Couple of attacks do connect. We could very well see the Synchro Summon, but before then, Biden.
Biden Dragion indeed. Using the effect not only to summon it back, but also to destroy the Deception of the Sinful Spoils here. Pydra, Synchro Summoning. Is there maybe something like the good old Ruddy Rose Dragon in his extra deck, which could possibly clear up the graveyard? Nope, it is just Trident Dragon instead.
Okay.
That's a powerhouse in terms of attacking.
That's the way to get rid of the Kagari from the
Indeed, and that's probably the main reason why we summoned that card here. Yeah, it can attack 3 times into the Kagikanigachi Fuchu there, which is not going to help though, okay. Transcendent Dragon also immediately coming back.
Destroy the Poplar in the Spell and Trap card zone as well.
Which does make sense. Would have been a free card to send off of the Original Sinful Spoils remaining in the hands of Barcode. But that's also now, as both the Biden and the Transcendent are once per duel, now meaning that he can't use it on the opponent's turn anymore. Going into the Hieratic Seal. Alright. We can't clear up the main monster zones here either, so possible Widow Anchors not able to activate here anymore due to us having monsters in the main monster zone. Alright. Something that some people sometimes forget though is Hieratic Seal does not have to tribute itself. You can also tribute monsters from the main monster zone, or from the hand even. Therefore, we'll have to see. But that could only clear one of them, therefore you would still be left with one. It's an interesting situation for sure. Barcode.
Original Simple Spoils, Snake Eye, and Maxi are in the hand. And one Azamina continuous spell as well. I think the Hallowed Azamina.
Yes, Hallowed is also waiting already to be activated. And we do immediately go for it. The Hallowed Azamina with the face-up Deception of the Sinful Spoils on the field can bring out either Ilya Sylvia or Murcielago. Which one is it going to be? It is Azamina Murcielago. Emre, you really see. I think Emre's turn took such a long time, so he must be low on timer time here again. But for now, probably not his main concern, as Barcode has summoned a first monster here with the Murcielago searching for Wanted. And Wanted, of course, is our way into the also powerful Black Witch. And I mean, we have the option to immediately go into an SP Little Knight here, honestly, to be fair. Trying to go after those set cards before anything else. Yep. That is a Link Summon.
And with the fusion component, it does mean we get the additional banish.
And it
Those
is
are not the
Moon
Link
of the
arrows,
Closed Heaven, though.
Yep.
Fair enough, fair enough. That is a card, though, I gotta say, seems like a prime target for me to be getting back into the extra deck with the Heretic Seal, the Heavenly Spheres, and that is what Emre agrees with. So we do not get value off of it, but maybe... Okay, yeah.
So we lost the face-up card to send for the original Simple Spoilers Snake Eye, but we can still use the Wanted to get Diabell Star and then work something out there. Maxi in hand still, by the way.
Maxi... Actually, you're right. Maxi is in hand, and we did not activate it on the graveyard effect of Heretic Seal there. We could have turned that into a different card, but decided not to do so. Now that the Murcielago, though, is in the graveyard, linked off for the Moon of the Closed Heaven, we can activate the Hallowed Azamina in the graveyard, returning Murcielago to the extra deck, and also returning the Hallowed Azamina into the hand there. Activating it, meaning we can bring out Ilya Sylvia now if we like. Yeah, that gotta be our protection here with the Ilya Sylvia. Chaining Wanted, Seeker of Simple Spoils, of course, though, making sure that we get that extra card here out of it.
Yep, Wanted, Seeker of Simple Spoils, going to add the Diabell Star, the Black Witch.
And now, that's so good with the Hallowed Azamina. Like, when you chain a quick spell to it, it can still, on resolution, send it, even though it already did its duty of searching and resolving. But still, you get to basically fusion summon for completely free there with Azamina Ilya Sylvia getting summoned here coming out of the Hallowed Azamina.
Yep, access to a negation if needed. Here's the Banish of the Wanted to get a draw.
Yeah, so Emre had full knowledge for Barcode's hand at the beginning of the turn, but then they drew a card for turn, they now drew a card with Wanted as well. Therefore, information for Emre is somewhat limited at this point. And how
I do wonder if we're keeping the Maxi for a normal summon to that. Speaking of normal summons, by the way.
Normal's the Snake Eye Oak, and there is a target in the graveyard still to bring back.
Poplar.
It is the Poplar. It could also be the Snake Eye Ash, but Snake Eye Ash does not have a target to search for anymore. I mean, Poplar possibly does not even either, but he does have that powerful graveyard effect later on. Again, do we play the Temple? We do apparently play the Temple. Snake Eye Temple will be searched here off of the Snake Eyes Poplar. There it is, the Divine Temple even. So both players now with a field spell on the field. But what yeah, that should be Diabell Star Snake Eye here. Or Snake Eyes Diabell Star, the other way around. So it's looking good here for Barcode, getting more and more monsters onto the field, and you gotta imagine that those set cards for Emre there are Widow Anchors, which he cannot activate while controlling monsters in the main monster zone. So it's a tough situation to be in for Emre right now, while Barcode is just establishing more and more and more monsters, now going for Linkuriboh as well.
Yeah.
Poplar activating too. I mean,
so we do have access to Snake Eyes Doom Dragon now as well, if necessary.
How impressive would that be if Barcode would just overcome the world champion that Emre is here with a 2-0 victory in the finals? That would be really, really...
Would be 3-0 against him across the tournament as well, and just show that he has the number of these Tempai Dragon duelists.
And that he does also have all right to be very, very, very... Like, he came into this saying, I will win this.
Made it out of the group stage, but
confident. I was searching for the word of confidence. He was so confident, yeah. And he was rightfully so confident as he's very, very much getting closer and closer to winning this year.
Not quite over yet, though, as we do have Moon of the Closed Heaven now linked off into the Fiendsmith aspect of this deck. Still, the game is not over. We still have an opportunity for Emre to come back. You said Widow Anchors firmly offline. But can Barcode create something that can actually get over this Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon by the time he enters his battle phase?
I'm sure he can, but I mean, the moment he starts getting those monsters off the field, of course, that also equally means that he will have to then deal with the Widow Anchor, because then the field will be free of monsters. Okay, we do now have the Requiem equipped to the Fiendsmith Engraver. I'm sure we would be using it here, but no, first of all, we go Snake Eye Oak.
Yep, Oak now being used, but Call by the Grave going to stop that. It's going to run interference. And
that's a good card to resolve, though. So I think we want to make sure that it does resolve, and therefore we protect it with the Azamina Ilya Sylvia.
Yep, the Ilya Sylvia negate, of course, just being once because you've tributed it, but it does work out in the end. Oak does resolve. Oak does start another combo for Barcode. Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon now hitting the field. It has 3,000 to rival the Sun Genpai Transcendent Dragon, but I don't think Barcode is done there.
I think we may see the Flamberge Dragon putting that Transcendent into the Spell and Trap Zone, but first we see the Diabels of a Black Witch. We can still set another card from the deck. Which one is it even going to be? Probably just another Deception of the Sinful Spoils. That indeed it is. Not really going to do too much here. Now the Fiends with Engraver. Which card are we going to send to the graveyard? Is it going to be the Fadra? Because Fadra protects everything here from being destroyed by battle, and indeed it is. Fadra gone. Now the Flamberge Dragon clearing the Transcendent as well.
Yep.
That leaves them with a 0 attack point Pydra there.
Still not 8,000, but still not done for Barcode here.
And also, of course, even though Pydra on 0 attack right now, no battle damage when you attack over it. Therefore, even more damage that Barcode has to produce to even get to the 8,000.
Yep, Fiendsmith sequence.
I mean, if we go into his favorite Fiendsmith extra deck monster, which is clearly Fiendsmith Desiree, as he has been summoning that all day long. He could negate the Pydra, and he does go for free materials, and therefore Fiendsmith Desiree once more. So that is, in fact, producing damage over the Pydra.
You can negate the Pydra, you can negate the Sangan summoning. You have a lot of opportunities here available thanks to the Fiendsmith Desiree. But the linked summons continue. Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames just going to add another 2,700 on top. I think we're close to the 8,000, yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, so it brings back 2. And then the Promethean Princess will bring back another on top of that. This is well over 8,000, and this should be Barcode well on his way to closing it out and claiming first place.
It does look like
this
that.
event.
And I don't even think we need to use the Fiendsmith Desiree on the Pydra, because we can still go for damage after destroying that by battle without battle damage, and then save the Desiree for a potential Widow Anchor that is still waiting there. Barcode's turn has taken a while though, and we have seen him before passing in the battle phase without attacking because of his timer being so low. Does he have enough time here to head into the battle phase and execute those attacks? But he needs to win this. Oh, we are using the Fiends of Desiree here, okay, to negate our very own Promethean Princess and the Sangan summoning instead. Okay.
Yep.
That is interesting. Because we, sure enough,
so I imagine the Sangan summoning was protecting the Pydra from the...
No, only on your own turn, actually.
Okay, yep.
So we go into Appaloosa here, attacking over the Pydra. Now we will have to deal with the Widow Anchor, though. I don't think this is going to be enough, honestly. Emre, we can't target the Desiree, but we can just take over the Flamberge Dragon here, if you ask me. Is that even 8,000, by the way?
Is it even a Widow Anchor?
Is it even a Widow Anchor is another good question, though. You're right. That is 58. That's 78. I mean, Emre can just take this. This is not game. This is 200 off. Emre realizes, therefore knocks it off. Says, I've been winning games before. Oh, Linkariba though. Okay,
300 damage differential.
Enough damage.
We make it.
Well planned by Barcode, actually, because I have forgotten about that one, and maybe Emre has too. Is it Linkariba for game? 300 attack points. All he needs to... Oh, yeah, it was the Widow Anchor.
Okay. Good force from Barcode there. Scarily close for Emre there. Barcode not quite able to close this one out quite yet, though. Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon does change sides. Emre, you have one turn. Not too many Tenpai Dragons left in the main deck, though. What can be done? Special summoning back the Sun Genpai Transcendent Dragon.
But it's negated though due to the Widow Anchor, of course, taking control of it. Oh, but still, look at it. It was an absolute bait. This card was negated. Still, it baited Barcode into activating the Appaloosa there. Gave up on one negation of it. And Sangan summoning now ready to fetch any remaining Tenpai Dragons.
How many Tenpai Dragon are remaining in the deck though?
I think, did we go through Fadra? I feel like, let's check the graveyard.
Actually, maybe...
no, Fadra is in the graveyard, so you're right. There's not much left in the graveyard at all.
I was going to say maybe last game's Tempai Dragons have like blended into my brain for this game's Tempai Dragons, but I guess not. Emre still has Dragons in the deck, but actually now we have an interruption there. The triple tactics thrust going to get us
something. This could be a Raigeki once more, maybe a Dark Hole or something like that. And Barcode, he has invested quite a bit of resources into that last turn, so just getting rid of everything here could be crazy. But first of all, triple tactics talents will be added to the hand. Now Droll and Lockbird, meaning we can at least not draw with the talents anymore.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, drawing was the plan with that talent, to be honest. To be completely realistic here, Emre thinking this through. If we take something here, it's tough, honestly. Talents will have to take.
Can we take the Flamberge and then perhaps just bring back the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon?
Yeah, that's probably pretty good. But we can only bring back monsters in our opponent's turn, though. So yeah, it would bring us back that card eventually. But I mean, the good thing about the Flamberge here is that it is able to attack over the Desiree. I think that's the main priority right now. And that is why Emre is doing that. And then, if he does have Typhon in his extra deck, I think Typhon afterwards would also be good. But
Zero would push this to game.
Not attacking over Desiree or Appaloosa at all. Now the Flamberge Dragon trying to put the Appaloosa back into the Spell and Trap Zone will do so successfully. Or not, as Appaloosa negates it and stays on the field. But I think Typhon will be Emre's last resort here. We're going to see Typhon. Typhon will be able to deal with the Desiree as it does not target. There we have it.
Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. Now, Emre's last resort. It should be able to buy at least one more turn. But here comes Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon to the field of Barcode.
Indeed. Temple, of course, can summon out cards from both players' spells and trap zones, and that is a card that immediately contests the Typhon. Bye-bye Desiree, but we have a monster big enough to attack over the Slayer now, and it is over to Barcode again. What is that last set card for Emre? Will it this time be able to protect him? Appaloosa now, pretty weak with 0 attack there, but Barcode certainly will have another monster here, right? Oh yeah, okay, of course. The Hallow Zamina returning to the hand right away. Also recycling the Ilya Sylvia, of course. I mean, that alone is so good.
Yep, Hallowed Asmina, of course, going to have access to some of that extra deck Asmina monster as well, so it does mean there is going to be at least one more monster on the field for Barcode, and it should be the one additional attack needed to deal the last 100 damage after the Transcendent Dragon is done attacking over Typhon.
Zamina, Ilya, Sylvia is summoned. Do we just immediately head into the battle phase, or do we maybe also summon out the Maxi? Are we going to have it? Do we see Maxi for game in the deciding game of our Invitational here? That would be iconic. Not gonna lie. That is a way to end the tournament by attacking with Maxi for game, but I think Emre for now is thinking about something here.
I think he may have one more disruption available, but keep in mind that this Azamina Ilya Sylvia will be able to run interference on 1.
That is true. So, we link off the Appaloosa here. What are we trying to go for here? Is that just Moon of the Closed Tavern? Okay. So Barcode says, we could have had it in style with the Maxi. I am going to do it with my Fiendsmith cards instead, though, going into Fiendsmith Requiem. And that is going to result in a Fiendsmith Engraver as well, who is just probably a safer way, to be fair, just immediately in the main phase, making sure that that Slayer goes into the Spell and Trap Zone. Engraver, there it is. Requiem will be joining the Engraver on the field momentarily again. There it is activated. Yep.
Fiendsmith Engraver now, just continuing to bridge these combos into more and more monsters. Here's the removal of the Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis, but here is Sangen Kaimen.
We don't even need to use the negation of Azamina Ilya Sylvia. We have a different way of dealing with it, and Barcode now, with so little life points remaining on Emre's side. Barcode with his first appearance on an Invitational as the title champion, the title holder, the winner of this Invitational here.
Barcode in a clean 2-0 has won in the grand final of the Invitational and has defeated Emre here, the 10-Pi Dragon Slayer, Barcode.
We have our new champion for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Invitational. It's Barcode! Barcode, lift your trophy, sir, because this is yours. Give it up for your champion! Okay. Now we're going to have a quick word because that was a very long and hard-fought 2-0, though. So that's pretty impressive against a world champion. How do you feel?
Well, he was amazing. He was amazing. I misplayed a lot, but in the end, I got a trophy, so that's the most important thing, right?
Absolutely, and you must feel great. That's a great trophy. Is that going to be pride place in your home?
Of course, of course. It's going to be right behind me every time I stream, of course.
So that's what we like to hear. So with that, our 3rd anniversary invitational for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel has come to an end, and we have crowned a new champion, taking it away from Revs Cards after 2 wins. It's about time someone else got a chance. Congratulations, Barcode. I hope you're very, very pleased, and I hope we get to see more of this trophy in the future. But, guys, that is going to be it for our coverage here at our anniversary invitational. But tomorrow we have even more coverage because we have the finals of the Challenger Cup happening right here. So make sure you guys tune in. So that's going to be very, very exciting. And to finish this all off, we're going to have the draw to see exactly who's going to be facing who in that final tomorrow. But thank you very much, all of you, for watching. Let's take a look at that draw, and we'll see you tomorrow. But one more time, give it up for Barcode, your new champion! Take care, everyone. Let's see who's playing tomorrow. Welcome, duelists. We are here in Malaga, ready to draw the names for the Challenger Cup final. These are some of the best duelists in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel in Europe, and they are going to be competing for this trophy here. Very exciting, Basti. So now it's time for you to draw your names. We're going to have who our groups are. Group A, Group B, Group A, Group B. Let's see who our first duelist of Group A is, Basti.
Group number A, we start with Quanto.
Excellent stuff. Okay, so now let's see our first duelist from Group B.
Let's give it a little more
give it a stir. Mix it up a bit.
Then group number B will be started off with Bronas.
Oh, okay, excellent stuff. Right, so that is our first duelist of each of those groups done. So let's rattle on through. Who is our second duelist in Group A, Basti?
We are going to have here Latromi.
Excellent. So there we go. Second duelist. Now, time to see another Group B duelist. We're halfway through now.
Joining Bronas in group number B is going to be Mistletoe.
Excellent stuff. Right, so now back into Group A with the last 4 remaining duelists. Let's see who's going to be pairing up right now. Basti's going to give it a hard old stir. Okay, who have we got here for Group A, Basti?
Group number A joining
Boss. Excellent. So now into Group B, our penultimate choice for Group A and B here. Who's going to be Group B, Basti? It's going to be whoever this name is.
Another one for group number B is going to be Dominic.
Excellent. So now we see our final duelists for both of these groups here in the Challenger Cup final. This is going to be our last Group A duelist. Basti, who have we got?
We got Kaito.
Kaito, very good. And now we see our final duelist of Group B. They already know who they are by this point, by process of elimination. But we're going to reveal it just to make sure you at home know.
It is the last one qualifying, Maut.
Very good. So that are all of our duelists from the Challenger Cup final paired into their groups and ready to make their way towards the grand final here in Malaga. Stay tuned. We've got loads of great coverage coming your way.